it was in that top 3, but Burning Spirit can fit super nicely into the Oxlingers, another top 3 composition. So Setsuko has to be, kind of, I think, deciding with the items that he has, and it's going to be a Rod and then Glove and Vest, which doesn't really lean AD, hence the pickup on the Burning Spirit Annie. 3 Gedge team to play, even though this isn't going to be a win streak opener. It's still okay because Setsuko is very, very comfortable lose streaking. He does it so often, and he's able to convert these into first places, so he's very much in his comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely insane just at streaking in general. 83% of the time he is on a streak, but he has especially been good at being able to streak to 2-7. 33% of the time he win streaks, 33% of the time he lose streaks. It doesn't matter. He finds the position and he makes sure to set up a streak for himself.
Wait. Oh yeah, and he is going to be doing that just fine here as the first augments come through. We get to see there's there's Pyke carry augment as well, so given some rerolls. There's going to be Camille carry augment coming through as well. Dare we see another Camille reroll? Because we saw it once yesterday in such a weird spot, and it did end up in bottom 4. But Roby Van Kenobe, the player who rides high off of the confidence of his family, telling him he is a good TFT player. You love to see it. Hopefully he got a lot of praise from them to start the day off, but maybe during this pause he can get some more to make sure that this doesn't ruin any momentum, as we gotta make sure that everyone's going to be good to go, making sure competitive integrity is at its all-time highest, of course.
Yeah. Just trying to keep the ball rolling there. I do think I want to mention the Camille real quick, because we did see that and we thought, oh, it's just, you play the Camille, you get a little bit of early carry from that, help you win streak or help you stabilize, and then we play the Jhin. It went 7th when it was rerolled, so doesn't mean the comp can't be played, but we just need to make sure we see the spot and see what Roby ends up doing with it. He's a player that I feel like, if Camille reroll is something that he thinks is good enough, he will be confident to play it if the spot opens up for it. But I do know that he is a very flexible player. Dan was talking about it in the pre-show, where he is somebody who doesn't like to commit super early on. He likes to wait, see what his options are, and then go in the direction. He likes to play very wide, and so I don't fully expect him to just reroll this Camille, especially being on a single Camille at this point. I think more likely that he stays very open and he plays either some kind of admin line or plays a Renegades line with the Jhin.
Yeah, that is possible. I do want to note the BT slam. I think actually maybe leaning into the direction that's more maybe Camille oriented, and taking in the knowledge of that recent 13.9 patch. Camille did get buffed. She was out of the meta for a long time, but her AD ratio is going to be greater now, as well as just the disarm duration of her ability, and that's more just the utility aspect of it. It's not going to be that huge. However, Camille is not a comp that's popped up success yet, but with how wide this meta is, I actually wouldn't be surprised if it does find success from a good spot. And I believe there was a Blitzcrank 2, a Renekton 2 as well, to provide Sylas some really Sylas 2 even as well, to provide some really tanky frontline, and make sure to give Camille that time to start scaling. And it does depend on, this Sylas on the bench but it's just ready to go in for the next. Yeah, he does level now. Level 5, Lucian's already ready on the bench to give 3 Renegade. This is a good spot for Roby. The tier is not going to make great use, however, but I'm going to say it. I think this is going to be a commit to a Camille reroll, and I think from the spot it can do very well. It does depend on the admin, so we don't actually know that yet. If he did get a good AD admin, this Camille can definitely pop off.
He did. Start of combat, 40% attack damage for the rest of combat. That is going to be nice for that Camille. So yeah, it certainly could be a Camille spot here. Also important to note that if he looks around the lobby and he sees a lot of carry augments for these two costs that people actually may play to roll, it does open up for him to make it easier for him to hit the Camille. And right here we see time and a half. A lot of times you do want to go to a 3-star Sivir when you play time and a half. We see a rising spell force for Kindle Gem as well. There's a couple carry augments around that could lead to more people re-rolling these 2 costs. And that opens up Roby uncontested, but also having people taking 2 costs out of the pool.
Oh yeah, definitely. The Sivir time and a half, starting with a sword for replay. Only has 2 components though, so it's going to have a lot of gold. Can sell to 20 here, but there's a lot of valuable pairs. The Pantheon pair for the Infinite team, Wukong pair less valuable, but the Morgana is actually really good and can still slot into this Infinite team kind of line. But that is yet another grand challenge Fiora that we're seeing. I think we kind of noticed that around the same time there. We saw one from Mismatch Socks earlier in the event, or just Socks now, I think, not actually mismatched anymore. He is now matching, but did not really pilot it to success. Unfortunately, it was carrying things like a Rage Blade and a Shiv, but was never actually tier 3'd, and that's when Grand Challenge Fiora can actually have a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean, the unit was being used as an item carrier for Twisted Fate. I'm curious if Malala will take the same route, or if he will just go directly for a Fiora line with that reroll. And we see the items in his inventory. Malala does have like a Ginsu's Rage Blade, or he can potentially just look for a different bow item and lean towards that Twisted Fate direction. So it's certainly open. The thing I'm interested in though is Jukyu's picked up a spat, so I'm wondering where that's going to go, what emblem is going to be created with that.
Could be Renegade, because Jukyu did pick up Your Cut Pike, which is going to lead into the Riftwalker Jhin very, very nicely. And there was some lobby wins yesterday by 5 Renegade Jhin Viego styles of boards, and Viego being itemized like Aniko talked about during the kind of middle segment yesterday. I think has a lot more potential.
哇，完了，他没有拿到腰带。Malala 没有拿到腰带，斗篷，这是和泰坦吗？泰坦 fail 啦，泰坦星火
the chance to try and
星火泰坦 fail 啦，
in that spot.
完啦，
he goes for more
完啦 fail 啦
，slam that Titan's Resolve as well as the Ionic Spark. So it's going to be the Magic Shred in that way, slamming to make this Fiora a bit stronger as he goes up against Roby, who has such a powerful board at this stage. Even though it is just Camille 1, he has so many 2-stars. He actually found a 2-starred Yasuo.
Where did that come from?
It took me a minute, because I was like, yeah, he had 3 2-stars already, but now there's a Yasuo on the board, and Roby looking very strong to keep this win streak throughout stage 2. As we take a look at Ripple, this is another one of the Pyke Your Cuts. Jukyu also taking this. Do expect this just to lead towards that Jhin line.
Yeah, so this is a really small thing, but I actually really like this slam of the Protector's Vow onto the Pyke, because Pyke does benefit from tanky items as well, being able to get multiple casts off, stunning the backline, especially in the mid game, just a lot of value. But especially with Your Cut, getting more casts means more rerolls, so Ripple's going to be able to benefit from that if Pyke can secure 2 casts, because 2 autos, boom, he ults, stuns everything. Doesn't have a lot going in the damage department, however. There's, you know, Kayle Vayne is okay for the Duelist scaling up, but yeah, Pyke didn't get a second ultimate, and there's only a sword on the Kayle. Going to lose this round. Looks like
so close.
Oh, 擦一下.
Yeah, it does lose. I was, so sure of that. Obviously, calc the numbers in my head beforehand, but no, that was actually insanely close.
Oh boy, I mean, that was very, very tough. But hey, guess what, Krun? Look who has gotten a full loss streak into 2-7.
Wow,
it's
who's
Setsuko
surprised?
once again.
Absolutely no one.
0 people are surprised about this. And look who's trying to lose streak with him. It's Kindle Gem. Didn't quite get the full loss, but is also on the lose streak. He is another player who has tried to land that. But now we do have Setsuko starting in the Gadgetzan line. This could easily be pivoted out of at any point. He's not committed whatsoever to this. Setsuko just very open at this stage. Just wants to play the Annie. So we'll be looking for those AP lines as this game continues. He has so much gold. Once again, he is always so rich at this stage of the game.
Oh,
ooh, gets a spat. My brain jumps out at making an Ox Force with that, because Burning Spirit Annie does lead very well into that. He also
这个装备有一点香，是有一点小香的。
And that's going to mean he can slam a item here. And, yeah, it's a snap
逆命了，已经逆命了。
Slam. Morgana gets played. This is perfect from Setsuko. He's playing to his outs. He made sure he lost streak throughout all of stage 5 and has a spat for an emerald potential, which can cap out the board even higher. Would have loved to see maybe more gold, maybe like a or something, just get full use out of it, have to I guess expend the chain, but this is still going to be a good spot. He's even saving the spatula because slamming is not very good right now. He's okay with still loss streaking, and maybe he high rolls another spat on the carousel for a Tactician's Crown, and he's playing to that out. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's still keeping the outs open because, as you said, Ox Forces is a fine slam of the spat in general, right? It's going to be good for this composition. We may see that be the case later on, but slamming it now doesn't benefit him nearly enough when the outs that he has available to him are so high for capping the board, and potentially the way his roll down goes when he starts leveling up leads in a different direction that he wants to take the spatula.
Going to see the second augment coming through. It's a gold augment, cybernetic uplink, prep, or trade sector. Nothing that Setsuko is going to be really excited about, but uplink is going to be just a bit better, especially with these AP lines.
Oh, the one.
Going to be rolling at 3-2, wants to stabilize, doesn't want to continue to take super heavy hits. Aurelion is solid, so is LeBlanc, but tier 1 LeBlanc oftentimes kind of misses the mark and the power that you want for the board at this stage. Only rolls to 40 and says that is going to be enough. Finding the Poppy upgrade and just the Rammus 1 with the Annie upgrade might be enough to take decent losses if that's the case, and even utilizing the spat on the Rammus to get some uplink value. Spreads out his components about as much as he can. Only one that doesn't have one is a Poppy, but that is perfectly fine. Just Setsuko's efficiency, making use out of every single thing that he has, making sure to change his positioning as well so that the Rammus is going to get a good angle here. Setsuko's just doing everything right.
Yeah, runs into Deepay. This is our other Burning Spirit player. But went for trade sector on the side as he's still in the Gadgettine right now. We'll see if Deepay ends up committing to that line. If he pivots out to
Setsuko 应该这场就是4色
when you start out with the AP line. Of course, you know, still open to get a soul or a heart later on with the Gadgettine, but he would be waiting for specifically that or finding a Nunu.
Wow, Setsuko finding a win, which actually maybe wasn't exactly what he wanted. Ooh, Jukyu grabbing a tome, popping it instantly.
骇客转狼人，哇哦，好久没看到这个了。
Hacker throws it onto the Warwick because this is still leaning to be probably a Jinrad actually, and
这个飞鸦要不要合啊？飞鸦合可以开高
as a kind of bridge point. Not upgrading this Vi as well, doesn't really have room to play it, it seems like, so does just
nice
the reroll from the Pike Yor cut, and this Warwick I think is going to have a lot of success if he jumps onto the carries here in the mid game.
Yeah, and gonna have all that extra Omni Vamp from these hackers in that ends up making that item worthwhile for this Warwick. We'll see him heal pretty good against these. It's not as much as I thought it may be, but I think it is just the Warwick 1 not having enough damage.
Yeah.
Going up against Ripple's Vayne 2 as the carry. Shen trying to hold on for a while. Actually, that Shen being able to keep the Warwick alive might have made the difference in this fight, but we will see another big stun from the Pike. That's going to do enough for Ripple.
可惜他只有6人口。
Quickly thrown. We saw the augments pull up on the side. And I know we had pretty much decided that Roby was committing to that Camille. We saw featherweights for Roby, so we at least have it confirmed now. He is going for that Camille all in. And look at those items, actually. He's found some very fantastic items for that Camille.
Definitely, he had the IE I think after
Setsuko 想和科技强
也行吧 that early, and the IE scaling on that Camille is going to be super good, with especially the increased AD ratio from those buffs coming through. Last item can be something like a Titans as well. Usually that's considered best in slot. Did slam a Bramble, looks like, though, so not leaving a chain open. Wanted to play for tempo and is going to be okay with other items probably on that as well. As move over to Deepay, 3 Gadgettine Spellslinger player.
Deepay is
Nico, but Deepay not being on any Twisted Fates right now might be okay, just because Lulu 2 with these items I think can suffice.
Yeah, and he's heavily angling Ox with his buys here, right? We've got the Nico, we're sitting with the Alistar on the bench. If we find that Twisted Fate, it's easy to just make that pivot out, take the Lulu out, get those items rolling onto your carries. Not bad hits going into level 7, still at 30 gold. Deepay's board not looking to be in a horrible position. As you said, that Lulu carry item's going to do okay, at least for a couple more rounds here. Going up against Jukyu, we still have this hacker Warwick, but taking a lot of damage from the Lulu. We'll see if he can heal it up. He is healing quite a bit with that hacker so far. Lulu trying to chunk him down, but in between each of the casts, it looks like he's healing up. Now that he's hit the Sunfire, though, he will go down to the Lulu. She is kind of the last remaining unit, though. One more cast. Not quite going to be able to sneak through there, Deepay. Gonna find a loss after leveling up and rolling down a little bit there.
Wow, 牛两星
missing her ult diff in that fight.
Don't trust her.
Do not trust the Lux ults. They troll so much of the time. But that is a spot I want to call out from Deepay where he could feasibly be thinking about level 9. Sure, he did just lose that round, but it was still close. And one of the things we talked about to start the day was that Deepay literally never goes level 9. He has had just these playing for high tempo, rolls forever on level 8, and never reaches first place. But today he needs to change that style, I think, if he's going to be in serious conversation for top 2ing and being one of our representatives at the championship.
All the money Replay can farm here is insane. Time and a half Sivir with the Death Blade, and he's found an Urgot on 3-6 here.
哇，这个对这个螃蟹
economy and
好多钱啊
not bad. I mean, he found a Samira as well. He's actually got a pair of Samiras. This is in really good shape for Replay. I mean, this is looking like a game where Replay goes to level 9. Am I right? Like,
yeah.
逆命
3-6 and Aatrox with a pair of Samiras. Look at all this gold that he's farming. Has trade sector as well. Free rerolls to be hitting these pairs. Has a TF just for fun because Infiniteam. Yeah, this is gonna be a level 8. Find the hopefully an augment that gives +1 Infiniteam and then be able to cap out at 7.
他2星希维尔上
If that's not the case, it's still gonna be okay. The question is, will Replay try to consider?
他2星希维尔上
I don't think that'll be the case just because already level 7. A bunch of gold not rolling at this point and was only on 4 Sivir. Probably can use that as a bridging point. Does find Rammus 2 if he wants it, and it looks like he does. Could consider going to level 8, not this round because it's an awkward interval, but maybe next round as well. But I'll try to find a way to. Yeah, try to find a way to do it. A pair of Urgots at level 7 is disgusting. Level 8 rolling into one more Urgot, that could be something that farms even more gold, and we could see a level 9 insanely fast.
I mean, he's so rich. Like you said, I mean, there's no way he goes for that Sivir 3, right? It generates more money, but he doesn't need more money. He's just gonna have more money, more problems at that point. He just wants to be at level 9. He wants to be farming for these legendaries. I mean, we can see this augment if he ends up getting that Infiniteam option, but I don't even think he needs it. He can go to a full legendary board pivot out of this.
That's true.
As he gets to that late game, he doesn't even have to play Sivir anymore with the potential cap that he has, with just the amount of money that he has in his economy.
Replay 也太爽了吧！这个世界段也玩得太爽了。
This is gonna be so quick from Replay.
Oh, think fast, think fast! Holy shit! 哦，他没有拿。
Stay in that direction.
We see Think Fast and get really excited because the players take it. It's so fun to watch. But that was the correct decision that Replay made to not take it. Instead, it's going to be rolling for, say, something like a Garen 2.
What the fuck?
2, but, you know, 2 TFs in that shop just for fun. Can go up to 7 Infinity. I think in this round has a Shen upgrade. Garen 2 not coming through yet, Urgot 2 not coming through. To note, this is 2 frontline hexes, so having an emblem makes it a lot better. Copying not a Garen for now, because it's only tier 1, but copying Rammus right now and copying a Shen is just so much time that it's buying for the Sivir. And now that Rageblade is slammed on her as well, she's gonna be able to have that time to farm.
哇，这个玩法好奇特啊！他不追希维尔3星。哦，一星狼人看起来像个孩子一样。
Power to take this out. He has a lot of backline access with such a tanky front line. The Sivir having that Morgana to buffer a little bit. You should be able to get through. Warwick takes her down, but this front line is still insane. I mean, look at these 2 Rammuses going nuts. I don't know. Warwick might be able to get through. There's no healing reduction, so the hacker is actually going to go crazy for him as these Rammuses finish up the back line. It's just going to be Warwick versus the world, and I think overtime is going to be too much for this unit.
We'll see the stun comes through. Overtime hits when the Rammus is cast. Don't even need that because TF is still alive. I was going to say the front line is insane. Warwick Hacker does get past the front line, but the front line is just still alive and is way too much. As moved back over to Malala, who did take Think Fast, did not hit any 3 stars with it. That feels so low roll. I wish we got to see like instant replay of that. Maybe just got really unlucky.
Oh
maybe was slow on the rolls. We don't know.
He's fucked.
But what we do know is Malala
is fucked
in a very rough spot.
Yeah, I mean this is tough. One off Vayne, one off Fiora.
That's like 3-star Fiora, 3-star Vayne is not even enough.
And even if he hits those, it's a prismatic lobby. I mean, you get to stage 5. I don't know that Vayne 3, Fiora 3 is actually just getting you through this game.
No, it's not.
Because you're down a prismatic with that thing fast.
You need like Neela 3, Yasuo 3, Vayne 3, Fiora 3, all 3-star in order for Think Fast to like actually work. He's fucked.
Like we saw the stat, the average health at 4-5 from Lala was about 34 or 44. but he's going to be way below that at 19 at this point. So he is not even in a comfortable spot from what his playstyle wants to be. Having the TG on the Vayne isn't great either, because even if she hits tier 3, she could just roll some suboptimal items, not actually provide that much damage. Malala is kind of doomed, I think, even if he does hit the Fiora 3 and Vayne 3. Just a couple of bad matchups means that he's going to be going out. And Malala is a player that's in contention for winning out the tournament on average placement, is just behind Jukyu. Jukyu is at 3.17, Malala is at 3.33. So starting off the day with an 8th would be a massive, massive blow to that.
Yeah, I mean, we see him on the bottom side there, still misses on this most recent roll down as we jump on board with Setsuko. He did slam that Ox Force. He's got 4 Ox in. Ox Force on that Echo. Such a good use.
Why did he slam the item at Annie?
I wanted to note we had the items pop up on StreamCron, and Deepay.
Why not?
2 Star Guardians.
Echo.
In 2 Star Guardian emblems. And he was going for this composition as well towards that Ox Slingers, but 2 Star Guardian emblems can certainly add some flexibility and a lot of power to that comp.
Yeah, Setsuko we see has taken double cybernetic now with the shell as opposed, or with the uplink. Gonna be a lot more stats, especially because he does so good at spreading out these items. It's not quite enough. The TF was sitting in front of the Samira, and his front line was not able to survive long enough. And he's middle of the pack right now, and it's kind of scary being in that spot because there are 2 players that
this is way too late, man.
Play in Roby. As we move back over to Malala, who hits Fiora 3, still has not hit the Vayne, however. Fiora 3, I don't know if it's enough to stabilize.
Nope.
In fact, I really think it's not.
In contrast, we had Roby in the picture-in-picture there. He's not quite to his Camille 3, but he was rolling for it on 7. And so he's 2-starred Warwick, and he's picked up some extra strong things on his board, and that's been able to stabilize and keep him very high HP while he's still 2 Camille's away. He'll eventually get there on 7. We feel, I mean, 2 more. It's definitely possible, but his board can maintain until that point happens.
Yeah, that's super interesting. 74 HP, Camille 2.
Malala
be back in the meta. Malala facing
根本连5阶段都看不到就死了。
Right now, there is no shot this Fiora can stand toe to toe as Malala takes one of the fastest 8ths that we've seen, not even getting 2 stage 4 neutrals. Really, really subpar performance there. Not something we expected to come out from Malala, especially with the Fiora augment that is already placed so poorly in the tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Ripple finds a win. Ripple actually at 20 HP. This is his comfort zone. End of stage 4, going into stage 5, having very little HP, but then getting very strong and turning things around. Setsuko, we'll see if he can find his hits. He's got 30 gold left on level 8 right now. Has not been able to upgrade a carry just yet. Only a single Twisted Fate, a single Aurelion Soul. Has not found a Nico, so quite a lot to do for this board. He's on quite low HP as well at 32.
Yeah, definitely. It is interesting.
大剑有没有大剑？大剑硕毛 ，Nice Nico
with that Ripple overdrive point, low HP going into
逆命2星可以
but takes the least damage in stage 5 as Setsuko
尼克要2星
has a massive
哎呀，这个镜
Twisted Fate
啊，他用不了这个镜用不了
is not actually really going to play that. Yes, indeed, sells it and tries to find
没有大剑完了
like the Nico, like the Viego. Maybe Mordekaiser can find its way onto this board as well because he has an extra Ox Force slot open because that emblem that we saw the potential for earlier did actually come through. And this is Shroud Zephyr.
双 baby.
Gets an okay Shroud there, does hit the Syndra, not able to quite get it over to the Nico side in time, but he did hit some big upgrades on this roll down, and the Zephyr was on that Nico, so it was able to stop her at the very start. Now it's just up to the TF trying to get through this front line. Looks like his front line not holding as well as Deepay's. Deepay having all his extra mana from the Star Guardians. It looks like he's a stronger version of Setsuko's board for now.
Yeah, it definitely is, and might just stay to be a stronger version until Setsuko's knocked out.
Holy fuck, he is 77 gold?
Big hit, however, to start off stage 5.
What the fuck?
5 HP. This does not bode well at all. We could be seeing Ripple, I think, with that in mind. very, very quickly.
That's not right.
We see in our picture, Kindle Gems so close to so many upgrades, but he already has the 3-star Ezreal. Those are the 3-star Vi, I believe that was there. He's in still a strong position as we take a look at what Ripple is playing. It is that going to be that Jhin. He's got the Aurelion Soul upgrade as well. 4 mascot in with the Nunu.
哇，这狼人
up against Jukyu. There's the hat.
狼人还带水。
It's been a line that Jukyu has committed to for this game. The Warwick has made it onto the Aurelion Soul, but the Jhin getting to Free Fire.
Wait, did that?
Just see if the Warwick can do enough.
Okay.
I mean, it's healing plenty. Jukyu's admin is going to be just a ton of attack damage once this Warwick hits 66% HP.
Not
there
enough.
He goes, tearing up. Ripple gonna go down in 7th, and another low placement for Ripple in the regional final.
Ripple there not playing the 3 Renegade Jhin line. I mean, that Jhin just did not do enough damage.
Wait, Masada, are you watching this?
And Warwick on the other side.
Look at this.
Just way too much to handle. Kindle Gem.
Look at this.
On the rising spell force, Ezreal has hit now the Malphite 3, 1 away from Vi as well, but triple Q code, triple Chalice on the Gangplank. Ezreal's gonna be doing so much damage.
I just can't wait to see this like first.
I've
gotten to see this all game. Triple Q cone on this. All right, give me a full health. Give me a full health unit. Give me somebody for this Ezreal to just delete. Boom! One more on the Camille. Yeah, hit the Camille. Come on, let's get a big one from Kindle Gem, because right now Roby's board is running over him. Where is it gonna go? Doesn't hit the Camille, so he's gonna lose the fight. Oh, needs to hit that Camille. But if he does, I do think that fight is winnable for Kindle Gem. It's all about the positioning. It's about the fight RNG. As Jukyu's finding some more wins here with the Warwick jumping all over this board.
Warwick jumping everywhere and doing enough damage to take out Setsuko exactly.
Setsuko 没了.
Wow, Setsuko in 6 to start off game number 1 of the final day of NA Regionals.
决斗拽.
Very surprising to see Setsuko fall out there. It felt like he found quite a few hits and ends up losing the exact amount he needs there.
哇，低配拿了一个硕毛，好爽啊
Juku gonna grab a mascot.
Replay 第一了，这场 replay 第一了。
Finding a Zephyr. I think that's huge. He has so much offense in his items. He doesn't really need any more. He just needs.
Replay 长这个样子，实在是真的有点可怕。
Oh, replay, we were talking about it earlier, was insanely rich, gets to go level 9.
Oh my, what is this shop?
It's still a good, you know, looking on the gold on the bench, let's say still a good like 50 plus gold to roll with, basically, to find whatever he wants. Still on that Urgot pair, not actually running it anymore, but is going to be looking for 4 cost 3.
电刀摩甘娜
come out so much yesterday, with Aatrox's and Samira's, and there's already
电
5
刀摩甘娜
Samira's to replay, 62 HP, such a
路线卖掉
This just looks so good.
块
Yeah, he still has that Rammus being doubled too, so he's got room to replace it with like a.
他没有卖路线，他想要开7未来吗？
There's a lot.
真的假的？还要开7未来？
to make it even better, and it's
哦，他要转职。哦，他要转职。
Are gonna have a good time beating this. Like Kindle Gem looks strong with this rising spell force Ezreal with all that ability power, all these 3 stars that he's hit, and he's just getting run over by Replay's board. He cannot break through that front line, and he's gonna drop down to 7 HP.
If Kindle Gem bought 4s from this spot, that would be so devastating. His Ezreal does so much damage, but got run over by the Camille.
Because Warwick is so fucking disgusting.
Who's high rolling this game? There's really just no other way around it. So if Kindle Gem has one more bad matchup, that's just a bot 4. Look over, we see, you know, getting to reuse the Zephyr, good remover. But there's not that many units to place.
他用镜开出高骇客，好酷哦
His Malphite is just not going to be tanky whatsoever.
DPS Malphite
in this next fight. Yeah, DPS Malphite, and even on the Vi, at least there's some, you know, healing there. The Bloodthirster going to help out with the HP, but still not the item.
Kindle Gem 不能被狼人抓，他只要被狼摸到他就死了。
He has to find a spot where the Kai'Sa or the Lee Sin can.
对，这是不是
5？ Is he able to find?
哦，他是去吸。
He's just not gonna play.
哦，他有一个转职给派克，然后让他去吸派克。
Feels like he wins this round anyway. He's playing against a Ghost. The Ezreal's doing plenty of damage. I mean, if he can win with these rolls, get way better rolls on the Thieves Gloves, find a good Zephyr on the next fight, that's going to be huge, but it's no guarantee he even wins this one. Getting the Warwick down, though, bodes well.
Good.
Just the Ezreal. Shouldn't go down to the Jhin in time. There's one more cast.
Here we go.
Kindle Gem stays alive. Roby dropping down to 5 HP. And Jukyu.
5骇客，这是5骇客。5骇客用那个派克去吸，这好酷哦。 Riftwalker 版本的骇客。
A lot of players, we actually saw this earlier in the tournament as well. Players are just not used to positioning against hacker anymore. It feels like it's like brain off. Oh, my carries are just gonna be in the back line. Oh, a Warwick's on my face. Ah, I guess that sucks, right? And he's finding so many wins off the back of that. Kindlegem actually as well did a great job recognizing the positioning. Actually was the one player to the inverse of that position against the hacker Warwick and was rewarded with that. It was a ghost round though, so might have lost if it wasn't a ghost, but gets to save that Zephyr and gets to live another round as we go into stage 6 and maybe find a top 4 off the back of that, as Roby now 2 losses in a row is really feeling the pressure.
哦，他和牧人，牧人狼人，
or potentially that Warwick there, get another good item, have that secondary carry. Is a brawler on
攻速了，这只能选攻速，40%攻速。
defense that this character does get, and scale so well off that HP.
Yeah, for admin, I didn't see any AD there. Attack speed was the second best thing it looked like from that quick glance. So he's not actually going to be playing the for admin at all. Needs to land a big Zeph or a big Shroud, excuse me, and have Camille be on the right side, but she's not.
Shroud's gonna miss. Camille is far away from this Ezreal. We'll see if it can wrap there. The Zephyr gonna be nice from the side of Kindlegem, getting the Warwick, slowing the secondary carry.
Ezreal's 贴到那个卡米尔了。
Ezreal's gonna be able to take out the Camille, and that should be able to win the fight for Kindlegem. Kindlegem gonna hold on for a top 4. He's done it. He takes out Roby here. Wait. There is the stop from that Edge of Night. Not able to do it though. And Roby gonna go down. Kindlegem hangs on. Jukyu gonna win against the Ghost and hold on to this win streak.
Wow, Kindlegem being able to hold on to that Zephyr was big in that round, and the positioning as well on the opposite side of the Camille. She de-aggroed because the Malphite rolled into an Edge of Night, so walked to the back line, took out the MF, walked back, but one more Samira for replay. That's going to be a huge hit. Replay will have all but secured the lobby win at that point.
You've seen so many 3-star Samiras and 3-star Aatroxes in this tournament so far.
他盖伦要有三个那个了。
sought after forecast.
他盖伦要有3个那个了。
So
笑死。
frequently we have found, but a great Zephyr from Kindlegem. This is
他
how he's
没有
gonna
给
have
他
to
给
win this.
了
Able to stop that Samira from damage early. The Ezreal ramping up with that rising spell force, trying to punch through. Looks like a good spot for Kindlegem. Not able to take down the Samira just yet, though, and the Ezreal rips through everything. The ultimate Ezreal, that is. Kindlegem gonna go down, not able to take out replay as Jukyu finally losing a fight, but he lives with 1 HP as he tries to hold on to make this a top 2 instead of a top 3.
Big hit to Jukyu, but still survives. Replay has rolled a ton of gold. Dare we even say never punish.
还是2个萨米拉。
Only needs the 1 for Samira 3, and now the victory march commences. This is such a capped Infinite Team board. Fiddlesticks 2 being the carrier of the Infinite Team, having double Fiddle, having the Samira 3. I don't think there's any way that he's gonna lose.
Yeah, insanely capped the board. You mentioned it earlier. Yes, it was a bit of a high roll from replay, but the way that he executes when he does is beautiful every time. This is why we have seen this player go to 9 so much. This is why we have seen him win so many games. Replay once again, just putting on a clinic of what to do from this high roll position. Replay should be able to just march towards the first DP on 1 HP after that fight, so barely not a double kill.
1 HP and a dream, but it might just continue to be a dream.
It's more like a nightmare, Crowan. It's more like a nightmare. Get me out. Get me out of this game. Go next. Replay's got everything. Go over to this board. Start pinging. Unless DP is close to like a 5-cost 3-star, which he is not. DP still notably on level 8. Not capping this board for a first, but having a consistent performance. He's still, a top 2. That can do it.
If DP goes 2-2-2-2, yeah, maybe he can still work out with this. We were criticizing maybe the style of play coming into this, never going 9 means you never get first, means you're probably gonna be unlikely to hit top 2, but still getting here is so impressive. Hopefully he can keep it up, because this is gonna be replay surely taking it here. The Shroud as well onto the Nico in the back line. Cass, replay is gonna close it out.
Yeah, victory march here. Just, the fiddles are gonna start going, scaring everything away, as this Samira just needs to clean up with that ace. One more cast. There it goes. DPay down, replay.
这太可怕了。
Continuing the dominance in this tournament.
运气太好了，我操。
Place here in game number 1 of our finals.
Oh man, was there anything that deep?
真的就他妈是车过去，刚刚那一场 replay 就真的他妈就是很简单，车过去就行了。我操，那是经济碾压所有人。 看他们想要讲什么。
Oh my goodness. But it looked like, honestly, that we were really seeing replay hunting for that for a while. Just kind of like sitting
我去煮一下热水，我有点渴。
Hello, where's my fire?
你去拿个热水。
He had to do it. He had to go through. He was so rich that game. Just the entire game. He had so much money, so many different economic options. Right. He had the time and a half on Sivir. He's got the trade sector to continue to roll down. I mean, he just had such a wealth of money. The early Urgot helping farm some money too. Crazy game.
For sure. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't work out so well for our bottom 4 players to kick off this game number 1. And so when you look at like Setsuko, for example, somebody that is a favorite coming into today, what was going on there where Setsuko had got the 6th? Was it just being contested?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of the case. Setsuko was in an okay spot, but nothing crazy. He opened up with the Annie-Burning Spirit. His direction was already kind of secured. He had fine items, but again, stuck in that trap of one of the more contested comps, being the Oxlingers. People are stuck on TF1 for a long time, stuck on the Nico one, not able to itemize both of the carries, not able to get the Viego online. And one player, maybe 2 players are gonna just unfortunately fall in the bot 4 there. Setsuko just was the unfortunate recipient. Can't even say that he played that bad because we were actually talking up how well he played the early game, securing that loss streak, being able to, you know, level up with a bunch of gold, roll down, just kind of didn't hit when he needed to.
Yeah, Oxforce and Spellslingers definitely look like a hot commodity when it comes down to playing in this final lobby, but it is only 1 lobby in 1 game. So you've got this first game under your belt, you get a chance to take a look at how the rest of the field of competition tried to navigate that first game, and you can start to make some adjustments.
再比 replay 这两个7分8分。
First place, DPay in second. You can see how the rest of that first game shook out. Not really too many surprises here, as it's really going to be about games 2, 3, and 4 to start to look at who may be our front runners going into those first and second place positions, as well as who's keeping their average placement high. Jukyu was leading the charge there at a 2.91 at 3rd place. Still gonna feel pretty nice heading into the final few games, but that's gonna do it for game number 1. When we come back from the break, we'll have game 2 upon us.
快点把6场打完吧。2分钟。 噔噔噔噔噔，嗯哼，嗯哼哼嗯，我们听细细的歌吧。
I definitely have some questions about what's going on with the average placement rate that we have, is that's one of the spots we're giving away. And so, like, Malala took an 8th there. Pretty uncharacteristic, Admirable. Was towards the top there for the average placements heading into today.
Yeah, this is kind of a big hit coming into it, this one. You know, Jukyu led the pack coming into it, and after that was Malala, and then it was Setsuko. Jukyu finished with a 3rd, which is technically above their average placement. Way to go. That's a big finish for them. Malala and Setsuko, however, now have fallen down on that average placement. So Jukyu sits at 3.15. Replay is in second now at 3.62. So this is a pretty wide margin considering 3rd place is 3.69, 3.85, etc. It kind of slowly cascades its way down. Jukyu is ahead by a pretty far margin. Now, it doesn't mean it's over just yet, but Jukyu, if they can consistently put up top 4 finishes in this one, even if you can't qualify by being top 2 in points, you could easily find yourself there by average finish. It is really tough for someone to beat you at average finish at this point and find yourself not in the top 2 unless you were just bombing out games. So if you could just not bomb out games at this point, big thumbs up for Jukyu.
And let's talk about Jukyu a little bit, because Jukyu played the hacker Warwick in that very first game, and Casanova and Crow were talking a little bit about, you know, do players really have preparation to play against something like hacker or position against it? Dan, what's your take on hacker right now in the current meta?
I think there's spots for it. I think Jukyu showed that he's willing to play those spots, and he executed pretty well. And maybe you have an opportunity to see it in game number 2 as well.
Yep, well, we're going to go ahead and get right into games, so please have fun.
All right, game number 2. We are at the NA Regional Finals. Monsters attack. 3 players will be securing a spot at the set championships here. And Dan, we have one of my least favorite opening carousels. Belt, 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 tier, 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 and some gloves.
Yeah, it's some people's least favorite. I actually really like this one because it forces you to play differently than just, you know, auto select like sword or bow or rod, like the traditional offensive items that a lot of people really like. Not to mention you don't have the traditional defensive items. So I appreciate that it nudges you into a different direction.
这应该是留两露露，然后留拉克斯。
You know, say for example, there's 3 tiers out, and all of a sudden there's 3 people also kind of chasing the same tree. But I think there's a really interesting challenge in that respect. I think some people don't like glove, and rightfully so. It does feel like a lot of the glove components can feel awkward, and now that more people are playing Last Whisper or playing more Morgana than ever before, it feels like Last Whisper is also not even necessarily that important. So I can understand the sentiment between glove feeling pretty bad right now.
I do want to specify that it's one of my least favorite to play. When I watch it, I'm with the same mindset that you are, which is just, this is very unusual openings for a lot of the players. I do like when players are having to push outside of their boundary and come up with different ideas. It's just, when I'm in this spot, I'm like, oh no, what am I going to do? I always just feel so, it's like apprehensive. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just a weird feeling that I get in this one.
Oh yeah, your voice is really deep as it addresses some existential midlife crisis, which I can get, man. You've been in the game for quite some time. It's just TFT, man. It's not that deep.
I think you could be right, but I'm on board with you on that one. Augment to open with things. And
超音之星
first place, and frankly, quite a ridiculous first place as well. Like, how often do you get to level 9?
这应该是拿 Cyber Uplink， 然后和法爆，然后走某种 AP， 然后用锁指甲开某种弹装。
Uplink, which is leaning more towards AP. I am curious how comfortable he feels in AP tree, as Replay has been specializing more in AD tree. And he's been a player that's been capping his board a lot. He's been going to level 9 50% of his games. And I think that's also been some of the reasons why he even bought 2'd in a couple of tournament games, because he was trying really hard to play for a max cap situation, which is often what AD needs to do. AP compositions can get it done with a lot of the 4 costs. AD really needs the power of overwhelming brute force, which is oftentimes what legendaries provide.
And lock it early on here. And look at what Malala's got going on. Sell some of the board. Blue buff. Metabolic. 10 gold. I'm getting an idea here from Malala's side.
Yep. Going for Lulu reroll with hearts and supers. Now, Replay decided to slam a Locket, which is pretty interesting. Seems like he's very tempo focused. Wants to try and get that win streak. Locket is also not that bad of an item if you want to play into Oxforce Spellslingers, and it is an item that you can play as a one-of on one champion and get cybernetic value without worrying about investing further. And having to feel like you need 3 items on a frontliner like Annie. So I'm curious what Jukyu is going to be doing, but we'll check in with him later as we take a look at the breakout performer.
Oh, Masato, look. Nasa's potential?
By far, the most impressive
Masato?
so far has been Jukyu.
Nasa's potential?
A couple of different angles, but he also is playing a lot of AD.
Look.
And I noticed the thing about Jukyu that's
I think this is Nasa's. He has RFC, Last Whisper, Sword, probably just playing Warwick, but we can pray that he's playing Nasa's.
And figure out himself. As long as, of course, he's not losing to Aurelion Soul at the end of stage 4. There's a moment yesterday we watched where, he accidentally played too weak of a board to prep his Warwick, and he lost and didn't get the anvil. As long as we can avoid those moments, he's pretty much been solid all the way through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that's definitely the kind of moment you want to avoid in that one. But, that's a really good question to bring up in playstyle, especially when you're finding yourself in a top 8 position in a tournament. As difficult as this one is, if someone's going off the beaten path and playing things that are uncontested, you're trading a lot of capacity just simply for consistency at that point. When you're able to make that work a lot, it has to make you think, how important is consistency versus just raw power that you can get on the board.
All right, well, the raw power of the board that Setsuko is looking for has not resulted in 2 wins, but he did win his second fight, so maybe he can put together a good streak. The thing about Setsuko's spot is that I know Setsuko wants to lean around the very solid 4 cost, but the Spellslingers really were doing great until the Prismatic came about and was not able to actually put together something meaningful. I'm curious if Setsuko also wants to go into Gadgetines. He does have an extra Annie, and if he goes for, Annie 3, hits Gnar, gets the Gadgetines online, there might be a possibility for Setsuko to just lean into a really high cap board, because I think that 6th place, while it wasn't the worst result compared to Malala and Ripple Overdrive, does set him pretty far back in terms of standings to start things off.
Yeah, still 5 games to go on this one, so you got to keep your head up and look for some strong finishes in this one. And I think that's really what's going to be on the radar here. This is going to be another loss, though, so back and forth on the fights. 3 level into 5 as well, so still 10 gold in the bank. Double item off the carousel here. This is one of those spots where I feel like for Setsuko, it's at what point do you commit to kind of going one way or the other, or are you still going to kind of try to consistently conserve some of your HP while also not spending a ton of your gold? I feel like Setsuko's going to operate a lot better when he's got a lot of resources in the bank. I feel like if he doesn't have a ton of resources in the bank, how are you going to find those first place finishes, those second place finishes? Something that Setsuko has consistently been good at. When you look at the top 4 rate that Setsuko has held this tournament, it is massive. It feels like there's just been a couple of bottom 4s peppered into the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, all throughout the set, honestly. Not even just the tournament, he's been super consistent. Ripple Overdrive, a player that we talked about, one of my picks to go through today, ends up with a rough start, but now you can kind of see a little bit of why the Gadgetine line is something to be encouraged. It's very, very good. 2 players were angling for it. Ripple Overdrive and Deepay had a Prankster to start things off. So that adds a lot of the color of why maybe Setsuko shouldn't be leaning into that. Instead, Setsuko is going for a stage 2-5 underground start because he found a Samira. And that is a position of comfort, but also not exactly what you usually see. 2-5 is often considered too late for underground. You might get a few people who say that might be the latest I'm willing to take it, but how far will he actually go for this cash out?
Yeah, that is, I think, the big question about this. I'd say that from what I've typically heard from players when I hear them talking about advice, or when I've spoken with them personally while playing through a game, is that 2-5 is about the latest they're willing to go. Afterwards, it's not considered worth it. You're going to get more value out of simply putting together a strong streak on one way or the other, either losing very softly or just continuing to win in a row. So I will be curious to see where that goes. I think that maybe Samira is one of the biggest influences to it because it can be a key unit in a lot of situations. Talking about the Gadget Team line, one of the big things that's here is that an Ancient Archives has showed up the Ripple Overdrive spot, and they found a Gadget Team emblem. I feel like that's got to be easily one of the biggest incentives you can have for it. But now we're battling for a 5 streak here from Replay's side. This Locket has so far shown that it is worth a ton right now, and this is a 1-star board we're talking about.
Yeah, and he actually had a pretty interesting decision of whether or not he wanted to put the Sunfire Cape onto the Morgana or the Rel. It might seem a little bit weird. Morgana is more of a range unit. Why would you put her with Sunfire Cape? But remember, any damage activated via Morgana activates her passive of Sundering and Shredding. So that does include Sunfire Cape. A lot of people look at Static Shift, for example, maybe even Runa's Hurricane, but don't forget, some of these weirder items like Bramble Vest and Sunfire Cape can also get it done. That being said, all is well in Replay land. This guy is a beast. And now he hits an Annie 2. It looks like he's in firm control of this game to slingshot his way into that AP tree. And he does have that Jewel Gauntlet slam. Let's see how far he can take the streak.
Honestly, this was such a heads-up call on a lot of this spot, too. I don't think that the Gadget Team was like the main intent here for Replay. It's really more of a placeholder, I think, to activate Cybernetic uplink value. You have items spread across 3 units. Your Locket value spreading across your entire board. Like, this is just a really strong stage 2 from Replay's side, where you have a lot of 1-star units who are getting the job done. Like, it's pretty uncommon, I'd say, to see a 5 streak with that.
Yeah, and I think it's just to go to show you that he really understands how to capitalize off tempo. Plus, some convenient players in the pool want the loose streak like Malala and Robovan. Hits a Rel too, my goodness. That's got to be a strong case to either
除了露露以外全部一星，消耗死，全部2星，消耗死。
He assumes that it's worth it. He's going to go down to 20 gold if he does that. But if there's any players that could challenge him, he's considering it. Deepay, Ripple Overdrive, and Malala are back in the pool, though. That's not a really strong case. Malala, we know, is lose streaking until he finds Lulu 3 online. And Ripple and Deepay do not have strong boards on paper. Malala is the player that is on the other side. This is excellent recognition by Ripple Overdrive. I think so many players would just autopilot and level to 6 for no reason. But now, by scouting around and seeing that there's a really strong chance that he gives him to a player that's different to him.
137 ，Oh my God， 他37块，5连胜，质量完全没有问题。他3高2根本不需要低，速8尽逆命。
Oh my goodness, is this going to be
好爽啊
there we go. Pantheon falls. Yeah, and the units are too far spread apart. Wow.
好可怕
really close, and honestly, stuff like that makes me nervous, but that's the exact kind of situation that Replay is looking for. It's how to capitalize in those exact spots.
Okay.
老实说，这个安妮是不错的，这个安妮不错了，这个安妮就很棒。
That he could roll for another Annie augment and play around it. This is also one of those really unusual spots where you can think about alternative carries if you want to go for, say, a 3 cost. But I think Burning Spirit is too reliable given that he already has Annie 2 and he already has this Jewel Gauntlet and the Shiv Slam. If he only had Shiv Slam, or perhaps only Jewel Gauntlet and had a floating tier, he could have considered something like Power Grid. But this makes a little bit too much sense to me. Very, very solid choice. In the meantime, looking at some other players, Ripple Overdrive, who was going for that early Gadgeteen, has hit a Gnar 2 and now is in the pool, which means Ripple replays win streaks on borrowed time. He's not actually going to beat some comps like Ripple Overdrive's board, so he's going to try to hope that he doesn't match into him.
Maximize it. If you're going to lose, lose by the least you can. And if you're going to win, do it by spending the least amount that you can as well. I don't imagine you're looking to punish players right now. You're looking to reward yourself as much as you can. And this was a pretty big boost, I'd say, off Burning Spirit here. And again, the item spread here is good. You've got 2-star on a 2 damage item carry at this point. Continue
这个 replay 有点过分，有一点过分。他啥也没滴，然后就全部2星，5连胜。用鸟盾开5连胜，然后这样打进去，好离谱啊！真强，真的强。这一场唯一有可能比得过他就是 Setsuko。Setsuko 如果能够开到一波大的话，也许可以上8上9跟 Reaper 打看。
Heist, his underground, as he is skipping his first one. Taking a look at some of the hero augments, the most interesting choice is Ripple Overdrive going for an Alistar, which means that Ripple Overdrive may have messed up his hero tailoring, because you are looking for Gnar 100% of the time, and the fact that he got a Alistar augment meant that he tailored his hero augments to allow Alistar to be in the pool, and that is a pretty significant mistake. If so, I didn't see the spot, so I can't confirm 100%. But if my instinct is clear, I think that might be something that sabotages Ripple down the line, preventing him from that top 1. He's still in a pretty good spot with that Gnar too, though.
Yeah, I will say that is one of the biggest things that I was here too. Is that it's actually very.
你点冰的，然后你加了冰块。
From this, we're seeing DPay on Gnar support with this one.
为什么你要冰块？
瓜。We're seeing Robovan facing off against Setsuko right now, who's on the carry.
真的吗？没有冰的选项，没有冰块的选项吗？
Stand up to me in my head. This is very rarely taken, and when I see it taken, honestly, it hasn't really performed super well on top of that. But
没有冰的选项。
does have a chance to win in some regard. The question is how they win and when they win. Maybe you can turn that into something that doesn't end up feeling like a disaster at the end of the day. And then across the item spread,
Setsuko 拿了个狼人配件，他想要转进狼人吗？他是英雄海克斯，好像非爱，对不对？那说不定其实是可以的。
And still, you know, we're seeing 2 players at the top of this one. Replay still in the streak. DPay is starting to put together a streak. Juke just found 2-star Garen.
Wow, Juke, insane top for him to be hit and Garen 2 this early. Looking at Malala, Lulu 3 is online, as well as a couple of other 3-stars, so he's looking really strong. In the meantime, Ripple Overdrive's position does not look very good. He actually picks, I believe it's a Stubborn, which is the Magic Shred variation of Alistar, which is not a bad effect. It's just not particularly super impressive. And also the fact that he's playing things like Morgana, which he already does inherently provide that through her passive, feels way worse. So Ripple Overdrive spot, kind of go back to what we said. This is a reason why when you're playing the Gadget Team line, highly recommended against including units like Alistar or Oxforce in your 3-1 board, because of the possibility of exactly what happened to Ripple.
Yeah, it's just not synergizing well with what your team's trying to do, and especially not right now. You know, maybe at some point you get to cut Morgana from your team, but it's kind of tough in my opinion to cut Morgana from the team. This is one of the strongest units that you have in the game, especially sitting in a 3-cost spot. It's not.
Oh no! I used the wrong fucking dice, you fucking idiot!
So this Alistar augment really feels more to me like it's an Alistar.
没关系。
It just gives you an Alistar. Yeah.
More than anything, I agree with that.
On the 5 streak here, levels to 7, a little bit unconventional of a spot, but if you're trying to keep together a 5 streak going into the Wolves on stage 3, this is something you're going to have to do at times. It's these unconventional spots, I think, that really spell out a lot of player strengths. It's unusual you find yourself in these situations, but when you do, you have to make the most of them.
Man, DPay really is the second coming of Robinson, isn't he? At least early Robinson, who was rolling way too hard and never going to 9, seeming to play for like a top 4 place. The DPay is taking that, but he's kind of making it his own because he is so willing to roll even farther than other players, and he's still losing despite all of that investment. I understand why he rolled to 0. He really wanted to beat Replay going into it, but that streak has now ended, and DPay could be free falling down the standings.
Heartbreaking loss to take at that spot. Okay. Honestly, if that's the loss you're going to take, I kind of respect your willingness to contest Replay on this one. You know, you're kind of playing almost like for the sake of the lobby in the tournament as well. You're like, someone's got to beat this guy, or he's just going to run away with this. Like, if Replay can put together back-to-back first place, it's we have one spot left in the tournament that we can grab. So you're going to have to take some of those risks at times. I don't know if it's the right risk to take, but hats off to it for the amount of courage it takes to do something like that. We'll see if he can just put something back together here. That was 0 gold going into Wolves. And so now the question is, how can you do the most out of this? For replay, I imagine that it's going to be evaluating the spot, how much do you need to spend versus have you done enough, and now you can coast for a bit and take advantage of the resources you've accumulated. I'm curious to see which direction they take that. We're seeing a big supers board being put together from Malala on the bottom left, and meanwhile, everyone rolling for this one. Kindle Gem trying to decide whether or not you want to free up that Zhonya's or whether you want to use it here right now. Pantheon 3 found from Malala as well. This is, oh my gosh, this is not the time to queue into this board.
No, this is just when Malala continued to spike. Although Malala's still not at full power, but if he can get a third item, and heaven forbid he finds another gold hero augment in the form of Axiom-Arc, that this might be lights out for the rest of the lobby. Malala also has metabolic accelerating, meaning that all that HP that he traded early isn't actually going to be that big of a deal if he can put together like a stage, a win streak. He'll be right back in the middle of things. And Kindle Gem looks, quite frankly, pretty lost on his roll down. He rolled halfway of his gold, found Kai'Sa, 5 Kai'Sas, has the Shiv and the Zhonya's, but he's pretty far away from setting up a good Kai'Sa board. And it is a gold tier augment. And so now I have to wonder for Kindle Gem, what does he actually want? If he wants to stretch to include this Kai'Sa 3 possibility, I'm starting to think that maybe Ancient Archives might be something he considers, because maybe he can go into something else, but none of those options are pretty appealing. And these aren't particularly strong either. He's going for Axiom-Arc. He finds his second Mordekaiser on 7. I'm just gonna let this guy cook, man. I feel like he can go in so many different directions. Is he gonna actually lead into this Kai'Sa 3? The lady that led him down this path was Kai'Sa, but he is going to abandon the path. No longer gonna actually lean into this Kai'Sa beyond level 7 if he can survive.
他想玩什么？他这个海克斯想玩什么？是玩逆命吗？应该是玩逆命，对不对？
What's happening here? Setsuko, meanwhile, finds a second win. Big boost to the front line in this one. Relying a lot on Bel'Veth to get through this stage, but honestly, that is a great way to rely on this stage right now. Bel'Veth 2 with a strong front line. Sign me up.
Wow.
Right. Well, Kindle Gem, that admin helps gain maximum HP at the start of each fight. Probably hoping to have scaled this board, but I think this is a product of Kindle Gem thinking about the possibility around playing Hacker LeBlanc and did not get that, and now is pivoting out, and as a result, he just basically doesn't have the good sides of anything. He was not able to capitalize off LeBlanc tempo. He's not able to actually follow through and pivot out and go to Spell Slingers. Kindle Gem is just going 8th, and it doesn't feel like there's anything you can do to stop it at the moment. I think he's already made his bet.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those spots where everything might have been falling apart. That point, you just don't have a clear direction, and it's tough to figure out what direction to go from there. Setsuko's board, meanwhile, this is just fantastic right now. You have a pile of gold. You've had good HP conservation. You have very clear direction in this. Like this is a great spot for Setsuko to come back from last game.
他这里为什么不合无尽啊？我其实不是很懂为什么他这里不合无尽。他想要贪死剑吗？他想贪死剑吗？
Armor 2, which is pretty solid. If he's able to have these 3-star units get extra HP.
为什么这里不把无尽合下去？他想贪死剑是不是？
A lot of the big HP from
贪死剑有点要求有点高。
Last time he was on screen, but he did take Joy Siphon, which is a throwback to what we saw at the very beginning of 8.5 glitched out. We saw a ton of this composition roll everything over because of the healing, and you can start to see why Setsuko is just repeatedly attacking the same targets over and over without actually making meaningful progress and damage, and that is what Mascots tries to achieve, winning through the battle of attrition. And Robovan Kenobi, the man who takes the path of least resistance, once again is streaking and showing you why he is a threat in any lobby, because he's willing to play these unconventional lines.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great standout explanation for what exactly Mascots is trying to do. If you don't have scaling damage throughout the fight, and you can't burst down champions right away, Mascots win. And that's why it's such an important distinction to make, those spots where something like Rageblade can make a difference. Not a strong item, but if the fight goes forever, suddenly looking fantastic against a team like that. You're both going to stand up for a long time, and eventually Lulu has a possibility to take over. It's really something that I feel like Robovan does a lot in lobbies, is trying to get a read of what other players are doing as well. Not only just taking the lines that are uncontested.
Replay 一张匿名都没有，一张匿名都没有。
Replay here, I am loving this spot that Replay is in as well.
一张匿名都没有，零。
Back this up. You have plenty of items to work with at this point, and now you're starting to get a little bit of a trade out. So upgrading the damage here feels like what Replay wants to be focused on. But right now, when you're queuing into Malala at this point, Malala, I think, has the strongest hand.
Yeah, Malala is a player who looks like I think he took a loss, but still is very strong. And now he has JG onto his Lulu. His augments are actually not as insane as it could be. So yes, he's got the right components of it, but he actually lacks a lot of the augment power that really makes this pop. So that's really good for Replay because he's going to lose this fight, but he's not going to lose that fight by that many units, which is a huge thing because this Lulu, sometimes when she gets rolling with that Axiom Arc and she just keeps chain healing with Gunblade, she wins by 4 to 6 units and you're not able to kill anything. And so Replay takes a pretty good loss. The bad news is that Replay is very far away. Not a single Twist of Fate. He was playing Gadgetines and deep into stage 4. It's because he doesn't have an alternative. His best item holder is a Lux 2 and a Sona 1. That is not a good spot there for Replay.
It takes some time to get it going. Robovan, meanwhile, wants to find themselves in the top 4 spot for this one. They take a loss in the last round. Again, the question is how tough are those losses that you're taking? Also, you still have some preparation that can benefit.
他有转职吗？他是有转职的。
It's going to take a little bit of calculation as well.
Oh, jeez. I mean, we do have Morello for Replay for that, but it's not going to help much against the.
像这种没转职不能玩啊！他好爽啊！他4阶段出转职也太可怕了。
Kill those units, otherwise they will still heal just at a reduced rate. And it looks like not only is Robovan winning, but he's also not losing any units. That Nasus 2 has been drawing aggression since the beginning of the fight and is just out healing Viego and Sona's damage. And it does not matter what Replay can do here. He's just
这拉姆斯死不了，这拉姆斯死不了。
Holy smokes. That's almost as much as you get. Only Alistar and Nasus dropped that fight.
Yeah, that is... When 1 or 2 units die in stage 4,
真他妈拉姆斯
that's
死
a
不
big
了。
hit, and that's not the ones you want to be facing at the moment. Over on Jukyu's side, this is a win they've put together, but a pile of gold in the bank right now. The items are looking pretty good here as well, but this is a lot of offensive components. But I feel like this is a spot where you could really make something of this. Salvage Bin, I feel like, I'm sorry, that's not Salvage Bin, is it?
It is Salvage Bin.
It is Salvage Bin. I feel like this is one of the augments we've seen players get lost with the most, or make mistakes in a round, or have something tough to do. This is always one I have my eye out on, where it's order of operations.
这装备卖太快了，装备卖太快了，这装备不能这样卖的。
Quick, you're gonna have so many decisions to make. You don't want to leave.
你有 salvage bin 这样子卖装备好危险的。
Teleported to another board for a fight, so you have to be quick and you have to be decisive.
And speaking of quick, he wants to quickly get 2-star units. His front line is pretty insane. He has, you know,
他被维斯没2个星没有伤害的，他需要萨米拉。
His backline is 1-star.
他需要萨米拉或贝尔维斯2星。
Man tempering can be good enough. This is really good call out that man tempering works well with Bel'Veth.
摩甘娜跟龙王换。
Really often. She's actually pretty good as a low mana cost activator. So if you had admin, for example, on ability path, it's quite good. Redemption probably going to be the item of choice in the front line.
这雷文其实也要留的。
He's going to make Thieves Gloves. He already has Last Whisper, so he doesn't really need that. He's got a ton of AD items. Thieves Gloves is the weapon of choice, but he still has either a Runins or a Bloodthirster or a Giant Slayer available, but no actual units to hold it. And GQ is going to suffer from the same problem as Replay. Fantastic front line, pretty good setup, but if it doesn't have enough DPS, he's just going to struggle. This Rammus is actually immortal somehow.
等一下，可以把贝尔维斯弄死吗 ？Nice.
And because of that, Robovan was the player who lacked damage, getting stuck on the mech. Everyone's front line is actually pretty cracked. It's just that it feels like everyone else is lacking the damage. Finally, we look at someone's board who might be having damage, and it looks like it's Ripple Overdrive with that Gadgeting TF to help supplement that Gnar.
This is the tier, belt, glove carousel's fault. No wonder I struggle with this. I don't know how to get any damage together.
You're actually right. People are just lacking sharp offensive items. So it does feel like I think that's a pretty good spot on analysis because of the starting components. It's been really awkward for everybody this game.
Kindlegym's on a win streak, by the way, sitting at 15 HP, and we're in stage 5 right now. This is pretty uncommon that you don't see a player like genuinely in danger when you get to spots like that. We've seen players knocked out before Wolves. We have a chance to see all 8 players alive here going into stage 5 carousel.
Yeah, I usually see a little bit of drop off. We could potentially see if Ripple takes a pretty big loss, Dissipate ramping up. Time to duel indeed. Replay though, getting the kill on the Nunu, which is his backline access, has to go to the front door. Doesn't end up getting a kill and looks like she'll be able to clean it up unless the Twister finishes it off.
没有匿命。
Takes a pretty big loss to the Deep. All of a sudden, Kindlegym making me eat my words.
这场太多匿命了，我没有人。
Once again,
哎呦
proving everyone wrong. And you can start to see a little bit of what's happening. Malala, 1.5 stages later, still had not actually meaningfully improved his board state. He went to 7 and still was playing the exact same board for almost an entire stage. Not to mention, we also said that Malala's augments are actually not even that good for Lulu. And this is the drawback of it. I think Malala was hoping to hit that Axiom mark, hit that Battle Mage, hit something that would be really good. And so far, it has not paid off. Let's see if he can go toe-to-toe with Ripple Overdrive.
One of the matchups I feel like I like if I'm in Malala's spot right now. It's not a pile of damage that's coming through, so you have time to build up the Lulu and make the most of it. I feel like when Lulu gets collapsed on, that's when you're going to struggle the most right now. But nothing is getting collapsed on right now, and when that's happening, these Lulu hits are going to start to build up and become more and more powerful. The Nunu's cranking a lot of damage through on this one right now, but it is in the wrong place at the wrong time at this point. Maybe this next hit could drive something.
他被
Nunu damage coming through.
他被 Nunu 给他差点被 Nunu 给压死了。哇
One direction right now. Kindlegym and Deepay
Wow.
far out in 8th and 7th place. Wow.
Honestly, that's kind of a good 7th from Kindlegym relative to the position that he put himself in. I think the fact that he was 30-something HP behind and found a way to climb out of 8th was great. The spot that he got himself into was not ideal, but that's the thing about TFT. Sometimes you just take the wrong early game line commitments, and you just have to make the best of it. And I think Kindlegym would be happy. He should be happy in the moment about the 7th. Obviously, he's not happy about going bot 2.
It's tough. That's the chaotic nature. These situations is sometimes it's just not going to go your way sometimes. When that happens, you have to make the most of it. It's tough to be finding yourself in these spots right now. But
Ascension to heaven.
7th, and look forward to the next 4 games. Setsuko on a win streak, sitting at 50 HP. Ripple Overdrive on the cusp of finding themselves in a bottom 4. But it's a pretty cascading scale on the way down. It's not like a canyon between the top and the bottom at this point.
Going up against Juku here for Robovan. He's still stuck on Vex 2, and I think the struggles of Robovan in the late game here shows you exactly why people have gravitated away from Vex. There's a reason why it's not that popular, because she can struggle, especially in these situations where there's a super tank and Vex gets stuck. Conveniently, all these units are lining up for Vex to be able to snipe the back line. So Robovan doesn't lose by much, but he has to stop losing. Drops to 4th place in HP. Ripple Overdrive, another top 4 finish. A terrible start for a person that was touted to be one of the strongest players.
Oh wait, Setsuko is getting a first.
We'll see if he's able to bring that back, as I just don't think that situation where he was not able to get the NAR
replay 上到8等，然后一张匿命都没有，所以死了。
Ripple Overdrive has definitely been playing a heavy first or 8th style, and the tougher the field gets, the tougher it's going to be to capitalize. Not the way to start the day when you're hunting down a top 2 finish after 6 games, though. So Robovan here, you just talked about how Robovan needs to start putting together some wins in these rounds. I don't think that this is the type of round where he's going to have super strength against this. He's already getting collapsed on.
Yeah, this is the kind of matchup that counters Robovan, which is another unit that scales. Mascot tries to outscale you through healing by having more mascots die, and then ramping up over time. And that's exactly what Malala's composition does, and it actually ends up potentially favoring it. It kind of depends on whose super tank cracks first, the Rammus versus the Pantheon. And it looks like it's a battle of a very stoppable force meets a very movable object. Like, what is happening? Can we just get some DPS on the board, please?
Wow. Robovan has cut this loss tremendously.
Man, I feel like both these.
他需要维可斯3星，维可斯3星的话伤害就够了。
It feels like neither board is able to really get consistent damage, and Robovan does not have the unkillable Rammus 3. Trying to get some prep stacks onto his units, but if he can get Vex 3, maybe we can get there. He is only 1 off.
All right, well, this creep round is going to be big. I feel like there are still some game-changing things that can come out of this creep round as well. You know, this is one of the things that I've liked the most about this set, is that it used to feel like the creep rounds were just another item. And since there's been variation introduced, you can see some pretty wacky stuff happen coming into some of these rounds. This is, it's an Ornn Anvil.
Oh, that's right. Ornn Anvil could theoretically be insane if you get Anima Visage in a mascot situation. Randuin's.
多兰盾。
Robovan able to get.
Nice.
Most important thing
这个蓝盾超舒服。
Here's the caveat: he knows there's a possibility of a hook. So he has to position accordingly and has to make sure to still get the Riftwalker out. You can see the calculus going on his head. How do I best do this? Is there a way I can stop it? But his Vex is also exposed on the right side. Uh-oh. If he gets hooked, it could be all over. Zephyr.
Still pretty tough, but you know what? It's not out of the water just yet. So, a lot of this is going to rely on Jin trying to apply some of this damage in the corner to supplement what Vex is doing, but this front line is starting to crack. Pyke's going to shut down some of the damage in the back right. There's a little bit more damage coming through with that Janna right now. The Mana Zane's going to result in faster casts. Some of these are going to need to be crits from this Vex cast. These are not getting it done right now, and this front line's about to crack. Robovan is going to have to take down these units if this is going to survive through right now. This region doesn't look like it's stopping through. TF is drawing the cards right now. Everything falls. Robovan is going out in 5th place. Malala hangs on to 1 health. Thank you, Metabolic Accelerator. Top 4 secured for Malala.
Really tough spot there for Robovan. You could argue that the Zephyr may have potentially given a swing to that fight, at least maybe to kill another unit, but Malala ended up being +3. Every unit is 2 HP, so Robovan would basically have to win that fight, because I think only 3 units survived on the other side. Great top 4 from Malala, all things considering, because I just don't think his augments were that good, quite frankly. Lulu with no pedestrian augments is actually quite balanced, contrary to what your average Redditor may make you think.
Let's go here with 5 Renegade. This is the player I feel like I've seen 5 Renegade most frequently appear on the board from. The positioning here is looking pretty good as well. It's going to be a matter of whether or not this damage can chew things down. The scoped weapons on the side of Jukyu giving Bel'Veth that extra range. A lot of utility on the board as well. Garen's still holding up. It's the second cast we've seen now from Garen. And Bel'Veth exposed. That's bad news. Here we go, the damage is coming through. Bel'Veth, too powerful for that one. Setsuko going to take a small loss on that one. Replay taking a loss. Jukyu, player who's standing out so far in the rounds. What's Setsuko hunting down here?
Needs to hit Urgot 2, needs to play legendaries. The 5 Renegade would be if he gets the Leona +1 in, so it's probably going to be unlikely at this point. I actually really like the double Urgot because he's trying to win through combo damage, which is not actually something you see very often, but essentially the way Setsuko's trying to line up his board is to basically have a timing attack of everything landing. Rammus casts, and then the Urgot's casts, and then the Morgana casts, and it just has a bunch of chain CC, and hopefully we'll see him get that damage in from Setsuko. But replay, another good money Zephyr. We'll see whether or not the Rammus can continue to stall out. Rammus casts again, big second win, so many units survive. And I think that might be enough. Oh no, Twisted Face locked onto the Jin. Frontline is cracked. Oh, and Setsuko took another loss. Replay, able to get another big dub, and this lobby is heating up. I don't know who's gonna win it. Renegade Emblem.
哇，Setsuko拿了个 Renegade 加1，这是有一点爽的。这个叛徒转。
At the start of this day, he's making it to Worlds right now.
那叛徒转是有一点点小离谱。
I'm surprised by this Renegade Emblem showing up.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he still needs to hit 2-star units. If he can hit 2-star Leona, 2-star Urgot, Setsuko can win this game. If he doesn't, he's gonna have to make do with 1-stars and hope that his positioning can be good enough to get there. Right now, the name of the game for Jukyu. I like this actually, putting the Zeeks onto the Wukong, recognizing that's a unit that positionally does not matter because it's sacrificed. Will Jukyu be able to get the edge or replay through things like the hook, making sure this front line doesn't get manipulated here, because if he gets wrapped upon, this could be dangerous.
This is a big one. Garen's backing up. A lot of the damage on the left side now. Replay the second wind online. The Zephyr. Pretty big news because the backline's already been accessed at this point. Garen is going to have to hold up. And we're going to need the Bel'Veth to stand up. It can't do it. Everything on Jukyu's side of the board has been destroyed. Wasn't even close on this one. My gosh.
Juky barely survives in second place, and Setsuko did not look like he was able to tag his 2-star legendaries. A pretty solid third, but I'm pretty sure Setsuko himself knows how he could have won that game. In the meantime, Juky also got a very fortunate set of outcomes on his Thieves Gloves with the RFC plus the Deathblade. No such luck this round, and he's got to be cleaner about his positioning. He knows what Replay is fishing for. So now, how does Replay react? Does he go for the same target, or does he mix it up? About to find out, because this is going to be the last fight of the game, no matter what.
Hello.
Second fiddle comes into play. Look at the Janna positioning.
我希望贝尔维斯赢了。哇，这个真娜是有一点猛哦，但是有回来，这盖伦有回来就可以。贝尔维斯不要乱走位就行了。
Most of the damage has gone down at this point. Garen is going down fast after this. A little bit of breakthrough from this Bel'Veth, but there's just not much to dance around with here. Replay.
第二名哎，第一哎，他又第一哎。
Dominating in this position. Dan, can you believe it?
Oh, I can believe it. Let's pull up, not to make it all about me, but if we pull up our Dark Horse scorecards, I'm pretty sure you can get your answer right there.
I was going to make a call back to that a little bit later, but hey, Dan, you were right on the money there. Replay, maybe not somebody that everybody had at the forefront of winning this one. It was really all about Setsuko and Dish Soap heading into the weekend. But hey, Replay and Jukyu coming up pretty hot when it comes down to how they performed over the course of this tournament. And
这哪是怎么了？为什么
？1、2、3。
4、5，对，这个纳尔是发生什么事情啊？为什么他名次那么低啊
？Yeah, Jukyu with this is back-to-back top 3 finishes from Jukyu now. Replay with back-to-back first place finishes. And I wanted to
哦，他跟第8名互相抢纳尔3星是不是？对，他跟第8名互相抢纳尔3星，然后他的英雄海克斯。闭嘴啊！吵死了！他英雄海克斯没有中，他是牛的英雄海克斯。然后这家纳尔没有3星，然后他没有那个拼装转，所以他第8走。那这是什么情况？这是什么？匿名1星是吗 ？Kindle 卷对 Kindle 卷上到8人口没有低到匿名2星，然后菲欧拉被迫拿了一个这个东西。OK， 这看起来蛮合理的。三柱口是什么情况？他开箱嘛，他开箱上到9人口。玩逆命，玩那个虚假龙，他看起来好强啊！那为什么上面是什么？贝尔维斯，就火炮贝尔维斯，怪兽机甲。哦，好，你们可以讲话。
He haven't really seen replay, so people may be wondering, is this guy new? No, he's actually kind of been around for a long time. He's back is probably the better way to describe what replay is doing.
Oh, he's back and better than ever. When you take a look at how he's done today over the course of the weekend, I can't wait to see what other fun composition replay is going to come out with. See another performance like we saw Robin Song set number 5. We saw the mid-set finale from Wei Shin Iverson. Replay's off to a great start here as we still have 4 more games to go. So we're going to take a short break and come back with game number 3.
Oh wait, Masato, by the way.
What's up?
I was looking over like card decks for TCG.
Oh.
I think you may be like onto something that nobody knows about like the what's it called? What's the unit called? Ito.
Really?
Like the reviews on Ito is that he's shit.
What?
But no one mentions that. No one played like you, basically.
Oh.
Like no one will have a tank. They don't have the ideology of having a tank for their Ito.
Oh. Why though? That like what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Isn't that his purpose? Isn't that his fucking purpose though? You just make his fucking normal attack cost 1 energy, and then it does 5 damage every time you use 1 energy, and then you just kill everybody.
True.
And you just tank out the longest amount so that you can do that. That's how his kit works, basically.
Yeah, no one does that. Like people are just playing him like with other units, and they're not using their talent, his talent like card.
Oh.
They're just trying to play Ito without his talent.
Well, that's weird.
And apparently that's the trend. So and people are saying it's really bad. The card itself is really bad.
Interesting.
So you might just be onto something. So I'm gonna try your idea, right? You just make him like his basic attack like cost like 1 energy, and then you just do all for 1 for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a style that people usually play on TCG. Because it's apparently risky because people can switch your cards around.
Oh. Well. Just be better.
Nice.
Get a Mona, and then whenever you're on the fucking Mona, you can switch fast. That's why I have Mona on there.
What? I did 0 damage? Why? Oh, you have to shut the shield. Never mind. Okay, wait. Isn't Replay just in a regional world? Isn't he set for world? Oh shit, I was supposed to put this down first. Oh, oops.
That 3.7 to 3.9 range, but one game could change that. While Malala leads that right now with a 3.71, Malala has already gone 8th once this game, which has taken a huge blow to that AVP. But like you said, if we're replaying Juku continue, it is going to be just a massive race for it.
I mean, Setsuko even just being able to squeak up even a little bit after getting that 3rd place really does show you just how easily these scales get tipped. So let's see what happens in game number 3.
All right, thanks so much, Necra. Game 3 here, Krone, at the regional finals. On the final day, these are our top 8. We are sending players to Worlds today, and one of those players that looks likely to lock it in is Replay. Back-to-back first to kick us off. Looks like he's gotten the sword start, which has been a heavily contested carousel item over the course of this weekend.
Oh yeah, it is. Lesser Duplicator as well, maybe making something like, you know, Laser Core Ash or something popping out. I you know, see a sword, see Renekton, see Lesser Champion Duplicator, Ash in the shop. Maybe I'm kind of speaking into existence right now, but there are just a lot of different lines. Of course, we've seen praises of the meta. Replay's gonna be very open right now, but he's just had a really good set. I know I mentioned a stat earlier of Setsuko top 10ing every tournament. Replay is top 20'd every tournament this set, which is still super impressive overall. Coming into this event, had a 3.84 average on tournament games. And over this tournament, he's 3.43, so he's doing better. Obviously coming off of 2 first place. The momentum is very much in his favor. It's been a really big treat to watch, and I know Frodan's gonna be happy because definitely was looking at Replay a lot about being a dark horse to maybe take it all, and he is on track to do so.
He's been doing so fantastic. Taking a look just at his start here, you might be able to grab a couple of 2 stars. Some defender options with those double rels, but we have seen, you know, a lot less popularity of that unit, even though we did see some decent Kai'Sa gameplay. I think it actually was Replay, if I remember correctly. He played that Kai'Sa with, I think, fast down, and there's Hold the Line as an option, so that was a chance to go in that direction.
Yeah, it's a direction that does benefit from the Lesser Champion Duplicator. Gotta still be thinking about that, but Burning Spirit, we've seen kind of defaulted to a lot. If that's a 2/2/2 augment, we're probably gonna see like 2 players at least take it. So we will be not going that direction actually, and going back to Hold the Line.
You know Replay's sad for not holding the rel pair going into this, but
yeah,
you know, still going to go in that direction. We know he's not afraid to play into Kai'Sa, and that is going to be certainly an option that we look at when we start with Hold the Line for rel.
Has some solid upgrades as well to pair on this board. The Wukong, the 2 Defender, and Ash is going to be leveling up here, which you always have to think about, what is my level up actually accomplishing? Oh, that unlucky roll with the Ezreal getting the hook there onto the Ash, maybe not winning that round. But we gotta be thinking of, what does my level up actually accomplish? Am I actually putting a unit that does something? And with the Wukong 1, I guess sure, it's a lot of extra tank in the front line. It might end up being the difference in this fight, to be honest. Although it's gonna be really close. Rel is gonna be taking a lot less damage, gonna be dealing more damage with more AP as well. She needs to get to the point where she's casting, however, as I think when she does cast, she will be taking out the solution. Doesn't even need to cast. The auto attack actually takes it out. But Replay, I guess, is going to be feeling good about that one. Can't really say it is anything of a mistake, as Deepay is rocking with Underground, an early D-Claw slam as well. That's really interesting, given the fact that Deepay is probably just wanting
Freedom Dive
stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good item when you do actually reroll the Unrelenting Force Vi. It's pretty reasonable, especially considering how much AP is in the meta. Just in general, D-Claw being a good item due to that fact, but you know, he doesn't necessarily have to lean 100% into the reroll. However, you know, Vi Ezreal reroll, having the Underground early, you can do the quick cash out just for gold as you go through. We haven't seen as much of people playing that style outside of just with the Rise of the Skull Force Ezreal, because that has been a much more popular version of the Undergrounds recently. But you know, this is, as we will continue to say over and over again, a wide meta, and potentially Deepay has another line here that he's interested in going.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see probably a pretty big cash out there. Are you playing it from 2-1? Might be greeting into a 2-heist or a 3-heist even. And we've seen transitions with that, because this is a meta that does favor having 2 carries itemized and a tank fully itemized as well. Underground, I think, is maybe more valuable than in previous metas, so have to keep that in mind as well. We look for now at Jukyu. who has opted to slam a guard breaker, and I think a situation where not a lot of people would. You would love to keep the belt open for an Annie item, right? Sunfire, Warmogs, all going to be really good on her, and the guard breaker damage that comes out with the Lux isn't really going to get too much value at this point in the game.
That's actually just wrong, because you're going to be flexing with a fucking glove and a bow. So that's not okay. 他们讲的是错的，刚刚那一句话完全错了。他告诉他们叫我们留腰带给安妮，我离谱，这很明显就是要去转那个逆命的，然后你逆命的装备你这边是要抢电刀，所以你剩下那2个装备要先合，因为你要抢电刀。What the fuck？ 我怎么拿了4个土元素？
Roby with a few wins in a row and already pushing to level 5, talking about lobby tempo. Oftentimes it is players who push level 5 before the stage 2 carousel that are going to be securing that full stage 2 win streak, which oftentimes does net in a top 4 placement overall on the game. But we got to be looking at some eggs on the carousel as well, talking about the economy. You're going to get a big economy boost later, but not any right now, so it's going to be a little bit slower to get to those 20-30 breakpoints. So a player like Setsuko, who is already on 20 gold, actually is going to be pretty massively advantaged.
Yeah, on 20 with time and a half, and just got another sword off the carousel, so can actually slam that death blade.
哇，直接把他带走了，那么痛吗？好吧，我没想到那么痛，没关系，还行。
Kaisa too. A replay. Yeah, we said he was going to angle Kaisa, and how has he found Kaisa 2-1-2-5? How?
We just saw this board a couple rounds ago. It's like, okay, it has a round.
这有一点小离谱，凯莎2星2杠5，2杠52星凯莎，耶！
What happened?
这里叛徒至高天卷的严重吗？不严重。我跟你比赛，现在版本很平衡的，不会那么卷的。 有可能路服卷的蛮严重的，但是应该不至于。这里没有卷的很严重的。
Actually, I do remember did have the Lesser Champion Duplicator, so found a couple of Kaisas and used it for tempo, because if he was angling to go a Kaisa 3, probably would just greet it out and save it to find the last Kaisa, the hardest one to find when somebody are already out of the pool, but is just going to be playing for, that tempo style of play. Wants to make sure to win streak throughout all of stage 2, maybe contest or even Kenobi, the other player who is looking for that. And Roby's board is so freaking strong right now. He's already angling with a good Jack setup. If he can get an RFC later, or maybe find just a scoped weapons augment. Because his composition can go first. We saw it yesterday out of Roby, I think, as well, actually.
So he's setting himself... but it was someone on our screen, Crow, and it was Jukyu.
Oh, it was Jukyu. It was Jukyu. Sorry. It wasn't Roby. Roby has played some interesting lines for first, but not the Jax one.
Yeah, the Jax was in fact Jukyu, but Roby is a player that I would expect to be able to pull out a Jax, right? To be able to see a line where he can go for the Jax and play it. He was blessed with those 3 buys in a single shop to help make this board even stronger, but Roby, I'm very confident is going to be able to navigate this spot. He's got a nice win streak, and I'm going to be looking at what Roby's augment is on 3-2, what he's able to find.
Yep. Ruby and Ray replay, both 5 streaking. DP the only one to full 5 loss streak. Setsuko with a 4 loss streak.
这是玩赌飞爱是吗？这飞爱是辅助还是主 C 啊？我其实看不太出来。这感觉好像是主 C 飞爱。
Actually, net him maybe another unit kill or 2. And that HP preservation can pay out huge dividends when we get to the mid and later stages of the game. Not feeling pressure to have to go all in because you're 1 or 2 lives. 3 underground still hasn't found the 4th Visona or high roll Samira or anything like that. Did slam a shiv and will be able to sell to 40 here, make 50 because of that. Still in a solid spot. Again, HP preservation was the name of the game.
这怎么看起来像飞爱辅助啊？这感觉飞爱辅助他才会想做转进，对不对？感觉像是飞爱辅助，这是3地下开，然后3地下开箱之后转进进。
Yeah, it's really interesting because if we look at the hero augment, it is Unrelenting Forest of Vi, and that's generally played with a reroll kind of underground, or at least Ezreal and Vi kind of centered composition. But DPay is setting himself up, as you're saying, for multiple outs. In a gen composition, you're not generally going to be playing Vi, or if you are, it's maybe because you played boxing lessons for that tempo and you can fit her in because of Aegis. You can still do that later on, just maybe.
DPay 需要拿第一名，DPay 如果第一名的话，DPay 第一名的话，他是可以开那个叫什么？他是可以进，他是可以尝试挤前2的。是加护怪兽，加护怪兽很少的，通常怪兽都是配机甲。至少在美服是这个样子啊。如果是4-2多的话，有可能会考虑那个加护怪兽。
Roby, not horribly, but I know we are looking for scope weapons there as a big power spike for the Jax. But there certainly are other pickups. This is not going to be a big power for anybody in the lobby. Second wind, though, good pick for DPay. I think a lot of people are that second wind on the silver augments. It's always something that's nice.
哇，好烂啊！我的天。
Definitely, this big egg still has a few rounds left to hatch. Will do so on the Wolves. But second wind, a solid, consistent augment. DPay might even consider selling to 50 here if he loses this round, and has the potential to see that cash out. It's going to be a, I believe, a 2 heist cash out that we will see here soon. Kindle gem. Oh god. Yeah, looks the Kayle though.
这个一泽可以抓那个，这个一泽可以给那个机器人飞爪，是真的很过分，你知道吗？真的超级你他妈超级他妈过分的。
DPay playing around it, maybe able to kill another couple of units more than he would have if he got his Ezreal hooked.
Might get the Rammus. Yeah, gets the Rammus. All right, one more. And
not bad.
See what
okay loss.
Is it gonna be something good? Manazane.
啊，这个有点不太好，但
we go deeper.
他47滴血，说不定可以再开一个啊。
Manazane would be okay for Vex, but that's not really the direction that we're angling for. Not like a reroll Vex with a hero augment or anything like that, because we have the Unrelenting Force. DPay is going to be real low HP, probably like 20s before we see that cash out come through. But he's
好 replay 要玩那个凯莎，玩高凯莎。
That kind of break point a lot more awkward. Might actually have to still take another loss into stage 4, and that might actually be just way too much HP that he's sacrificing for this.
Yeah, but he's committed now. I feel like if you pivot out of this before you get the cash out, you have just thrown away all of your life. You just have to do it.
Underground jail.
Yeah, and he's down to 33, so yeah, that's certainly a tough spot to be. And just hope for DPay that heist 3 is enough to make a big board. We'll have to check back in when he gets to that situation. We are making it to the big 3 carousel.
近代攻。
That's always something mentioned.
哇，梅拉拉不要抢，梅拉拉不要抢，不，梅拉拉。
We've got a Tactician's Crown going to Ripple.
Ripple's gonna be picking next. It looks
哇。
like, and he,
梅拉拉把那个
Deputy
DPay 的那个攻给抢了，给的镜给抢。
Garen's gonna be a priority unit if you do look to go, you know, that mech route towards defenders, Infinite Team perhaps as well. A unit that fits really well into that style of play. No Tactician's Crown.
Might be the first time I've ever seen someone just say no thank you.
It's the value of Infinite Team emblem over Tactician's Crown is just going to be more valuable actually. This is kind of the only line where that is the case, which is why we're seeing it. And it's a Garen with that Infinite Team emblem. It's literally the perfect scenario for it.
Yeah, that it now makes sense. Like I was very confused. I wasn't thinking about this line, but especially Garen with the sword. Yeah, that is better. That is certainly better. Because the Garen, you just pop that on there, you've got both the things you needed, and now you get to start cloning this Garen pretty early on.
哇，IC 又被抓走了。那是真的好过分啊！为什么这个东西可以丢飞爪
？And has the potential to cap out this board super high with having the Infinite Team +1 from the augment, and also having the emblem 7 Infinite Team going to be so easy for Ripple over there.
Oh yeah, Ripple dealing a massive blow to Kindle Gem, who has Tiny Titans, so is not going to be feeling the hurt that much. And the Sivir Augment is mana tempering, which we don't see be quite as popular as Time and a Half, but it is gonna just make the rest of the team all do more damage with that.
起码他未来格没有开，确实他未来格要是开在角落，真的要哭。
Think about how high
我可能不强的战争。
with Samira's, and we've seen time and time again Samira's 3 comes through, and I actually wanted to touch on that.
我其实有点好奇苗他的阵容是什么。他估计应该不是要抢近配攻，而是。 他应该不是为了抢走低配的近配攻，而是他自己有可能需要那个。
Is in this specific Infinite team line, and there's really only one player going for that per game. Ripple, I don't know if we're in a spot where we're going to be seeing that, but at least the Samira is going to be coming through and get a lot more damage again from that mana tempering augment.
Yeah, I mean, the other one we see is the Aatrox, which is another unit that doesn't have that many lines that people keep him in, right? Sometimes we see him as a unit to bridge a mid game, but a lot of times he gets sold off the board. So the players who are keeping him to the late game with the brawler lines, or in some cases Infinite Team as well as the frontliner, we've also seen that unit find those 3 stars.
两星狼人啊，两星狼人啊，两星狼人。
He's got the Warwick online.
两星狼人
multiple carry threats, looking really good as DPay does cash this out. Does find a Q cone, does find a couple cloaks.
看起来有点怪怪的，两星狼人
as well. See what he gets from this tone.
Yeah, fortunately for DPay, did find the 4th underground, so he's actually able to cash out that underground heist before stage 4. That was absolutely necessary. Has some
replay 89滴血，他要是 replay 如果再拿第1，他就绝对进世界赛，他就绝对进世界赛。
Coming through and making sure things are okay. It's just our games. I guess we're cursed.
Yeah, we are so cursed today.
他将会有24分，他要是再拿第1名，将会是24分，然后就绝对进世界赛。他这场要是第1，他就是进世界赛。他接下来3把都可以乱来。
I don't think we've seen too many other TF in this lobby. We've seen kind of a lot of stuff, like a brawler line going on. So I'm curious, how are you feeling about this spot with this cash out in particular? And do you have an idea for like which tome specifically you would really want in this spot? Because I'm thinking Ox Force, Star Guardian are kind of the 2 that immediately jump out to me.
Yeah, Star Guardian maybe not as valuable, not really in the spot to be full pivoting to say maybe like 4 Star Guardians or something. There's still, you know, 20 gold, level 7, we're 0 Nikos, I think, no Echoes as well. So it's probably just going to be either Ox Force or Spellslinger, but that board already kind of naturally already fits for Ox Force Spellslinger really easily. So the tome is actually not that valuable. He had to take that cash out. There's no way he's going deeper than that. Needed to make this transition happen during the neutrals, give himself enough time to make that end game board work out. But still, it's going to be off the back of the Unrelenting Force buy. That's not going to provide that much value as, say, another hero augment, say like Burning Spirit, that we oftentimes see with this composition. DPay is not looking like he's in a good spot to top 4 overall. I hopefully am wrong. He is sitting on a TF pair, so if he does luck into a TF2, that can carry him through stage 4. TF2, I think, just outpaces any other carry, almost any other carry, I think, just throughout stage 4. Stage 5, maybe it's going to be a little bit closer. There is a world where he's okay. It just needs things to really go his way and high roll a little bit.
Yeah, and what's interesting with him going so deep here in the underground is that is more of a, you know, playing for first style, looking for that heist 3. This is something we criticized DPay at the start of today because he had not gone to 9 ever in the tournament. He has not gotten a first.
还是要直接看他3星有多少，对啊，要看他3星有多少，然后看他女枪的质量怎么样，或妮可的质量怎么样。他这场不是新手转的话，他有可能不玩女枪副 C， 他有可能是玩那个什么来着的。 他有可能玩那个妮可。
Play for a top 4, trying to just play for highest placement, trying to just tempo to that, and then rolling a lot more on 8 than a lot of other players are, rolling a lot more on 7 as well, just to ensure that his board has become stable. In this spot, this is a little bit more, you know, going crazy, going for that first place, going to make a more risky move when he could have taken that Mana Zane and try and gone for like an Aurelion Soul out, or gone into this Ox Force angle and played the Nico with that instead. There were options with a Mana Zane. It's not a weak item by any means. There's a lot of places it goes, but it didn't fit the Jhin he was holding, but that's about it, right? It still provides you some direction.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, actually. Mana Zane is still a really good item. Aurelion Sol is super popular in this meta as a carry as well. Mana Zane chaining some casts is going to be doing a lot of fantastic damage. So that does lean back into point about DPay's playstyle that we were, I don't know if I want to say the word criticizing, but I guess I will, just because I think that is the case. There was just the big question marks, at least where I ended on, of yes, DPay.
哎，你们的伺服器是真的有点问题啊！为什么现在游戏还没开啊？在干什么
？Tempo-oriented, never going 9, never winning games playstyle. But this gives me hope. I think DPay is a very intelligent player, is given us one of the best interviews that we've had in TFT history, so I know the mindset is there to be able to approach the game from different facets. He's been playing TFT for a bit, not that long competitively, so does DPay actually have the skills to execute multiple playstyles? Because we've seen players play similar from set 1 to set 8 right now, right? Players who
我是不是没有成功在6回合内打倒他们 ？Oh no, that's not good.
One of those players, he does it very well, but he doesn't really change up his playstyle that much. And so there's a lot of, again, question marks just surrounding DPay and how flexible can he be in that regard.
Well, look, if he can play
没有天赋的瑞尔3跟艾克2谁比较谈艾克2型
？Are different, playing different styles works, right? The tempo oriented.
哦，不对，你说瑞尔3哦，瑞尔3会比较谈。
The highest placement he can, just going for very
瑞尔3会比较谈。
Being okay to maybe overall spend too much gold on level 8 to ensure you get that top 4 instead of maybe playing a little riskier for
瑞尔3会比较谈。
6. And, you know, doing that to make it to day 3, where now he has to get top 2. Now he has to play for the highest place.
但是没有天赋的瑞尔就会比较难瑞尔3，因为你那个瑞尔的那个稳定性就没有那么高。所以通常你会追瑞尔3星是因为你有天赋，你有那个英雄海克斯。
That's a really interesting thing to look at. That's really safe and exciting. I love to just see players be able to show that flexibility. It doesn't mean that that's where DPay is yet, but to give the benefit of the doubt here, I'd like to say it is, and I'd love to talk to him after the tournament and ask him if he had any thoughts like that, coming into day 3.
Yeah, another player I want to focus on actually as well, while we have the time to, while we make sure everything is good for the players, is Ripple Overdrive, because we were questioning like, oh, there's potential for a Tactician's Crown here, but had the Garen and the Sword and going the Finn team direction, and Ripple needs a big game, right? Coming into this game after the first 2, being in 8th place overall, took a 7th and then a 6th, so needs to be catching up a lot, and Infinite Team is, I think, one of the boards that has a relatively higher first place, right? If you're able to spike into that 7 Infinite Team, get the Samira online, and Ripple's spot maybe was kind of doable there, and especially can come through for the end of stage 3, having a Garen to duplicate with those items, especially get to stage 4, get that 3rd augment, get Garen with 3 items, and hopefully roll into a Garen 2. That's just going to be so powerful. So I like seeing Ripple recognize that line, as players might be tempted to just default into, oh, Tactician's Crown, that's really good. But yeah,
我都要回来了，他们还没开始。
I think it's going to bode well for him in the game.
Yeah, and that's big, and just to add some more context to Ripple needing that big game, he's currently at the bottom of the table when it comes to average placement across the entire tournament. He's at a 4.43, so he's kind of on the outside looking in when it comes to getting that AVP spot at the end of the day. So he wants to fight back, try and get a bunch of really good placements that even if he doesn't lock into the top 2, maybe he does enough to overcome the current gap in AVP and make it there. Or at the very least, right, there's still LCQ spots on the line, so you can't just let yourself peter out in this tournament. No matter what, there's something for you to fight for, whether you are fighting for the top 2 spots to get the world, whether you're fighting for that AVP, or outside of that, getting yourself one more chance to try and make it to the championship. Those are all big things, and Ripple showing some great recognition here, picking up that emblem instead of the Tactician's Crown, getting such this powerful board online with Infinity Team that Corona and I have hyped up this board a lot in what it can do. It can cap so high. We saw a replay cap with it in the last game, or the game, one of the games. I can't even remember anymore. I can't keep it all straight. But in one of the games, he capped super high, and you know, we've seen it multiple times throughout the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. There's one more thing to be playing for as well, and that's some of the prize pool if you're honest.
Yeah,
you listed so many things. I'm like, oh, surely they'll say prize pool as well. But yeah, that just goes to show there is $35,000 on the line. This is a big deal. The prize pools do keep trending up and up for NA TFT and just TFT at large, as I think World's prize pool is nearing like 500k. It's kind of insane. As we do finally get back into the game, love to see it, and that tome comes through with an Ox Force emblem. It's what we were kind of expecting to see, I think, with either Ox or Spellslinger, but it is already that 4 Ox Force Spellslinger board on just level 7 though.
Yeah, with this, playing the Vi instead of the Fiora, right, to get the 4 Ox, because you have that Unrelenting Force, but what you do lose is you lose Duelist on your Twisted Fate. I'm sure it's not the biggest thing because it is just 2 Duelists, but it is some attack speed. It is not irrelevant on the damage output that your Twisted Fate will have. So we'll kind of keep eyes on that. Being able to carry hard enough as DK goes up against free replay. And as of now, I mean, these items are fantastic, and a TF1 can do okay at this stage. DK hitting a TF2 would put him in a very good spot.
不知道为什么暂停我听不懂。
Echo was on the bench as well. Having an Echo be found would be fantastic as gold.
我不懂你这句问题是什么意思？暂停我听不懂。Pause 吗
？Who again was looking for that scoped weapons. However, DPay probably just going to go for something like a second wind. Does synergize well with Ox Force, who already give themselves just more time. But no, he's going to roll over it.
He already has one in the Silver Augment, so I think he's just
trying
to find something else. He's finding healing reduction, so that is nice. I know you can stack them, get the big second win, but
it doesn't need to.
But finding something that helps kind of shore up the weaknesses here. I like the Sunfire. Roby still on this win streak. We saw he actually had makeshift armor as his silver, which is making those brawlers so tanky. This board was definitely crazy. He had that Warwick too from very early on, so we also just saw he finally hit Jax 2, and he's been win streaking with a Jax 1. So, and here he is. There's Roby. So this is horrifying. You don't want to be playing against this guy, but at least the Twisted Fate 2 has been hit for DPay.
Oh, he missed on the Tome, it looks like. He had to take Tome and got a Sure Shot emblem. And is not going to be able to fit that in very easily with this brawler composition. But we do just see the raw power of what this brawler board can do against DPay, who did hit the TF2 naturally in that shot. That
4杠2两星逆命，好耶
！Come back in this game, and it looks like it is going to be enough when TF casts these cards, takes out the Jax. Morgana will not be.
对，你看这个破防者是不是就很正常了？这样是不是就对了？刚刚那个说什么要留腰带和日炎什么鬼东西的，完全就不是对的。不知道为什么暂停叫 pause 啊？是暂停说的话不知道说了什么听不懂，还是说暂停这个字 pausing 这个字听不懂？
Taking a look at Jukyu, that is an Aurelion Soul 2 with some great items on it as well. No mana generation, but those casts are going to be hitting so hard. Does have the Jeweled Lotus alongside with the Jeweled Gauntlet, so a little bit of, synergy and anti-synergy there, right? You lose some of the value, but also getting more crit rate does not.
Replay 又是第一，等一下 Replay 完全碾压哎！哦，这边要是刚偷到那个偷那个钩子的话，龙王就死掉了。
Gets to Israeli Soul to live another day, almost take out that misfortune in one cast, but the second one does proc for Kindle Gem, but it's just MF1 with the Shojins. The worrying thing is Jukyu's front line is looking kind of sus, I'll say. It's mostly 1-star. Sure, they're Ox Forces, and they were enough in this round because Kindle Gem just really did not hit anything. Yeah. It was super weak, unfortunately, there. But the backline was fantastic. There was Sona 2, LeBlanc 2, Aurelion Soul 2. As long as we don't get that carry, we're going to be just fine there as soon as we upgrade that front line.
More spatulas available. Curious if anyone will grab that. If anyone still has something open, go in that direction. DPay did take another loss here, but does find a Nico on this carousel, so that can help round out the composition with Twisted Fate. Take a look at items a little bit. We see a couple Ox Forces have been slammed. Lala actually having a mascot emblem as well, and then of course Ripple we did know has his double Infinity. Actually, wait, no, we didn't know that. He had a heart. And he had one emblem, but now he has another emblem. So he did get Infinity Crest, is what Ripple Overdrive grabbed. And so easy 7 Infinity for Ripple.
Oh yeah,
6张凯莎不错，尼可有女枪，尼可2星，但是他有2个电刀，这是在干什么？为什么会有2个电刀？
Replay has done such a good job preserving HP. Even going back to slamming a BT on the rel, it's like almost, oh, like why would you do that? It gives her just so much time. That's an item that you wouldn't really think. You'd think, oh, just slam some tanky items, whatever. But it's gotten him to be in this really fantastic spot. 2 rels away, still a ton of HP, gapping the rest of the lobby. 3 Kaisas away as well. But we do have to also think about, he already used a lesser champion duplicator. It's going to mean it's going to be a lot harder to find these 3-star upgrades. He probably sacrificed or gained maybe like 20-30 HP for hitting these hits just a bit slower in the end game.
Yeah, now take a look at Roby at the end of the fight. The Blitzcrank coming through with all the lasers, but not going to be able to do enough. DK taking another loss down to 10 HP. It'll be a really tough spot for him. Kindle Gem as well. Looks like he missed everything. 15 gold on level 7. Finds an Annie upgrade, but just doesn't have any damage on this board. Viego 2 gonna do its best, but has no items. And the items on the bench are a Zephyr, which is probably not doing anything. Just gonna delay losing the round a little bit.
Yeah, this is not a real board. I think from Kindle Gem, unfortunately, it just happened to be, oh, I hit an MF. I guess I'll carry these items. My front line is for Ox Force, but we're not playing Ox Slingers or slamming a Zephyr just to try to stabilize and not.
哦呦，这个装备不错。
Yeah, and I mean, DP has to be really excited to be facing off against Kindle Gem here. Does get Zephyred on the Twisted Fate. That it was on the bench.
哇 ，DP 血量好低啊！
Strong with that Vi. Look how
他艾克有转职，所以是可以拿装备的。否则通常是安妮拿装备，但他艾克有转职，所以没有问题。等一下，他有2个艾克吗？哦，不是有2个艾克，是有2家不同的人都在用艾克。OK。 迪北阵容很牛的，其实他10滴血，其实啊10滴血有点可惜，10滴血是一条命。是刚刚什么原因暂停游戏？对哦，我也不知道什么原因，就是他们就只是说 technical difficulties， 就是系统问题，不知道什么鬼。这个阶段凯撒借鉴不行啊！我觉得他没什么问题啊，71滴血，他71滴血，他凯撒要3了，瑞尔要3，他根本不需要吃鸡，这是最可怕的，他已经吃了2把鸡了，所以他根本不需要吃鸡，他只要能够稳稳的前4，他只要能够稳稳的前4，游戏就结束了，就他就已经第1了。
should be lower than Ripple, right? Ripple is +3 Infinity. He can find some really insane boards with that with 7 Infinity. Setsuko, he's going to be playing 5. He can find 7 eventually with this extra. He can get some really capped boards, but he's also at 9 while Ripple is at 7. So Setsuko has such a big head start on these late game shops to find these huge units, potentially look for 3 stars, but even just 2-starring legendaries. Setsuko, we know how good he is at crafting endgame boards, and being at 9 on 5-1 with some HP to spare and a strong enough board that he shouldn't lose out. I think Setsuko's in a phenomenal spot. DP though is a scary matchup.
Ipe is scary because of that Twisted Fate in the back line, and it's just a Sivir from Setsuko. He's not in a spot where he can go Sivir 3, but the front line is so good. Double Garen stunning, but Garen does not get another cast off. The Twisted Fate from Deepay is just tearing through Setsuko's board, has now reached the back line, and Sivir goes down. Samira is only Samira 1, so Setsuko takes yet another loss, 3 in a row. Deepay hangs on, and Kindle Gem goes out in 8th.
Yeah, I mean that's some really.
跟龙姐没啦。
Setsuko in this spot running.
5-1 3星凯莎。
A lot of fights, but DP is one that was too powerful. He is gonna go for the
5-1 3星凯莎。
Trying to find a couple more upgrades, as we do know that Replay has hit that 3-star Kai'Sa, so he is gonna be strong. But Urgot 2 here for Setsuko. That is the big upgrade that he needed. He's got items that can go there as well.
Yeah.
Make this Urgot.
Setsuko 多少滴血啊？ 2条命14，14滴血可以是2条命。泰坦科枪。
from him. I think he's usually really good at
recognizing
roll downs and making board pivots. And this isn't a big board pivot, right? It's just one unit. But he's still gonna have a really strong board. These two items now going on to the Urgot, and it gets a big ultimate. Samira though is the only one alive, still losing. Another ult comes out. Can he kill enough to survive? And the answer is yes. 4 HP though. With a board like that, you would not expect to see Setsuko still losing.
Yeah, I mean, again, in the matchmaking, he faced Deepay and then he faced Ripple, but Deepay goes down because Replay is also strong.
Wow, Deepay finally playing a different style of game, playing super risky, but going out in 7th as well. Setsuko on a 4-loss streak, Replay tanking a lot, 3-loss streak. Setsuko can't really do much to upgrade the board. He's actually dropping down to 3 Infiniteam.
Yeah, the backline wasn't helping him at all, right? Just a Sivir 1 getting copied. Yes, you lose stats on the Garen, but at this point, finding these threats has to be stronger.
Yeah.
Going up against Jukyu. We've seen the power of that Aurelion. He's got the Aurelion and the TF, but the Shroud is perfect.
3星凯莎没事，对啊，他3星瑞尔还要3星凯莎，而且他根本不需要吃鸡，他只要前4，他甚至不需要前4，他前6其实都还有机会的。哇，下次口没了，龙王你能不能开到大？哇，没了，下次口没了。
6th once again. Setsuko going 6th, 3rd, 6th. And that game looked like it should have been something that can top 4, but instead it is a bottom 3. So many strong boards. The caps are so high. Wow. And does Ripple want to go +4 Infiniteam? Probably not, but it is very funny.
It is an option, but wow, Setsuko almost feels like he was robbed from that placement. He did almost everything right. Missing the Sivir 2 upgrade is not actually that big of a deal. I think he made a very intelligent decision dropping the 5 Infiniteam. Copying a Sivir or a TF in the backline isn't going to do that much. The Garen copy still did ultimate, so he got the value that he needed. Had the Fiddle CC in the backline, had the Urgot ultimate coming through, but Samira just still got taken out.
Oh shit.
That is really surprising. Replay finally does hit the Rel 3. Ripple Overdrive 2-star ultimate Ezreal on 5-3 as we see as well. That is super early. Count out that board, 59 HP on a win streak as we see Roby Van's kind of transition here. Did find an RFC for the Jax, is moving some items over as that's now a sure shot Warwick. Not something you see every day, but it's gonna be real strong.
Yeah, it's wrapping here. It might be able to find a way onto the back line in a second. See if it skips the Garen, if it turns around. Looks like it is going to go towards the Garen, and that fight already not looking good. Running into Ripple is certainly not where you want to be if you're Roby. I like that he gave up on the 3-star Jack, tried to swap the items around, get as strong as possible, see if he can win a round. Not enough.
完了呀 ，Replay 要前4啦，前4他那就是剩下7个人抢第2了，剩下7个人抢第2。
So always just on the cusp of that top 4. He's one of the players that was maybe in contention for an average placement kind of victory on the tournament, assuming Replay and Jukyu keep on dominating, which they are. They're in the top 4 yet again, Cass. This is such an insane day for both of them.
Yeah, they are still just the absolute most dominant players in this tournament. It wasn't just today. It's been the last 2 days as well for these players. And we said at the start, Ripple needed a big game. Good to see him here in 1st place. He does have the ability to cap that board super high. It does feel like Ripple is in a good spot to win, but Jukyu and Replay spots are also good, right? This is a very capped Kaisa board. It still has a way to go. Replay can
3星瑞尔3星凯莎，他质量暴打，他这个2电刀根本没差，他质量暴打人家。
1 HP Malala, Jukyu with a Syndra carrying the Zeeks now in the back line. The front line has 0 items, but he almost doesn't need them just because Ox forces are naturally just so tanky. Admin going to be coming through with that admin heart as well. And We know GQ's admin is every 5 seconds your team gains 150 health. So not the best one, good in the early game, but again, it's going to be just making that front line, given it the tankiness that it needs.
Yeah, I mean, it's been outscaled,
GQ
but at this point, it doesn't hurt to keep it in.
Hey, here we go, front line item, finally.
There you go. Perfect. Able to find something to help this out, because the front line still looks pretty fake for this, but GQ's damage is so immense. And that Syndra at least is going to help a little bit with the front line by just throwing something else at the enemy. Just like, hey, take this. Kill this. Do not kill my carries right now. You see GQ still setting up for this. Going on the roll down, not finding anything else. So just that front line item for the Echo.
Yeah, really doesn't want to have to hold on to this Alistar and the Viego because the Syndra might.
哇，这好可惜啊！这个福耶哥、亚历斯塔还有尼可是需要留的。哦，但是辛朵拉丢了一个菲尔提克，那没事了。再丢一个菲尔提克，辛朵拉再丢一个菲尔提克，再丢一个菲尔提克，哇！我再丢一个菲尔提克，哇操！ 能赢吗？能赢吗？哦，不行，可惜差一点点，差一点点。但不错了，不错了，输给2个人口已经不错了。哦，2个人口，2人口已经不错了，其实。
Get so close, and yes, there are the Runar's Hurricanes, but Malphite with the big ground pound to get it out of the way. Malala gonna stay alive.
Malphite slams down in the ground and keeps Malala in the game. 1 HP still. How far can he take it? A very nice hit onto the Viego. Can probably just sell the Nico, hit the Viego to upgrade, and be way more likely.
费尔迪克2星，好爽，但买不了，笑死，买不了。
Selling the Alistar, which he just did, winning the fight and picking it up without having to lock the shop. The matchup is going to be up against Malala, and Malala has a Zephyr, and it is going to land onto the Aurelion Soul. That's a big hit.
Yeah, huge hit, and we look at that Shroud, perfect as well, on to all these characters of Jukyu. This Nunu trying to do a little damage to the back as well. We look at the Pike in a perfect spot, can get another stun. And Jin still untouched, did not get clipped by the meteors yet, and Viego just shredding through the carries. It's just Twisted Fate left. He can't get through all this front line.
3星派克
gonna stay alive a little bit longer. Jukyu gonna have to lock this shop.
Man, this top 4 is so intense. Jukyu is gonna lock the shop, get that fiddle too. So next fight gonna be a lot stronger. Ripple Overdrive has taken a couple losses.
Ripple 7无限，2星1折，3枪，他8人口35滴血70块，这场他应该吃了。Replay 的3星凯撒应该没有办法打得过这一家，这一家还会更强，他会更强。Ripple 还会更强，但 Replay 有可能可以拿第2。行。
And Jukyu's guaranteed throwing in a 2-star fiddle out the gates from the Syndra. We'll see if Replay has the damage. The Ezreal casts are starting. Will they take out the backline? They don't quite get the TF, but finally the last shot does. And that is not going to be enough from LeBlanc. Jukyu gonna go down. Can Malala survive one more? He could get one more place, but no. Replay gonna take him down, and Replay going to still outlast Jukyu and extend his lead in first place.
Man, that is crazy. Jukyu going 3rd, 2nd, and then 3rd.
哇 ，Replay 第2名。他不会能够拿第1吧？第1也太可怕了。3星凯撒第1耶，真的假的？
Of the Kai'Sa reroll with Hold the Rel, which is just such a dang good.
真的假的啊？那这是可以第1名的吗
？Winter coming through and auto attack based composition Ripple Overdrive. If those carries get stunned because they have to auto rel so much, that opens up so much time for Replay's backline to do the work that it needs to. There is double Q code in the back there, buffing up the carries as well. Replay looking real strong, and I think maybe actually favored in this matchup.
Somehow he does look stronger. Ripple hasn't gotten to the point to fully cap out, right? He doesn't have the 2-star legendaries on the line yet, which might have been the way to turn this around, like a 2-star Fiddle or an Urgot. But right now, it is just going to be the Ezreal, and the auto attack's not going to do enough.
希尔1折开大 ，boom boom 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 boom， 哇，没有秒掉，哇哇 ，Oh shit，Ripple 不可以赢了吗？
The line, Replay gonna find the win in that fight. Ripple
有分了42走到这里，确实42走到这里其实已经不错了。我也觉得 Easy 开大可以清台。3星凯莎，3星瑞尔，加1星转，66星手吧。哇，要赢那个2星1泽啊！好可怕啊
！Was not enough to get through Replay's composition. That's so insane, but we get to see it again. Was it a fluke, or can Ripple turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do in way of position.
这1泽多了一个羊刀，其实有点小可惜。他再多一个攻击装，不要是这个羊刀的话，1泽刚刚其实是可以清掉那个凯莎的。Nice！ 哇，不够，不够 ！Holy shit， 不够！
He's still got a fight to go. But Replay has been winning these handedly, even though it's only a few units. It's still not looking that close. The Ezreals are landing these ultimates. They are landing on the correct units. But the Kai'Sa has too much HP, too much regen. She doesn't go down fast enough.
It literally could just be a Sivir being on the right-hand side versus left-hand side diff, because Sivir has just been starting off the fight, attacking this Rel for 2 fights in a row now, and she's just not been able to participate. It's all the heavy lifting on the.
好了，看装备，看装备。我觉得真的就差一点点，就看差一个装备。如果这边可以出个西风什么之类的，或者是那个出个那个斗篷的话，有可能就有差。
Ripple actually have a big chance going into stage 7 because Replay, even if he loses, is probably going to be on 2 lives, and so we get to see these
有没有都没有，双方都没有。
Crazy like Zephyrs or Shrouds, just another item to buff up these damage dealers as Deathcap gets picked for the Aurelion Soul for Ripple.
萨米拉换那个换那个对。
There's a win con again. There's a win con. Ripple has put in the Leona, and he got the side. He got the switch.
Oh, Leona.
Leona's right there onto the Rel. Leona 2, gonna be able to get the cast on Rel right away. Ripple,
有办法吗？开大 ，nice， 下来，全部真伤，秒掉那个什么？哇，可以吗？哦，不够。
Ripple did everything he could, but Replay will not be denied. First on his road to the World Championship for Monsters Attack.
What do we
Okay.
have to say?
讲句实话，如果美服有这种人存在的话，如果这个赛季他是有这种人存在的话，他说不定可以跟国服的人打看。如果美服有这种人存在的话，说不定可以跟陆服打看，是有机会的。如果美服有这种人的话，是可以跟陆服打的，也许可以跟陆服打。
3 different compositions so far today, brought them all to a first place. They've been meta compositions with the Infinity Samira 3 that he got, and then the Oxlingers. But now just with a Kai'Sa reroll, and that's a comp that players are not gonna be prioritizing. It's an, oh, I guess I got hold the line. Oh, I guess I got 2 Kai'Sas. I guess I'll use the Lesser Champion Duplicator to win streak, play a tempo style of play, but he says no, I can just stick with this. I know this.
大神95枪打输凯莎，我不能接受。不过这个不是普通的凯莎，这是有完美，这是完美凯莎，3星瑞尔，3星凯莎，装备都还可以接受，然后 hold the line 凯莎瑞尔，然后尼克有2星，有3件装。有星转，有2星女枪，所以其实他这种其实蛮不错的，但确实打赢95枪确实有一点扯。24分，这是什么鬼啊？你知道他就算接下来全部 AFK 挂机，全部他是27分哦，他是27分。27分是什么概念呢 ？Ripple 跟 Setsuko 还有Robinov 这2个人要好吵，这3个人要拿2场，其中1个人要拿2场第一，要拿2场第一才有可能把 Replay 挤下来。 3场里面这3个人要其中2个人，首先第一个 replay 要全部都第8，他直接挂机，他27分嘛，直接挂机27分。下面那3个12分的，要全部人都有其中1个人拿2个第1名，才有可能把 replay 挤下来。所以他已经确认进世界赛了。
So, but by my math calculations, 1, 1, 1, lag.
Lag. It was lag 1-1. Sorry,
Yeah.
5. It wasn't actually 5. It was lag. My bad.
Lag.
Thank you for the correction.
You. Yeah. Okay. So that's maybe if we want to see history repeat itself, might be something that comes up from replay as well, or he glitches out or something. I'm not sure. But one thing for sure is that we have 3 more games, which means that there are still spots to play for and ways for everything to shake up. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, game number 4 of the final day.
好了，可以安静了，我可以把歌放大声一点了。对吧？12、12、12，这样要27、20，然后28，就把它挤下来。要2场第1就可以尝试把它挤下来。那他也是稳稳第2，不是吗？不一定啦，不一定。理论上来说，这个 JQ 也可以加分的，对不对 ？JQ 可以加分的 ，JQ 是可以加分的，所以他是有可能，他如果全部挂机的话 ，JQ 可以直接拿第1，然后这3个人其中1个有可能可以把他挤掉，但是他不会挂机啊，他不会挂机。这什么骰子啊？这骰子是骰什么东西？等一下，我这骰子是什么东西啊？这。这在这前半场哦，真的好鬼，对吧？888，这是真的有点可怕。如果美服有这种人存在，其实是不管美服啦，任何伺服器，要是能够出现，就是在他们自己地区可以碾压别人的话，啊，我怎么死了？啊，我这个怎么死了？如果任何伺服器能够出现这种碾压的人的话，那他们有可能可以跟国服打看。他们是有可能可以跟国服打的，否则世界赛就是国服的游乐园了。啊，我那只不能死的，这是其实很重要。 我以为他那场第二嘞，其实我真的以为他那场第二有95枪，其实我真没想到三星凯撒可以打赢95枪。他伊泽瑞尔的羊刀真的就比较可惜，我觉得真的就是比较可惜，就是伊泽带羊刀。如果他伊泽带的是死剑的话，他每一次开大都可以把凯撒给，就是有很大的几率可以把凯撒给带走。但是因为他出的是羊刀，所以他伤害不够，比较可惜。他也没得选，对啊，羊刀肯定是没得选，所以我说可惜嘛，并不是失误。我要死翘翘了，我等一下，我好像要死翘翘了。哦，没事，把他 A 死就行了，没事。
We are past the halfway point for day number 3 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals, which means that our competitors only have 3 more games to go before we determine who else we are sending to the Monsters Attack Championships to represent North America. And there are 2 clear frontrunners right now when it comes down to who's leading in the points. And Dan, for this stage in the competition, were you expecting to see such a big gap between first, second, and third?
No, absolutely not. I think that the field's actually quite closer than the results would make you believe, but I'm also starting to believe that Replay does have a significant edge on the field. Yes, he is getting really lucky, right? I think last game he hit like Kai'Sa 2 really early, and he had hold the line well. Kind of played a classic throwback line.
That's wrong. 因为没有人留凯撒，所以两阶段2星凯撒是很正常的情形。
He's trying to go for it. This guy's a sword starter. He wants to play Jhin. He wants to go into Riftwalkers and AD. And he just played Spellslingers and Kai'Sa, so it shows that he's not just a one-dimensional player, and that's ultimately what every one of these players have to continue. Am I willing to continue to branch out and
真的就可惜吗？可惜伊泽是羊刀，可惜。
Am I going to stick to my guns? For someone else, like for example, I want to call it Robovan. He's taking some really unusual lines, but he's averaging 5th place. If things go a little bit better, maybe this guy's top 4, and all of a sudden he's able to get to that point contention. It's only 3 games. It's a small sample size of TFT. Anything could happen. The most interesting thing that's currently happening right now is, will we see a new record set in North American Teamfight Tactics? Will we finally get someone who can break the famous Robin Song's set 5.5 Reckoning Regionals?
It feels like it's going to be a tall order if you were to look at any other player other than somebody putting up the numbers right now in replay. So let's see if we can rehash this history here. Is it going to be a first or is it going to be lag? Admirable and Prodan, take it away.
Game number 4 of the final day for NA Regional. And that, I think, is a good representation of what Replay is doing right now. That monster that's coming.
如果 Replay 能够打5场第1，他将会替代罗宾成为美服的那个连冠王。在 S5 的时候，那个罗宾哥打了5连胜，好像我记得是5连胜。所以4连胜还是5连胜，我有点忘记了。所以如果 Replay 能够连胜，再继续连胜几把的话，他可以打破罗宾哥的记录。
A lot different results, but the thing about TFT that makes it so compelling is that it really could be anyone's Sunday. So let's see what some other players have up their sleeves. Look at Robovan Canope, for example. This guy likes to play off meta, and it hasn't exactly rewarded him, but it's not like he got punished either. He's just right there at 12 points, tied with Ripple and Setsuko. And let's just say, for argument's sake, Jukyu and Replay just have some 3 terrible, unbelievably low roll games. that still keeps Robovan in contention. So even though he's tied with Ripple and Setsuko, two of the other players that are often in the conversation alongside right now Replay and Juku as being the top players in the tournament, we'll see whether or not Robovan can keep up that momentum and see if he can build upon those 5th places.
Yeah, when I got to talk with Robovan before the tournament and ask him some questions about this coming into it, one of the questions was, what does he think about the current meta? And he said, I don't even know what it is right now, but I can adapt to whatever it is. Ooh. And that's a big thing to hear coming from a player where we see them constantly playing different compositions that really aren't on the front runners for the radar. He said his secret, he said his edge was secret. He didn't want to tell it to anybody. He said his preparation was secret coming into this one. That is a lot of information being encapsulated into this. We're seeing a lot of it come to light, but in this final day, it hasn't shown through yet. But we're in the 4th game now. There's 3 more left. You could technically, literally inverse the results that have taken place. And the whole point of it is don't keep
Rising Spell Force 啊，可惜没有水滴。如果有水滴的话，他一定拿。Ruthless Blaze, Winds of the Wander. 哦，亚索。
2-cost hero augment and then settles on the
要走亚索。
I feel like this is a big one.
So Winds of the Wander Yasuo.
但这套阵容其实没有那么强啊，他需要2个全套和法爆跟水。
A couple variations. Last time we saw Robovan pick something like this, he ended up going for kind of an unconventional vertical laser core. And that might seem a little obvious to people who, who play the line.
这个海克斯已经不强了，所以我其实蛮好奇 Robovan 要怎么玩。那个海克斯已经不强。
So just because he took it doesn't mean we know exactly what Robovan's planning.
No, what do you mean there's Robovan? No, he is playing fucking Yasuo reroll. There is no other thing he can play. He is playing fucking Yasuo reroll.
Technically one of the worst augments in the game, and for a while held the worst placement in the game if you took a look at the aggregate data that was available for that one. For Setsuko, he's sitting at 12 points in this one. He's kind of had some rubber banded results and really not able to get it done in the last game. And you and I were paying very close attention to Setsuko's spot in the last game, and it felt like that the tools were available, but just not quite able to find some stuff, or perhaps kind of going for that level 9 too quickly. It felt like that even though he got to level 9 and put an Urgot 2 on the board, it just wasn't enough to stabilize.
Yeah, I think that Setsuko's mistake was that he should have rolled at 8. I actually had strongly disagreed with going to 9, because I know Adam Bly were looking at that spot, and I was like, man, this spot looks pretty good. And I was like, well, he could easily just go to 9 and die, and that's exactly what happened. And I think that could be. Look, let's just set the stage here. Setsuko is like 10 times better than I am right now.
Your cut, but Shiv.
Incredible at the game, but I do think that he has weaknesses as a player. And one of them is that he might be coming to ladder habits.
这个装备是要去玩什么？这个海克斯这个装备是要去玩什么？
He stabilizes at like 1 or 2 lives, and then can win out. But these are higher quality players that he's used to queuing into on.
米拉拉，
so I don't think that he can get away.
米拉拉，请问你要玩什么？我有点没看懂。
That's not good enough for a lot of these boards that people.
他没有羁绊。
Let's see how he bounces back that next game.
I mean, this is his strongest board. 这是他最强的阵容。他没有办法开出其他羁绊，这是他最强的阵容。
I think a big part of this is keeping your head on your shoulders right now. You're playing for high stakes. You're going to have to finish in top 2. Mental fortitude is going to be a part of it. You have to keep an eye out for everything that's there. So with a 1-cost, 2-cost, 2-cost hero augment, not a single player in the lobby took a 1-cost hero augment. Every single player settled on a 2-cost hero augment. So this is going to be an interesting one to me. I'm not like a huge fan of 2-cost hero augments on 2-1, but when every single player gets them in the light of 1-cost being available, it suddenly opens my eyes a little bit. I feel like a lot of 1-cost hero augments are very strong, and that players are not really moving as much towards the reroll ones, but more towards just straight up strength and utility and trying to find them a spot where it ends up functioning.
I can look at the carousel slam replay with a death play slam. We know that he loves doing that.
Oh yeah.
As a way to get his early damage in. Loves playing around that Riftwalker and Jhin. Let's see if he can go back to his roots, which is again a really scary thing. If this is not even his primary game plan, he's succeeding. He does have the Malphite Guardian Spirit as well, which is kind of interesting. You don't actually expect to play Malphite Guardian Spirit into the Riftwalkers per se, but maybe it's an opportunity for him to figure out how to actually tie in, because you just pretty much use Vex as the mascot to link with Malphite, and then you can play Riftwalkers from there.
Look at a DPay spot sitting on 10 points.
吉因克斯赌狗
Absolute stellar looking.
吉因克斯赌狗赌吉因克斯 哎呦
Settling on Jinx carry now, so this is a pretty straightforward line where really the question is, how do you build around this? And I think really maximize the function on this, because this is one of those lines I feel like if you get it online early enough, you can certainly deliver some snowballing effects where players just simply don't have the HP to follow through exactly how they want to. But that requires you to keep getting wins in this one, and this is a pretty hefty loss that Setsuko's handing over to DPay at this point. But I think that DPay, again, watching yesterday, the final day, and how he had just had an absolute abysmal finish to the day and then squeaked by into this top 8. It did not feel like he was at all there mentally. It felt like he was so stressed by the thought that 8th place was going to take him out of the tournament. I'm curious if that's there for him right now and here today. You know, 10 points after 3 games is not a good spot to be in, especially when you need 3 killer performances for these last 3 games.
Yeah, DPay, by his own admission,
You are fucking. Oh, this is so fucking gay. What the fuck?
He was saying that he struggles with anxiety a lot, which is very relatable. But also, if you're in a tournament setting, no one's really gonna actually feel sympathy for that. They actually have to capitalize on the fact that he's feeling a little bit nervous under the gun. Let's see if that.
这好他妈 gay 啊！这两个
during that break. I hope the best. DPay is definitely a very notable performer, all the way from the beginning of the set through BoxBox's boot camp ladder event. He surprised everyone, shocking many people going to the very final against Dish Soap, right? Toe to toe.
他怎么又是第一？
And now look at him now.
为什么他有96滴血？4连胜啊！
Hopefully he doesn't let that anxiety.
啊这，然后这边还是钱。
For everyone here in a replay right now, this start ended up being pretty fantastic. A 4 streak coming into this one.
哦，哇，墨菲特，这墨菲特辅助，但他这个装备要去玩什么？墨菲特辅助这个要去玩什么？要去玩。我唯一想得到的是那个叫什么来着的？那个近代这2个装备，然后墨菲特配维库斯，应该是这个样子，应该没有其他的选择。
That might be one of the more underrated things about JUQ is that he's playing pretty good boards, even if he's not necessarily winning. He preserves a lot of HP in that circumstance,
what the fuck?
Which might be some of his edge as he goes into stage 3. Robovan, by the way, got that win. You saw how he's at 69, but he didn't full lose streak. That's bad news for Robovan. We'll see whether or not he's able to dig himself out of that unfortunate economic deficit that he's now experienced.
Definitely a tough one to be in for replay here. Imagine this is an evaluation of the board. We're going to use the baby Nico to say 2-star Draven. Sign me up. That's good enough for now.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see how the 3-2 hero augment, or sorry, 3-2 augment rather, will shape up now that we have our hero augments. Looking at Robovan's POV, still stuck on 1 Yasuo, which is
德莱文2星，还不会？等一下，他不会想要去玩德莱文吧？你不会告诉我这个东西是要去玩德莱文吧？对他其实可以不用玩镜的，我都忘记德莱文是一个东西，是可以玩的东西了。应该不会是要去玩德莱文吧？不会吧？不会吧？不会吧？不会吧？不会吧？ Oh, Thrill!
Right now, he emphasized slamming Deathblade and how good it was. That seems to be holding true right now. 3 pretty strong augments on golds. Just
拿 Trade Sector.
And I honestly feel
他不会真的要去玩德莱文吧？不会吧
？Extra gold boost on top of that. You've now got a gold boost off a carousel into a gold boost off of an augment. This is a lot of resources.
Oh no, he's re-rolling. 他好像要玩德莱文。哦，没有。OK， 好，没事。贾克斯换你啦。贾克斯换你啦。诶，等一下。 这是要干什么？为什么贾克斯不换？不开机甲吗？他不想开机甲吗？诶，他不开机甲，他的派克完全没有用哎。诶。
Just that Trade Sector is something that you want to leverage the free reroll that you get.
对，他这个低配是怎么拿到这个转职的？等一下，低配这个转职好像有点怪怪的。
Thinking of one in particular. I'm not going to name names right now, though. Replay.
超英德莱文不可能啊，我不相信啦。真的，德莱文。 德莱文，我告诉你，昨天唯一一场那个有吃到鸡的德莱文是为什么呢？是因为他完美德莱文，他真的是完美德莱文，他才吃鸡的。他海克斯完美，装备完美。
Yeah, there's really no stronger champion to like outfit this specific Last Whisper with at 4 cost. The 4 costs that really define stage 3. One of them is Bel'Veth, as you see on your screen, especially with mana tempering. She's going to cast really often and get that scaling attack damage. The others are Twisted Fate, and sometimes if you get like an early Garen, can be really impactful. Just shout out to Aurelion Soul, but kind of depends if you have good items for it. Setsuko's in a fantastic spot. He has Lee Sin 2. He has 4 Brawler, even has Redemption to capitalize on that HP percentage regen. So he's in a really good spot, and also kind of showcasing that you don't have to just play by the book. I think a lot of people take mana tempering like, well, I don't have an Infinity Team emblem or Infinity Team start. Does that mean that I should be actually playing this? Yes, if you understand how to capitalize onto it and recognize that everyone casting gets additional AD, it can be incredibly powerful. Setsuko is in the driver's seat, which he needs to do if he wants to get that World Championship spot.
That is an excellent highlight.
如果 Setsuko 可以拿一个第1名的话，然后 Jukyu 拿到一个比较低的名次的话 ，Setsuko 还有什么 ？Setsuko、Robovan 还有谁 ？Ripple 吗？好像这3个人，我忘记是哪3个了。他们是有机会把 Jukyu 给挤下去的。Ripple 应该是挤不掉，但是 Jukyu 是可以被挤掉的。
Deepay's got a bunch of bows that aren't made through yet. Jukyu has a belt. He's, pretty much everyone taking advantage of the items right now. Ripple Overdrive, the other player, with a bunch of components ready to make something happen, as we're going to jump over to Jukyu's spot right now. And wow, this is looking pretty good right now. I'm surprised that Jukyu still hasn't put together a win streak from this one. It was an early loss streak with good health preservation, but now something's going to have to happen. Yeah, Jukyu says, I got to make something happen from here. And kind of spring it forward.
Oh?
Garen is so big. Janna, I wasn't sure how applicable she is in this spot. But Jukyu's going to go for it. Just probably play quality units. And yeah, like Jukyu's a player that's willing to go to level 7 pretty early and make sure to spend gold in order to stabilize. And that Garen addresses the big fundamental problem that Jukyu has, is that he does have 2-star units, but he doesn't have good front line. Now Kingdom Gem's actually working on that front line, is getting past it.
3-5 逆命，3-5逆命，3-5逆命，3-5逆命。
Line issues, like his back line is all accounted for. He has 2-star Sivir, 2-star Yasuo, 2-star Morgana, like a lot of good stuff going. Just needs to make sure his front line doesn't crack so fast.
Let's go matches on level 7 as well. Squeeze because of it. Keeps that win streak alive. A lot of players going to 7 in this one. They're understanding they're going to have to fight.
What?
Wow.
If he wants to
等一下，这好像是个努努，我好像看到了个努努。这个努努，这样子是什么？你知道吗？这个东西叫六 Mascot。他拿到了一个努努，是有一点小离谱的。他需要上到8人口，会有点忙。但 Ripple 这一场，他的那个 cap 是可以很高的。
Robovan Kenobi, who has picked up the last stand gold tier augment. This is my favorite gold tier because it just encourages you to go for 1 HP win outs, which are really hype. Does he have the components though to be able to do that comeback?
That's a big question of it. And honestly, I have to join you on one of the favorite augments in the game. I'd say it's one of the most appropriately named augments in the game as well. It's just, how much more accurate can you get? It's just the boost comes through. Setsuko loses the streak. Going in the Wolves, that is a big deal.
It's a big deal, but somewhat to be expected, because after all, Jukyu's been spending his gold at 7, and Setsuko is at 43 gold.
I'll survive.
Jukyu equaled at 37, so it looks like it's that HP differential that's going to be marking it. Shout out to our production crew, by the way. We do have all the streaks and the gold, as well as the most recent result, just to help you get a picture. As right now, you can tell there's a lot of resources being accrued at level 750. The question is, who is going to be rolling and who is going to be greeting? Pay close attention as we get to the 4-1 breakpoint here.
Deepay a little bit torn on where to go with this. This is going to go to 7.
他几张吉因克斯啊？5张吗？还是7张？这好像5张，那个好像是悟空的尾巴。但是为什么他会留悟空啊？那是吉因克斯吗？那好像不是吉因克斯。
So DPay.
Kindle Gem.
Ooh.
Yeah, DPay right now doesn't want to commit to rolling either that deep or he wants to go to 7. Rolling at 6 gives him access to Jinx 3 odds. Going to 7 gives him better odds for everything else in Anima Squad. I'm pretty sure DPay's win condition is that he wants to 3-star as many of these units as possible.
但问题是吉林克斯没有硕矛，他没有硕矛，所以4阶段的能力就不会那么强。
Getting a couple of kills here, every single stack of fame that you can get will matter, as he is pre-leveling to 7 and hoping that would change things. Now we also pay attention to the augments. Will this be the augment that everyone is looking for? Could have a huge impact on some of these people's games.
We'll take another loss here. This is a big round. Another gold augment here and a lot available for players. Oh my.
It's got to be Ancient Archives. You can get another Anima Squad emblem. That would potentially be huge. You could replace awkward units like this Sylas. We're rolling. We're trying to see if we can 2-star these units.
Prankster 不错 ，Prankster 不错。纳尔，吉林克斯再插一张。
One off Jinx 3, by the way, and he might be tempted to send. DPay's an aggressive roller. Oh my god!
哎呀，这个雷文，没事，这个雷文是有用的。
Garen, he really wants to get it. He can sell Poppy, play the Garen. That is our strongest board. Looks like DPay is not focused on that.
No， 他没有留盖伦，波比不能待的，这是要留盖伦的，救命！ Oh no， 他没有留盖伦。
This round, I would say, but it is a difference.
对，果然是进。耶，2星龙王配上 Magazine， 耶。
Obviously, the overwhelming number of stats is going to be your goal on these, but I don't think that's quite there just yet. DPay is going to take some more losses, needs to get this board a little bit more pieced together. X3 is probably the biggest deal on the board right now. But my gosh, Ripple Overdrive's board is looking like a menace at the moment, and Stand United feels like a pretty fantastic pickup when you have such a bizarre set of traits that ends up getting put together in a situation like that.
Yeah, just good base stats to just make all of your units hit that much harder, and it becomes a team effort. Sometimes you're really impressed by some of the off carries, or even just units without even any items. They might contribute a good amount. We're looking at Robovan's board state. He's got 7 Yasuos. He has an orb implying that is another Yasuo, so I think he's one off Nila 3, one off Yasuo 3. He's at 4 HP though, so he can't exactly take that much more damage for triggering the last stand. So probably gonna lose this fight.
他的亚索在等最后，你知道他亚索在什么？他在等那个 last stand 给他的回血，他不要回血，他等那个 last stand 给他回血。
He needs to guarantee it at this point.
这是可以赢的吗？这亚索应该是第8吧？不可能吧？ 我有一说一 ，Z， 你的歌里面出现歌词就完全不对味了。
These boards are, I will say, they're looking kind of wild right now, but I am loving the way that these are shaping up. Some of these look
好的歌啊
just crazy unique. This isn't something doesn't feel like something that you see all the time. So Robovan Kenob, not really a ton of just wildly good options that you're looking for at the moment. Feels like Belt and 5 gold is going to be the benefit from that one. I'm trying to look at what players are going to want to piece together the most off of this.
Oh, Sasuko. Looking for more frontline items. Oh, we take this vest. I just noticed all his items are slammed.
但我觉得 Robovan 的那个 Robovan 的那个叫什么？他的那个 last stand 是不够毁的，应该毁的不够多。
See what is happening over in Setsuko land. Finds the Garen, has the mech pieces ready to go. That's a Wukong pair. We can find 2-star units. We're ready to make that transition relatively quickly. And I think this is where we start to change things up. But he is playing 1-star mech. That Wukong 2 helps. If we find Garen 2, Setsuko will be good. Bel'Veth 2. That is useful.
OK. 他这种不错了 ，Setsuko 这种不错了，8等4-50块钱，但是他血量够高，有这个贝尔维斯2星就够了。
This is going to be a tough one. We'll say that the Thrill of the Hunt here feels like it could be a massive difference for Setsuko as well. I felt like the one thing that was really lacking here is if Bel'Veth gets tied up in an outnumbered spot, you have to be able to hold true. And that's exactly what this Thrill of the Hunt can provide.
被定了，被定住了，被定住了。
The phony dummy gives you something.
被定了，被定了，被定了。
Taking a loss, a little bit more strength needed to really get this going. Robovan out in 8th place.
4 Pranksters showing off why DPay valued it, because that stun, that repetitive stun, and the teleport to safety end up keeping that unit frozen. So very annoying board to deal with, and then eating a point blank rocket from Jinx to stun it as well. I just felt like Setsuko didn't even get a chance to play that second half of the game. If he was able to get things like Thrill of the Hunt going, would have been a good spot. But make no mistake, fights like that are only going to get harder for DPay the stronger things like this Garen get, because when the Garen stays alive, this Bel'Veth with the Gunblade keeps it alive, and that is when it becomes
这个他妈努努，这努努。
Ripple Overdrive now still fighting for the win streak here. Kindle Gem and Ripple Overdrive could potentially hold up win streaks going into the end of stage 4. And my gosh, this board is still so menacing. There's just so much HP on the board. But Bel'Veth finds a way to the back line. A stun from Morgana.
Oh, 这个贝尔维斯
looks like it's gonna keep Bel'Veth up for a little bit longer.
这贝尔维斯，这贝尔维斯有没有机会把镜给带走？啊！你怎么跑去打努努了？他怎么跑去打努努了？努努撞，没有撞到。那结束了，那应该结束了。哎呦，再一下，哎，差一点点。
1-star Jin looks like it's the difference there.
I mean, it's just 1-star everything for a lot of these players. We'll see how things get online and how it changes things. Not only is it just Jin 2, but it makes Zac stronger. So, nice job from Setsuko to put out that DPS with the Bel'Veth. It kind of goes to show you how important keeping Garen alive is to Bel'Veth. The moment people shifted targets to Bel'Veth, they got really scary with their HP count. HP, by the way, is something that Robovan Kenobi does not have any left. That last stand trigger did not do enough for him. It doesn't look like he was able to stabilize, and unfortunately, a line that I think he has found success with in the past.
这个镜可以带无镜。哦，这装备其实不错，这装备其实不错的。装备其实真心讲真的不错。拉姆斯2星，进2星可以。
It's not his day today, and he's got to play for the highest placement he can get for that prize money.
Yep, prize money still quite a bit. You know, we have 35,000 up for grabs. That's not what we're going to be focused on. For Robovan, maybe that's the focus at this point with the rest of these players.
我蛮好奇他会合什么。
The set championships right now, a stacked.
不要前排装，对不对？那就合无尽了，对不对？
Then figures out the items in this one. Taking a look at Ripple Overdrive in the bottom.
应该是无尽啊，无尽或者是也许正义，也许正义。 哎呦，哦，哇 ，Guardbreaker 啊，他们优先选 Guardbreaker 啊，这有趣。
Now it's up to this Jinx, but the Jinx gets stunned right away by Aramis. The Prankster gets triggered right away as well. 4 Pranksters here. MF, pretty good range on that cast, but the Aurelion Soul able to pick that off. Massive deal there. DPay eating a hit here and suddenly is on the chopping block for that one as Replay picks up a win. Ripple Overdrive taking a loss. Kindle Gem still on a big streak.
Replay actually made a pretty interesting decision. He had an opportunity to go Infinity Edge or Guardbreaker, but he waited to see what the fight was, to see what he needed, because Replay is playing for placements, which is what's my best placement I can get based off this winning this next fight. And he saw that there was Echo and Riven, 2 units that shield a lot, and he has a Runaan's Hurricane, meaning that if he activates Guardbreaker through proccing on either of those units, he was able to get that bonus damage and limit the backline. That's really heads up. Does kind of potentially have implications on how his late game is if he really needs access to things like that Infinity Edge crit, but we'll see, because right now he's just trying to see if he can maximize that placement of the top 4, going against Malala, who's also playing the Riftwalker trait. Let's see who wins this mirror match.
3-star Ramus got picked up for Replay in that fight as well in that one. That's a big amount of front line that's being added to this board, and right now the back line for Replay is pretty healthy on this one. Aurelion Soul has eaten up the mana Zanes at this point, but it's done the most of the work for the rest of this board. Big hits, but Pyke able to pick this off as well. So Ramus is still in this fight, but Aurelion Soul now one of the focuses.
Jin 可以。
It's getting picked down, but the damage spread is just fantastic for this. Malala picks up a win in a spot that, frankly, I didn't look at that board and think that Malala was favored at the start of that one.
Oh, he wasn't. He needed some really fortunate fight RNG to play out in his favor, and that's exactly what happened. The way Jin's
啊 ，replay 有可能拿第7名。如果他拿第7名的话，就有可能还有机会。
Getting that flourish and execute, all of that panned out.
我好像不能放这首歌。
I'm pretty sure you play that fight 10 times over. Malala is very
我们去听 Polyphia 吧，
He
不管
got a
了。
bailout from Mortdog once. He's gonna need another one against Setsuko's board, who now has gear
2。怪兽机甲，然后主 C 是贝尔维斯，而不是龙王。
Look at the strength.
巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉。你知道为什么他贝尔维斯是可以走得起来吗？是因为贝尔维斯其实很好配合那个希维尔的辅助海克斯，辅助希维尔配合贝尔维斯其实很不错的，因为贝尔维斯开技能开得很频繁。
But Malala is right now beelining for another bottom finish. Should be just devastating given that he is the leading candidate behind Jukyu and replay for average placement. At this point, Malala is playing for something bigger than just first or second place, or rather, perhaps a little bit lower. He's trying to get in through the highest average placement. A 7th tier is devastating, especially if Setsuko continues his charge to a top 2.
That's right. Right now, Jukyu and replay are the front runners for points. It's going to be difficult for the rest of the field to catch them. Malala sits at 3.73 average placement. Setsuko right behind at 3.93 average placement. So Setsuko could still play for a position where maybe he has a fight for the top 2 spots. But if he can pick off the average placement from Malala, that is a big victory in the book of Setsuko. So if you're a fan of either of those players, keep an eye on their finishes of these next 3 games. Not just for they're putting up big performances, but how their performances are stacking up against each other. Kindle Jim, meanwhile, has spent the life to get the gold to go to level 9. Can they convert this now into something big? I saw a lot of 1-stars in that board, Dan, but a lot of utility on the bench as well.
We'll see. Meantime, we're hopping on board with Malala. He needs to win this fight. Jin gets Zephyr, which is bad news bears for Malala.
Overdrive. Big fiddle sitting in the middle of this board as well. That is a brawler emblem on top of a fiddlesticks. That is a ton of damage.
好多血量啊！这都是什么鬼东西啊？
On Ripple Overdrive side
为什么这个人有费德迪克2星啊？
think that's going to be the deciding factor in this fight. A few more stuns. The fiddle is wiping out a lot of the damage that Ripple Overdrive would have taken for this fight, but this was a critical win for Malala at this point. Ripple Overdrive going to fall down to the bottom 3 right now. DP takes the
mask out,
sitting at 12 HP.
他有转职吗？他没有转职，对不对？他好像是没有转职的。那怎么开出来9人口嘛
？Then Setsuko picks up a loss. Maybe a few cracks showing in his team.
My God, another game where Jukyu just makes a late game level 8 charge. This guy is so consistent and continues to do it. Jin 2 for Ripple Overdrive. Is that enough for him to win this next fight? Everything is so close at HP wise. And he's going up against replay guarantee. It's going to be another Riftwalker mirror, but he's up against the Ghost.
OK.
That's a 2-star
这龙王可以吗？
replay.
等下2星努努，然后带这个装备啊！这努努不能让他起来，努努起来就没了哈，死了可以。努努 OK 好，没起来就还好。
We need this Jin to pick off a lot of units if you're in Ripple Overdrive spot. Right now, the Rammus gets cracked through. Big news as the stun comes through, slows down that Jin just enough to get the focus damage, wipes out the Aurelion Soul. Malala out in 7th place. Ripple Overdrive living to fight through stage 6.
Replay also took a pretty big loss. And replay is just basically collecting points to make sure that
replay 第6
people are
有没有可能第6
prematurely crowned him as the winner of North America Regionals, but he wants to try to squeeze out as many points to secure that fact. But even though he's at 5 HP, looking at the rest of the lobby, you see that players like Setsuko are still at
18滴血、14滴、12滴、5滴，这14、12、5滴其实都是一条命的。下一回合是可以直接死2个。replay 要是能够前4的话，他真的就是可以去挂机去了。我其实有点好奇他阵容是什么。
He potentially could make some big games on replay if he's able to go for a first.
魔斗凯撒，但是你有哦，魔斗对子。哎呀，不要魔斗吗？萨米拉2星，跟费尔迪克换，跟2加特，哎，他跟谁换了？等下刚那个是什么？
I love the order of operations of
这是什么？蓝 buff 吗？
With evaluation.
科技侠。
Setsuko, meanwhile, a pair of itemized Belveths at this point. That's a big deal. These Belveths, a little bit of damage here, but
Setsuko 在玩什么？Setsuko 在玩机甲贝尔维斯。 哇，直接全部点掉了。这个分裂是合的真的好，他的那个 Mannery 吧，就是希维尔的那个辅助海克斯，真的配合贝尔维斯好强。然后一个分裂那些东西全部就把它全部点掉了，把后排全部给点掉了。
And right now he's at least gotten 2. Let's see if he can continue to play for that extra change. Meanwhile, Setsuko with a huge victory. That is the storyline I want to draw attention to. Whether or not Setsuko can make huge gains on Malala.
这一场很重要 ，Setsuko 要是能够第一的话 ，Replay 第6，他是有把比分拉近的。Juku 多少 ？Juku 多少
？Can he do it?
Setsuko 两只蝙蝠。
Player landing a shroud to a key side of this one, but the Belveths are where I am very scared for Kindle Gem in this one. This Garen is holding up for a long time, but so is Kindle Gem's side of the board.
哇 ，Setsuko 是没了 ，Setsuko 没了，0滴血，完美被带走。哎呀 ，Juku 没死。
That's +4 of a difference between him and Malala. We'll have to see what the damage report is for the average placements after this. Really hoping that he probably could have gotten more than that, but Kindle Gem has done a great job to stabilize his level 9 board. And what's really impressive about Kindle Gem's board is that it doesn't even really look like a level 9 board, quite frankly. It looks like he's just at level 7 or 8, and he just found an extra Tactician's Crown. Like, what is particularly impressive about level 9 board? He has a Leona 1.
这雷欧娜大招开的有点好，这个雷欧娜开招大招有点好，直接把盖伦给带走了。
There's a lot of units in play with Oxforce. That's what I'm seeing. Oh, plus a Jeweled Lotus. Forgot about that one. Oh, it's adaptive defenses. Forgot about that one. It's just so much damage. The more
好多伤害
the stronger the board is. Juku not able to find their first win of the day, but another top 3 in Kindle Gem. Can they rocket back from the depths? This is now a
就真的贼稳，对吧？就真的贼稳，他1、2、3天都打好稳。
In just one game.
上厕所去。
Well, when we were looking at the overall standings after game number 3, it really felt like after second place, competition was still pretty tight there for 3rd through 8th. So I can't wait to see how that's going to shake everything up, especially knowing that one of our heavy hitters, Replay, actually did take a 6th in that game. Was there anything going on there that might have sent him towards like an uncharacteristic bottom 4 at this point, Dan?
Yeah, so right before the game, I saw Robin pull up his old YouTube VODs of when he went on a crazy streak at North American Regionals 5.5. And then Robin left to go to the bathroom, which I'm pretty sure he did a voodoo ritual curse to make sure that Replay would not go first again. And specifically, no, stay with me here. Specifically, Robin came back from break, sat on stream and said, I hope Replay goes 1-1-1-6-1-1. And what just happened? Replay just went 6. Robin, don't make it so obvious, man. You can't just
Robin,
play with the
cards.
Come on
now. Okay, that explains everything, honestly. That really does. And, you know, if I had a nickel for every time, though, we had seen this happen, I would have 2. It's just not very many, but it still has happened twice. Still on the cards that Replay could get a first to finish the day? Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, how many games are there? It's 4 now.
好了，你们可以不用吵了。 Asado, I got every single card.
JUQ and Replay are able to make it through from first and second place. What's the play style looking like there? Are you trying to try to settle for something like second or third and feel like that would be okay?
I think that if Setsuko has a split decision between taking like 2 components that he's not sure about, and he scouts Malala's board and he sees that Malala wants one of those 2 specifically, I think he should go out of his way to take it. I think that should go the other way as well. I think that there is a small micro tournament happening between Malala and Setsuko for this average placement spot in the World Championship. I look forward to seeing what happens in the next game, and we only have 2 games left, so put your best foot forward. Don't
好痛，我操！
But hey, pay close attention on Carousel. Maybe you might see something.
This feels like one of those fights in a movie where there's like a war going on around them, but then 2 people decide that they're gonna fight the 1v1 with everything else happening. That's the stage that Dan just set for me right now.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see if that's gonna actually happen, or maybe you like hold some units that you know that Malala or Setsuko are kind of looking for right there, hold them from each other. I don't know. Collusion happening on the broadcast. We're gonna take a short break as we get ready for game number 5, and when we come back, 2 more games to go to determine our
还有2场，还有2场。梆梆梆梆梆梆梆梆。你们放的歌是真的有够难听的。我的香菱钥匙翘翘了，香菱你别死。爸爸。嘟嘟嘟嘟，痛！我香菱就这么被带走了 ，What the fuck？ 哦，我很想说他那个东西口味太大，吓死我！还好不能。嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟，这分数还能翻吗？我其实没看哎。对，好问题，我来算一下。Setsuko 26，哎呀，好像不能。有啦，有机会啦 ！Setsuko 要拿到第1名。Setsuko 如果可以拿第1的话。他有可能可以，他要第1，然后第4场，最后一场前4，然后他要希望 JUQ 跟 Replay 其中一个人那个下4位。如果是这样的话 ，Setsuko 可以翻。 Kindle Gem 跟 Ripple Drive 也可以用同样的方式，但是他们对第6场的要求就要更高。这3个人任何一个人在接下来的1场或2场里面拿到第1名的话，就有机会，他们是有机会翻的。等一下，我好像要死了。我是不是要死了？救命！救命！救命！我好像要死了。我不想要死掉哦，还好没事。没有喂。所以我们记一下 Ripple 那个 Setsuko 还有谁？还有另外一个第3个人是谁？我忘记谁来着的。他们那3个人只要有1个人可以拿第1名啊，那么那个 Jukyu 跟那个人就要小心了。这是什么烂牌啊？他们就要小心。他们要是下4位的话，是有可能被挤掉的。
Of their lives right now as we are in the midst of day 3 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals.
这什么东西啊？
But with 2 more games left to go, there's still some shakeups that can happen. So we're welcoming back.
我没办法开大，我好像可以开大，极限开大。哦 ，nice， 极限开大，操，一滴血反杀。
Because that is one of the ways that our players can qualify if they are not in top first and second place by the end of these 6 games. And so really right now, Casanova, that race is between Malala and Setsuko.
Yeah, so there's kind of 2 main battles happening right now because assuming that Replay and Jukyu can keep this up, they've kind of locked in those top 2 spots. Then we've got the battle between Setsuko and Malala. They are so close together on AVP that it's really just about outplacing each other in these last 2 games. And then that last battle, that's trying to get an invite to the Western LCQ. Everybody is still in that race. Nobody is eliminated. Because of the dominance at the top of the tables, everyone in the bottom 6 is relatively close. So there's so much on the line. Crowan is even going to tell me that I forgot money. There's still money as well. It's important. There's a lot here for these players to play for, and the lobbies are still so incredibly close outside of that top 2.
No, definitely. I mean, there's so much on the line. We've seen so much great action. It's kind of crazy to think there's only 2 games left, and everybody still has a chance to go to at least LCQ. There's not many tournaments where we can say that, so everyone's going to be putting their best foot forward. And we've seen some crazy TFT, especially from the players that are on maybe that like 13 points right now, like Roby Van Knob, and you know Malala is in that race with Setsuko. So really, it's just on Roby to have some really good finishes. And he's had those throughout the course of the tournament, but today it's been all bottom 4s with 5th, and then 8th place in the last game. He was saying, oh, I really want to just high roll in this game 4. It didn't really happen. So maybe you're worried, you know, maybe his confidence isn't quite there, but if Roby just had the time to reset, he could have a big game 5.
哎呦，腰带水滴全套。相对的 Juke 或 Riri 谁在吃谁就稳了，是的，没有错。他们只要能够吃鸡的话，他们就稳了。除非下面那4个人是拿第2，那么就还有悬念。
To kick things off, one of our 2 players fighting for that AVP spot, going up against Setsuko. Able to grab one of the belts off the carousel. I don't know if you noticed it too, Crowan, but it was a mad dash for the belts in the belt tier glove setup. Malala rewarded with his carousel mechanics.
Tier gonna be okay. Thinking about some of those rerolls Lulu kind of we've seen a lot of in the earlier days of the tournament. Less so today, although it has popped up once or twice. Belt being the standout item there. It is so good. So many item slams that you really want to generate tempo with. Warmogs, Sunfire, even leading into damage items like Guard Breaker as well. Even Morello's gets played a little bit, made on an early game slam, but still just so powerful. But the race between Malala and Setsuko is what we want to focus on. Oh, the Sunfire and a Blitzcrank 2 in the early game. This is going to be huge to win streak. throughout stage.
啊，没啦，这个开局是有一点点小爽。
Even having a solid finish, Setsuko's kind of had a very back and forth day. He's bounced between 3rd place and 6th place. If Setsuko goes bot 4 again and Malala is able to top 4, Malala is then going to be ahead moving into the final game of the day, fighting over that average placement.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be in the spot where you're behind in game 6, meaning the only way to come on top is to outplace and potentially
League of Dreams, hold the line. Small Game Hunter 不错的。
Takes a look, Raider spoils we've seen taken in the past, but a lot of times, not the first pick that you want. Small Game Hunter Malala has angled Jin a couple of times. Still a possibility.
Yeah, Safeguard not really in the meta anymore. Might take it if he was somehow committed to a brawler line, but there's no reason to be committed to that in this situation. There's not really any standouts though, so he might consider rolling a bit deeper. But no, does just go for that small game Hunter Pike, leaning towards that Jin direction. It is a good composition. He is going to not be able to make 10 gold here, so does level up instead. And it will, of course, be a slam. Not on the Sunfire, but on a Warmogs instead. That Blitzcrank's gonna be so tanky, but Juke Yu has the Rising Spell Force. Ezreal has the Underground in and has an Ezreal 2 already with a tier. Juku has been blessed by Mortdog today.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he's missing here is just having the full blue buff right away, right? But he can potentially still start up a little bit of a lose streak, get that tier off the first carousel, and then he's just cooking.
3地下开，3出口，3地下开。哎呦
！In a position with Underground，
有没有办法？有没有办法？
Setsuko with a strong economy is a terrifying prospect.
我操，没死！我操！
我
操，居然没死！哎呦，我的天！
What I think Setsuko wants to see here. He's so comfortable in these spots where he can just easily lost streak and then turn it around. And this time he gets to turn around with extra resources from the Underground.
Yeah, at this point of the day, it's go big or go home, and you can't really go any bigger than having an Underground game. Setsuko playing for a loss streak in stage 2 as he's so good at doing in transition.
如果是最下面的人吃鸡当水鬼，对，如果最下面的人吃鸡当水鬼也蛮好笑的，是的。
Very, very good reason. He's going to be making a lot of econ on top of it as well.
三柱哥很会打，这个人很会打那个连败，他很会玩连败，所以他开3地下的时候很棒的。
Setsuko in a comfortable spot. See if he's able to make
看我能
it
撑
work
住，
out.
希望可以撑住。
Yeah, going up against Ripple there, we do see the cleansing safeguard for Ripples.
等一下，我开了什么东西？
Brawlers are the
等一
initial
下，
things
我开了
that
什么
we'll
技能？
see played with
这
that.
个
Of
我还
course,
开错
it's
技能。
not as strong as it used to be since the changes to hero augments not being able to
挡得下来
double
吗？
that
元
up.
素爆发挡得下来吗？好像挡不下来。
Taking a look at our points leader, replay.
哎呦我操！
Going to be
挡不下
just
来
the。support augment for Camille. This has been pretty strong with the Jin line, so we may just be seeing replay head in that direction. Also seeing some interesting just threat things in the mid game with this as well. Just sacrificing the Camille, having it on the board just for the bonus on like a Bel'Veth.
Oh yeah, we've seen Bel'Veth, I think, really rise up in the priority. Setsuko was playing it last game. There was another instance of it being played as well as kind of the primary carries.
我应该先普攻的，我在干什么？我应该先普攻的。
Retribution, even if it does really want to
我在
be
干
a
什
Jin
么？
later on. But Camille too, especially with the buffs.
Bam,
That's no
bam,
slouch. It
bam,
can
bam,
win streak. In stage 2, Replay has, you know, high rolled a little bit in the stage 2. So
派克
this game
Small
is
Game
no
Hunter.
exception. It's feeling really good about that because Replay, if he has a good game 5, is going to be so comfy to pretty much guarantee a loss.
我其实刚刚没有看大家海科是什么。
Monsters Attack Championship.
Oops.
Well, Roby actually can grab this tier, so Juku not going to get that for the Ezreal. We'll have to look for his other items, but that is at least going to be a Gunblade going on to that Ezreal too. See what the items being picked up. The Anvil is extra as well, so can point out that Juku could get that tier straight away anyways.
Very true.
我一直想要三出口赢啊！我想要三出口进世界赛，嘿嘿嘿。
Online. And because there's a Rising Spellforce player,
他几滴血？86吗
？Zuko's less likely to go that option, which means it's awkward to take Unrelenting Forest Vi. He did pick it for the underground, but is not going to be able to play it in its kind of best in slot composition. But that's okay for Setsuko, right? Because of what we've already said, he's going to be able to be flexible, just kind of get into kind of anything, and just play it as a more, I guess I'll say tempo style, even though he's not like.
这是玩镜的，这应该是玩镜。不过他装备这样啊，不对，他海克斯是镜，海克斯是派克的话，那你就玩镜。Okay, this fucking 硕毛哎，硕毛哎，开低是吧？开低派克。
By slamming this last whisper. So
再开一次大招。这样的话，他应该是要用那个，要用派克打工，然后转进妮可或者是龙王，估计是转龙王，应该是转龙王。Deppy 应该是 Deppy 应该是转龙王。
Should be able to clean that up, however. Malala barely gonna hold on to that streak, but he does.
Yeah, this is actually really
卡密尔赌狗，
seeing all these hero augments because
然后是攻速 AI， 攻速 AI。
picked Pyke between two players playing your cut and one playing the small game hunter, but specifically
三家境
and Roby are really trying to play for those LCQ spots, but Jin's going to be at least 3-way contested in this game, it seems, unless someone just plays a random Pyke on their board because it's an okay unit, provides him a CC. But there's going to be players stuck on Jin 1 for way longer than they want to be. It feels really, kind of weird to say, but it could just be some low rolls coming through, maybe not recognizing the spot of, oh, this is Compass 2 contested, maybe costing LCQ spot and potentially a spot at the championship.
Well, and economy can be a big factor of this too. Kindle Gem, 100 HP, Malala, 100 HP, both streaking into Krugs. A big fight between these two, and it looks like it's Malala favored out the gates. That stun from Pyke should be able to seal it, as I don't think anything is getting through this Warmog's Blitzcrank. So Malala going to hold on to this win streak. One of the players.
5连胜，5连胜，不会吧？不会吧 ？Malala 不会吃了吧？然后当水鬼了吧？不会吧？最近是不是杀了4连败20块？哇，4连败20块不是很正常吗？他30块哦，然后他连败被断了，29块。哦，他连败被断了，那确实有一点，哎，不对啊，不对啊，不对啊，他78滴血，他没有4连败吧？是吗？他是4连败吗？等一下看看，4连败78滴血是有一点高哎。4连败的话，通常是60多，然后是偏70滴血，所以78滴血4连败的话，那他是比平均还要多了10滴血。等一下，不会吧？啊，等一下，潘森。啊，不会吧，不会吧，不会就这么转去露露吧？他露露3星了耶！哎，什么鬼？他有30块钱，他根本不需要攀升3星的，他就直接用露露就可以了。我啊，这是什么鬼？科技枪！哎呦，完美，完美！
So not going for the supers version of this composition because the Pyke needs to be on this board, but because it is, it's going to make it easier to find all the Pantheons because he's still really far away. Some players might be like, it doesn't really feel as good to be staying on level 5, but Lulu, especially with the Gunblade Slam, should be powerful enough to win streak throughout probably all of stage 3. Really needs to be prioritizing Ionic Spark at this point, but this spot from Roby is actually really good, and recognizing when you can play Lulu even when it's not in its kind of quote-unquote ideal spot, with again having to play that Pyke.
他等一下有火炮，那这叫法爆。他露露有可能是可以上去的，他装备很棒，然后他的节奏也很棒。比较可惜的是他没有攀升3星，如果他有攀升3星的话，这一场还有机会，就是他节奏会更棒。 但他现在可以直接冲那个Battle Mage 超棒的。
We'll be doing that. Battle Mage taken, placing her right behind a super tanky Pantheon in the front line. Although it's not really going to be the case for now. It's not super tanky.
他潘森想要追吗？潘森追不到吧？
And not going to be picking up anything too crazy. Might be thinking about going into Riftwalkers. Actually, it's holding a Vex for now. But yeah, that's going to be the Lulu in the second row. She's going to be tankier, dealing a lot more damage, and it's going to be a Reforge for a Sunfire Slam. This is as powerful as Roby can be at the moment. Win streak incoming, it looks like, unless he runs into someone maybe like Malala, who's 100 HP win streaking.
Ooh, a lot of 2-stars here.
哦，我应该他就一滴血，我不能用它。
Very powerful board coming out of Malala. The stun from the Pyke, not going to connect on the main carry, but this Lulu still in a good spot. We can get through the Renekton.
这 Lulu 秒人，再秒一只。
But the Ashe is free firing and the casts aren't going there.
可以，不错，可以。 这唢呐打对，
Sona does it. Malala loses the win streak on 3-2, and Roby gets to continue his against maybe one of the scariest fights that is here. We'll have to see as we kind of take a look around the lobby who might be scared. I mean, there's a Morgana 2 on a board. That's pretty.
Yeah, just
as many upgrades we saw from Malala's board, that was probably the scariest. Is Jukyu looking like a 2 heist, but is going to go deeper. We're going towards 3. We're still 5 with 6 Ezreals.
Juke 1 Rising Spell Force. 哎呦！哎呦！58滴血，蓝 buff 科技枪。像你不敢给我公理由，确实，确实，像你不敢给我公理由。李欣哎，这李欣配唢呐，然后配勒布朗主 C。
Jukyu, of course, skipped 1. That was cash out number 2. He's going deep for cash out 3 instead of just
被李欣全部吃下来了。
Essentially looking for a bigger play to get even stronger.
痛啊，痛！
He is dropping pretty low, but still 47 HP. That can sustain one more cash out here. His board does seem strong enough to kill a couple units just because the Ezreal has the blue buff available. Maybe that can get him there. And there's a spat on the carousel. Tactician's Crown available for Jukyu, and he's going right towards it. Setsuko did not deny it here. Doesn't need to deny Jukyu, he just needs to deny Malala at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if that was Malala with the potential Tactician's Crown. Would Setsuko have just grabbed it? We would need to look at both of their spots in depth to, I think, answer that question, but definitely something to think about. Jukyu, however, is going to be getting Tactician's Crown. He is on level 5 at the moment. Which
no, I choose the fucking wrong fucking.
We'll see. Yeah, he levels up here. Is still on about 50 gold. Continuing to roll down. Doesn't.
卡米尔能用吗？不能用。
Supers angle either. See what the admin is. Nothing crazy.
Oh, every 5 seconds your team gain 20 mana.
Stuff and then AD.
应该是那个了，但是不太好，在这套阵容不太好，伊泽阵里面不太好，没有必要。
Unless?
What else are we doing with that?
Oh, he wants to. Here we go. Oh, 6 out of 7. Good play. Good play.
He wants to lose. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't mind losing actually. I'm not sure what number of the underground cash out he was at, but maybe if this round is a loss and next round is a win.
他伊泽几张啊？6张吗？6张还不错的。
For the neutrals. Maybe loss will have to do it, but we'll see how that comes up next round because he's going to be losing this one. That Morgana 2, as you called out earlier, is going to be on DK's board, and that is a lot of stacking AP with the Archangels. Did kill one more. Good loss.
Perfect loss.
Oh, he's going to be at 6 out of 10 though, so even losing next round with only 3 underground, he's not going to be able to cash out. Fatal Gem just taking another 8 gold and a remover.
Been using this to econ to pretty good effect. Level 7 here, 40 gold.
Bel'Veth.
Swapping out those undergrounds finally and gonna start playing these threats. Bel'Veth carry for now. We did mention, we called out that, hey, with this Camille, Bel'Veth is a really good option in the early stages. It can transition out eventually, but you can still just play Bel'Veth as a carry with this.
Yeah, definitely. Bel'Veth has a few 2-cost kind of support augments that do really well. Hextech Retribution's one of them, and the what's it called? Mana Tempering from Sivir is going to be the other one. But we see it come through with the Hextech Retribution in this game. Deathblade, very, very good. Hodge to get a little bit of healing as well. And there is a cloak on the bench for potential Runaan's just a bit later. Bel'Veth's kind of best in slot item.
贝尔维斯在前期真的是好猛。
Take out Malala. Malala at the start of stage 3 started taking a lot of damage, is currently sitting in the bottom 4. But 69 is still going to be not bad, as Deepay has like best in slot.
哦，40块，
Zuko gets offered 40 gold.
但是他不要，
And is going deeper.
他不要。
For underground, having Last Whisper Deathblade.
他真的，他的海克斯是这个哦，哦，那他这场很糊，他可以玩狼人，可以玩贝尔维斯，这2张都可以。他狼人跟贝尔维斯都可以，然后如果可以出那个15的话，会超强。15或那个3项的话会超强。
Sure shots to go with it. You can find Infinity. There's just a lot of ways to go. For Setsuko.
Wow, 1% by the way.
Yeah.
Oh man, Setsuko making some board changes happen even right now. And Setsuko is one of the players that's the best at making a strong board out of whatever he is given. He's able to determine how weak or strong he is comparatively to the rest of the lobby. Does so good at scouting really quickly, retaining all that information. He's going to be repositioning his Kayle to the left side, and that's going to be really good in this matchup against Replay.
Yeah, it looks like with the items he's slammed, he's actually angling Bel'Veth, right? Deathblade and the Last Whisper, but also can go a Jhin direction from there.
Yeah.
Feels like these can be ultimate Ezreal items if he needs to as well in a pinch. So there's a couple options for Setsuko. And it's going to come down to the big roll down once he gets this cash out. He won this round against Replay.
Yeah.
This is actually going to slow down his cash out a little bit. But 2 more rounds he needs to lose. They were going to be in stage 4 losses anyway, so probably not a huge deal. But if people spend a lot of gold on 4-2, he might get harder than he wanted to initially.
That is very, very true.
Underground hard 这应该是拿 Axiom Oracle Portal 哦，15不错，15了，这肯定是15了。他其实拿那个 Animal Visage， 这3个其实都可以拿，因为他有那个剑魔，但我觉得这边应该我会选15，因为他已经3件装给那个剑魔了，所以应该是选15，然后之后转贝尔维斯或者是哦，他要玩那个吗？
He's gonna try to spike as well.
哇，2星狼人。
That's a big frontline hit. Morgana
哦，他要玩镜。哦，他不玩狼人，不玩贝尔维斯，他玩镜哦。哦，他不玩狼人，他玩镜。
Even if I win fights, I win 1, lose 1, great. And I'm not going to take as big of hits. It's not a huge deal. You just get some power in this front line, let you kill a couple extra units. And yeah, it's not a big deal if you win.
Gonna be going up against Roby Van with the Lulu reroll. Roby's pushed to 7, has a heart emblem as well. Kayle not gonna be able to deal a lot of damage, so I think Setsuko is gonna lose this one, but again, that is fine.
God, just looking to get as many kills as he can, and he is getting kills.
哇，这个人撑的有点久，这说不定可以赢哎，这说不定是可以赢的。哎呦 ，nice， 都一滴血，都残血。Setsuko let's go.
Man, the Kayle living 1 HP there was the diff, and Syndra being rolled on level 7, gonna be throwing units in, stunning Lulu, not having her have the time to continue casting and heal back up with the Gunblade. Warwick is found, Warwick is in, Janna as well.
Yeah, Warwick even works as a carry because of the scoped weapons. He can utilize that at this stage. It doesn't matter. He's not going to run in and die. He's going to be able to stay in the back line and deal damage. Probably not going to stay with a Warwick. It's not as ideal, but at this point in the game, why not? It's going to work out.
Yeah. Works on both sides, and this is the kind of featured matchup of this game. Setsuko versus Malala, both running similar boards, but oh, Setsuko is just so much stronger.
哦，这两星建模太可怕啦。OK， 老实说，这个建模其实蛮不错的。我觉得如果是我的话，我会选15，然后玩那个狼人，因为我已经有3件装给建模了，那个救赎是可以带建模身上的。
Yeah. Oh, this Camille is gonna be a Hextech Camille. I was a little suspicious when it was the BT slam.
2件装。
What are we gonna actually see here? That's the last item, the Camille 3. It's too.
他那个他被以为是有无尽。
Yeah, big call out for GQ.
这次空拿了什么？这次空拿了什么
？Sonya and Rocket propelled fist. And he hit his Ezreal 3 all on that 4-2.
这是口人在哪
GQ is someone terrifying in this lobby right
看他贝尔维斯带一带无
now. You
尽
need to be watching out if people run into him. He could hit very hard, especially if that Rocket propelled fist gets a carry and Ezreal just blows it up. Suddenly, you're not going to be killing many units on GQ's board.
Yeah, even just influencing the position, having Rocket propelled fist. Wait a minute,
What? He was angled laser and he hits 2 more than 1 shot?
What?
More
What?
2 on 4, 5, angling laser, he's 6 core?
Okay, that for one is disgusting. The only saving grace for the rest of the lobby is he has actually no Mordekaiser items to work with, and that's when we see this comp really spike. Mord 2 on stage 4 is absolutely ridiculous though. That might just climb him placements just because. But at least it won't be just one-shotting boards at this point.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be able to contend with Setsuko's cash out? We're going to have to see what Setsuko actually gets. Because that's the big story between these two. Malala is going to be so strong now. Not having those items for it does make a big difference here. But he also hit a TF2 who's going to help supplement damage in the back. Not having items for any of those carries does mean that Malala takes a loss. But he has so much potential to get so strong so fast when he picks up a couple items here on Aurelion Doom.
Oh, Tactician's Crown. Oh.
And a bunch of components. He can itemize so many carries, but he needs more AD. Looks like with this
他需要狼人啊，狼人可以狼人双 C， 或者他可以玩2个贝尔维斯。不，他不会低不到牌吧？不会吧，不会吧，不会低不到牌吧？
Play just whatever he can hit to Aegis on the board. Item slams need to come through, but he's only on a single Bel'Veth and 0 gold. Setsuko, this is not going to be what he needs to.
哇，这装备好尴尬。
Yeah, he needed gold off of that cash out. He had turned down 40 gold in lieu of trying to get items.
哇，他贝尔维斯没有2星，那这样完了。
Just waiting, gathering his thoughts, figuring out what he needs to do.
He does have the time as this board from.
他贝尔维斯没有回血。
Rather weak.
他贝尔维斯没有回血，这样子5阶段是打不赢别人的。低配第8名出去，一泽3星了。
He still is, but an 8th is going to really put a hurt on that potential.
Setsuko didn't slam a single item. He relied on this 1-star Leona with the scoped weapons, taking out DPay's solo frontline while his Aatrox tanks for years up front instead. Jhin angle has been found. At least the Riftwalkers are there. He's got the 3 Renegade because he's playing the Leona as well, and he has 80 items. So this is a potential spot for Setsuko to play, a potential line available.
狼人不玩狼人贝尔维斯双 C 吗？
to fully play flexibly.
A small champ duplicator, but it's not really going to be very valuable at all. There's going to be a pair.
他装备好多啊。
He could angle a lot of different items right now, but so many gloves. Surely a TG gets
他想用镜。
This roll down needs to hit some big
贝尔维斯
and there's going to be a bell.
能不能低到牌
Aurelion Soul comes through. Jhin pair. What's he
加油加油加油加油
What's he gonna find?
哦，贝尔维斯艾克 ，nice
nice
nice.
Not looking for more in the Renegade line. Actually selling out of the Renegade, selling out of the Riftwalkers. Finding the Bel'Veth 2, finding
那装备要怎么给？这装备要怎么给？你多余的 AD 装要怎么给？
Looking for the power from there, and then gonna put the TG on the Leona, utilizing the scoped weapons. She's gonna try and snipe down the frontliners in these fights.
And there's so many items being
但是我其实没有看到他装备什么。
as well.
哇，这雷欧娜大招开在卡米尔身上。
Go down with it, it does.
Oh, that is massive for Setsuko.
OK， 他还把 replay 打到2滴血，两条命 ，replay 2条命了。
Replay taking a huge hit, GQ as well, down in 7th. Malala and Setsuko are neck and neck, 36.
哦，骇客伊泽哎。
Fighting for every single placement point possible.
No way.
The lobby HP
他要把伊泽送到对方后排，然后因为他有金身，所以他伊泽可以直接把对方的后排给秒掉。
Roby the Prophet. What did he say in his interview yesterday? The thing he wanted to play that he was excited. He's like, this is a comp.
It was Hacker Ezreal.
It was Hacker Ezreal and Jukyu. The most flexible player in our tournament is the one who actually finds the angle for it. Goes down that line and he runs into Roby straight away. It's poetic as we've got that Ezreal into the back line. Taking out Jin straight away.
在打谁？在打李信。
Sona, but Roby in a lot of trouble if this Ezreal.
露露要被伊泽给秒掉了。
Before the Lulu turns first.
等一下，伊泽没有在打露露。伊泽没有在打露露。
Taking out the other yet, but now the Ezreal.
伊泽啪啪
onto the Lulu.
秒掉。
Gonna take her down. Roby gonna lose this one. Jukyu continuing to stay alive here. 21 HP.
Juki staying alive, replay falling dangerously low now. Kindle Gem, the player leading, albeit not by that much at all. Roby takes a loss to the Hacker Ezreal, the thing he spoke into existence, but is rolling for all of these 3 stars and not finding a single one of them. One away from Pyke, one away from Sona, and just does not hit.
He's so close, but he doesn't get there. And both of these are massive upgrades, right? That Pyke, 3 items on it. 3-starring that would be huge for this front line. Sona, of course, a very powerful unit, and he can continue to itemize it on this next carousel.
他露露没有第3件，好可惜。 然后他没有那个潘森3，对不对？他潘森他有电刀啊，他没有星火，他用的是电刀。
Pyke is getting some big stuns, but not onto the priority targets. And Aatrox.
这是什么东西？等一下，这个 Aatrox 带的是什么装备？
Not going to be taken down by the Lulu. Wow. Another round going to carousel. Maybe he can find a Sona or a Pyke on it.
Finding one of those would be huge. Finding the other with just natural rolls would be absolutely
massive.
But this Camille is so dominant this game. Might it get taken out? Oh, Blanc casting on each other. But it is just going to be the one with the
OK, Setsuko 好像有机会，他好像有机会，他好像有很高的机会。
Roby has the option. If it stays up, Ripple gonna take the Gunblade. Jukyu, Archangels, replay takes that away from Roby. Still a good item to Zeke's, of course. Allow those aura items to buff up the carries instead. Setsuko just grabs a Hodge.
There is so much on the line, Casa, in these next few fights. 19 HP Roby, currently in 4th. Jukyu at 11 HP, just an 8 HP differential. And now Roby might find none of those upgrades. Does play the Syndra for 6 heart. Riftwalker not really making that big of a deal, but he's considering the 2 mascot in the extra front line be what he needs, because again, this Pyke 3 has not come through quite yet. Oh, Cells.
Big pivot. Getting completely out, go back down to 4 heart. Play the Spellslingers, get the Syndra in.
Had one more roll potentially, but decided too late about what angle he
这露露是被卡米尔给踢死了。
Sends the Camille into the back line, but Pyke is there to
这卡米尔有办法吗？派克把他定住了。哎呦，露露，哎，啪，踢死了。
Gonna take another big hit as this Camille gets to run through and clean up.
哇，一滴血了 ，Roby 一滴血了。Ripple 下去了 ，Ripple 下去了。那 Ripple 应该没有机会了。Ripple 应该没有机会了。世界名画细体。啊这
does find Rammus to go in over the Janna. A little bit more time in the front line, but the Pyke supporting the Lulu, as we saw in the last fight.
这派克说不定如果能够弹到伤害的话，说不定可以给露露撑时间的。
Roby getting every single placement possible could be steering him closer and closer to.
好了，露露跟伊泽谁胜谁负呢？
But the hacker Ezreal now more hackers going into his back line.
Yeah, hackers once again. The Pyke also going onto the Lulu. Will his own Pyke come back to support? It's got the cast.
啊，派克跑错边了，伊泽把露露给弄死了。
Ezreal and Roby gonna
死绕 Roby 下去了。
Sixth place that severely hurts his chances of an LCQ spot since he was at the bottom of the table with 13 points going into this game. He did outplay DJ and Ripple, so at least there's a shot to start pulling this back with a great placement in Game 6. But main storyline for us to look at here, Malala, Setsuko. Malala lost once again. Setsuko has a brilliant board. He's at level 8. He's got a lot of gold, pushing towards 9, and he's on a 6 win.
So Setsuko needs to just place higher than Malala. He's currently slightly in the lead, but getting several placements above Malala would mean he has a lot more room for potential error in Game 6. Setsuko is really gunning for every single placement way possible. He's setting himself up to go level 9, cap out his board like he is so good at doing, and win the lobby. Malala is on a 2-lose streak right now. Might be going out as we've reached stage 6.
The
damage that he loses the fight is probably going to be lethal.
And Malala found some
Leona
items now with the giant slayer. That's a big
2星
damage. We actually
费德提克上场，然后电刀给
that up. It's alongside an
那个谁
edge and a cube cone, trying to get just as much AP as he can and get that crit on the ability. Here's the fight. It's a big upgrade to find that item. Zephyr onto just a Vex. Not gonna grab too much. Jin's second row, and he might get
Boom! Oh, 被摩托凯撒暴打。
The Mordekaiser down, but the Warwick does smell blood.
Boom.
He's tearing through Kindle Gem's board.
Boom.
Aatrox not going to be able to hold on
Boom.
forever. Too many
Boom.
drones. Malala holding on a little bit longer, dropping Kindle Gem pretty low as Replay falls out in 5th. Still a good enough placement to hold on to a top 2 spot.
Yeah. Replay might have had 1-on-1 lag, but it looks like 1-on-1 lag. Still fine though, still in the top 2. But Setsuko is running away with this game. Look at all these items that came through with the cash out. He's itemized so many carries. He had to throw AG items onto the Morgana with a Runance and a Last Whisper. It's not going to be that much value.
一根巨就是不死，对啊，他们不死的话，Setsuko就没机会耶。
Every single bit at this point counts as he runs into Kindle Gem.
Yeah, Runan's poor man's
still
that shred on the little bolt, but it's not going to be quite as good. However, that
看这个龙王怎么开大。
the 2-starred Leona.
哦 ，Leona 把那个
frontline units away, make room for the Bel'Veth, make room for the Aurelion Soul, but that can sniping down. Kindle
好了，一张牌还可以接受，一张牌可以接受的。
However, Setsuko still has all this gold. He's still looking for 9.
Malala takes yet another loss. It was only to 1 unit, just the hacker Ezreal, so he hangs on 1 HP and a dream.
4那个4秘术贝尔维斯。
Gods can bleed.
下一回合会有2个人死掉。
He's gone level 9, running 4 Aegis, running a Fiddle War, and that CC might be exactly what he needs. Morgana no longer on the board. Setsuko versus Malala. This
哎呦，好了，Setsuko要是能赢的话
so much.
Yeah, he can send Malala
他
down
前2的话很重要的。
While he still aims for a first, that would give him such a big gap on AVP.
贝尔维斯被定住了。
Around this Mordekaiser, here comes the boom, taking out so many units. The Warwick still up, but so are many carries for Setsuko.
Oh,
the
nice.
Takes out the last unit. Malala's down. Setsuko stays alive. Setsuko pushing for first place, playing against Jukyu. He did send Malala out in 4th. Bunch of tomes on the carousel. See what they can do with this, but Setsuko outplacing Malala and doing it by multiple placements here.
Yeah, if Setsuko gets first, that 3 placement gap is going to make Setsuko super comfortable. But Jukyu, once again, has found his way into the top 3, has done it all today. What an absolute clinic, and doing it with a hacker Ezreal. we might be talking to Juke at the end of the day. Get him $10,000 and send him to Worlds. Jukyu is just on fire.
He is catching up to Replay after these last 2 games. Jukyu keeping that consistency in the top 4. Replay, even with all those firsts, started to falter in these last 2 games. But Jukyu, not going the hacker in the Ezreal, keeps it in the back row. The hook going to be played around by Setsuko.
能吗？能吗？
From Pyke. But where comes the damage? The Irelia
一者能不能带走？
Doom onto Jukyu.
哇！
There's one more cast from the Leona, not on a good target, but the Bel'Veth has made it on the
哦，
back
被秒掉了，被秒掉了，被秒掉了！救命啊！被秒掉了！
Units, there's too much fighting back. Ezreal's doing his best. He's clearing
有办法吗？
He's
哎呦！
holding on for so long, but
哦 ，nice nice 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 nice。
Setsuko trying to clinch that AVP. He's got first to Malala's 4th, and that puts him in such a strong position. Our tournament favorite still looking primed to go to Worlds.
Looking really
突然间那个拿111的 Riri 好像有点不稳，
A little bit of a race for second.
有一点点小不稳，突然间他瞬间有一点小不稳。
With another bottom 4, and I feel like that might just make things look a little bit funky heading into our 6th and final game. But this one definitely delivered as well. I mean, when I take a look at just kind of across the board how many people were going for Pyke, Crowan, do you feel like that contesting played a role at all in the overall placement for these players for this game?
Yeah, I think a couple pivoted out. There was a Pyke being run with just a Lulu reroll as well, so that made it easier for players rocking Jhin to hit. But also players are just going to be leaning into other lines, like Bel'Veth. The popularity has risen up so much, and we've seen the power of her.
他不会拿111然后没有进吧？不会拿111然后没有进吧？不会吧？不会吧？
She's able to be positioned. So we didn't actually see that kind of come into play as much with all that Jhin contestation. So yeah, wasn't that big of a deal at the end of the day.
All right, I love being able to see that that's not something that like players are, of course, messing up each other's game plans. Maybe we would have liked to see that for Malala versus Setsuko. Maybe a little bit of sabotage going on between the two of them. But let's take a look at the overall scoreboard, because this is 5 games completed and we only have 1 more left to go. Looks like Jukyu is going ahead and leapfrog over Replay to be able to take that first spot. But with another bot 4 here, Casanova, might be Setsuko sneaking in.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right?
34分，34分 ，Replay 要是下去的话 ，Setsuko 是可以赢 Replay 的。他需要他跟他5分差是吧？5分差，那就是要5个名次还是6个名次差距？6根，对，要5个名次差距。他5个名次差距的话，那就有机会。
With Setsuko taking a bad game, and we've seen a couple rough games from Setsuko across this tournament, a couple low rolls. We know it can happen.
For sure, and I think that for Malala especially, one of those players is really hoping that Replay stays up there and really is only going to have to fight against somebody like Setsuko for that average placement.
他只要 Replay 跟 Setsuko 只要差5个名次的话，就有机会。
On the line for our Western region, and that's looking like a tight race too.
Yeah, I think actually, don't quote me on this, but I think everyone is still in contention for that. Because assuming like Jukyu and Replay are 1-2, Setsuko gets in on AVP, that leaves 2 slots for LCQ. Kindle Gem has separated himself from the rest of the pack, being 4 points away with 22 to 18. But then there's only a 2-point gap between the rest of them. So this final game still matters for every single player, and that's so insane to say.
It's been so crazy close for all of our players today. And what more would you have expected with putting 8 of the best players from North American TFT and one lobby together, all with very different play styles and how they approach the game. But Casanova and Crowan, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye for now. So I'd love to get some final thoughts from the 2 of you before we give you your send-off.
It was a blast. It was fun. I can't wait to watch the final game. I just want to see who we are sending to the championship. I want to see who I'm seeing at the LCQ. Try and get some more spots for NA because, as Dan said at the start of the tournament, This is the best region for TFT right here, and these games have shown it.
No, it's not. It is not. There's no way you're claiming the best region in TFT. No, it's not. It's not wrong. It's not right for you to fucking say that. It is just fucking incorrect. Hello?
It's been so much fun with being on the desk with you both.
你拿前5不难吧？确实。
As well as they get to bring it home, but man, there's so much.
他要5名次差距，Setsuko 跟 Riri 要5个名次差，没有办法。
As players pour their heart and soul over the past few months, you know, past few years, even if they've been here since the beginning. Maybe a player like Setsuko as well in such a good spot. It's just so rewarding to see when those storylines come through, all the hard work paying off. I'm right there with Cass. I just want to see who we are sending to Worlds, who we're sending to LCQ, because NA is looking damn strong right now, and there couldn't be more deserving players sent to the championship.
Amen.
Could not agree more. Could not agree more. Thank you both so much for taking us through the action that you covered for the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We hope that you both enjoy the show that is about to be ahead of us as game number 6 is on the horizon with 3 spots for the Monsters Attack Championships on the line and 2 for the Last Chance Qualifier. It all comes down to this final game. You're not going to want to miss it.
对吧？26、31，这是5分差，所以要5个名次差距的话就可以了。所以如果 replay 前5的话，Setsuko 就没救了。话说为什么我的歌停了？Bless you. Da da da我是不是有烧热水？我的甜度跟你的甜度仿佛是2个世界的东西。你确定你跟我都是同相同的甜度吗？还有最后一场。
Monsters Attack NA Regional Championships, and to see who will make it towards the Monsters Attack Championships as the NA
应该就是他们两个进了，难不成 Riri 会去来个7-8？ Juke 7-8应该是不太会啦，但是 Riri 是有可能的。
We've got one more player joining him, and that is Jukyu. Congratulations to Jukyu for becoming our second North American representative. Admirable, Jukyu has absolutely earned this.
It's just been an insane tournament run so far. The average placement for Jukyu is higher than 3 at this point. Like my gosh, like the fact that your lowest bid, you're like third, you're like, God darn it, that's worse than I'm expecting, kind of. That is a ridiculous performance in this one. Mathematically, there's no way that he can either lose the average placement spot, and in order for him to fall out of the top 2, it would need to be just an enormous set of differences to make it happen. So I'm just not even going to consider at this point. Just fantastic performance, killer the entire way through. It's one of the most deserved ones I've seen in this particular tournament.
I mean, while we have Wei Shen Iverson and Jukyu confirmed to represent North America at the Monsters Attack Championships, we still have 2 more spots on the line. It's going to be that second place. Riri plays looking really good in that position, Dan, but we're also fighting for average placement as our 3rd spot on the line.
Why don't I get to react to Jukyu getting into the World Championship spot? Just ask the Admiral guy, but I want to talk about this guy for a second.
You want to talk him up? You can gas him up? You can gas him up? Gas Jukyu up.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I think too many times in TFT, we only look at names that we recognize and not look at the next coming wave of players who are also really strong in their own right. Looking at Jukyu, he reminds me so much of Ram Kevin, the way he's kind of approaching it. He's playing everything. He's even hackering Ezreal. Unusual tech. What more do you want? I have to end because we're going into game.
You keep going.
Hacker Ezreal, Hacker Warwick, you can still talk Jukyu's praises as much as you want as we enter into this final game for day number 3 here at the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. There's a lot on the line here for all of our players.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about this one as well. I want you to continue the Jukyu rant. We're going to get to that in a second here, but this is another developing story. This one is average placement that's taken place. Malala and Setsuko are the 2 who are really battling for this right now. Setsuko sits at 3.71. Malala sits at 3.94. So this is another slot available for the Set Championships. Dan, it's been a crazy run so far here today, but there's still one last game that can help.
我们这场直接看Setsuko好了。我们直接看Setsuko，看我能不能再把他看死。
the shitty line. You're not taking shitty line. Gold. Full guard here. Oh, he's 2 out of 3. He's 2 out of 3, by the way. He's 2 out of 3. Low, he's 2 out of 3. Oh, that's not right.
英雄海克斯222英雄海克斯
Started bow. 7 JG. I mean, Burning Spear's probably fine. Has to be right, surely.
还有法爆电刀，半电刀。
Yes. Oh, he's low here.
他应该升级，然后上不那个 机器人，然后装备丢给波比、露露，法爆巨杀给露露，然后给他个弓。
I don't think that's MGG. Item is not that good. This guy also supporting Spirit.
啊，不想丢法爆 ，OK， 其实也行啊，不丢法爆其实也行。
No, I kind of need a sack for tier though. I'm fucking trolling. Also, I should probably hide my items on bench so he doesn't know what items I have, so he doesn't know what items I'm going for. Like he knows I'm going for tier, like he's just gonna take tier maybe. Like someone's gonna take tier. Oh, nice. What the fuck? Run around. Lux 1, Poppy 1, Annie 1. Just wins around. I should probably hide my units though. My items.
Wait，我快死了。
Playing a strong guy. Thank you. Good.
如果真的要看死，你要不要看 Riri？ 我不知道 Riri 有没有直播哎，我其实不知道。
I have like 50 pairs, man. Please, Lux pair, Poppy pair, Lulu pair, Well pair, Wukong pair. I literally have 5
1、2、3、4、5组对子，经典5组对子。波比2星，那个这个可以跟机器人换，好尴尬。
Maybe this is better. Is it though? Probably not. The GS is kind of strong. Is it though? GS item is pretty strong, honestly. Oh, I'm playing a strong guy, man. Fuck! Beat this. Actually, do I beat that? Beat this guy for sure. Beat this guy for sure.
Oh, am I dead? Okay, I'm not dead. 我没死。还好，可以打2滴血吗？可以 ，nice。
Oh, terrible loss, I guess. More. Oh, fuck it, just win? Low key, my Lulu needs to cast it anything. Cass, you fucker! Oh, I fucking won this fight. That's pretty good. I'll allow it. Do I even... am I even supposed to pre-level here? Maybe not. There's 2 tiers. Oh, 3 tiers. Oh, we are.
Oh, 有3个、4个水滴，好爽
It's a forced tier belt. Wait, there's 4 tiers. Oh, there's 4 of them. Okay.
好爽，4个水滴。
4 tiers. And chain is like the worst one out of them. But... 4 tiers.
好爽，4水滴。
Upgrade please. Dude, please, man. How? Like how? Where the fuck are the units at? Hello? Sitting on 20 pairs the whole game, or what?
电刀有了。
Oh god, he will fucking.
哈哈，这拉克斯。哎，那是拉克斯主 C 吗？这是拉克斯主 C 吗？
Mate, please. He's level 5.
拉克斯主 C 的话。
Okay, nice. He's playing 400 gun. We're fucking chilling. I think. Hopefully we're killing. Oh, it is not looking like it's not guaranteed of a win.
哎，你能不能开大？哎呀，你没开大。哇，1人口。
Running a loss, I guess. Dude, it's just that 1 upgrade diff. How am I just sitting on 3 pairs the entire game, man? Please. It's too fucking late.
他想卖这个，他想卖这只吃20块。
Probably should have solo frontline. Main 2.
Oh yes, careful. Let's go. 我超爱这种歌。噔噔噔。
Please play something strong. No, he just fucking please.
Bum bum. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Bum bum. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Dun dun. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Also,
Dun dun.
I didn't play strong for last or anything. Oops, that's really bad, by the way. That's really bad. Muy malo.
输赢赢输赢，好耶！ 好耶
What the fuck? Like how the god? Like I just lose to someone playing 4 underground, man. Like what the fuck am I doing? That can't be allowed. That can't be fucking allowed, man. Oh, like I just.
他这边少吃了30块，然后下一回合就少吃了40块，然后下一回合少吃了50块，所以他少了一回合的节奏。
That's also playing.
Oh，好烂啊！这是什么鬼啊？好烂啊！这是什么啊？你说这个 The Golden Orb 这好烂哦。
Oh my.
噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。度入阳性。好了，这样子，刚刚那个9块钱让他吃到钱了啦，就只能这么说，他吃到钱了。
Sure, have
大天使啊，肯定是大天使。
Like what else can I even do?
噔，肯定是大天使了。噔。
Fuck. No.
现在问题是什么 ？Replay 98滴。其实这一场什么都不重要，就 Replay 跟 Setsuko 要差5个名次才有办法。
I will be smurfing though. Dude, I need
Jewel Lotus， 哇，超棒
！Fucking killing, man！
超棒！为什么？哦，他看 Iron
Man。Fuck is this trash？
好烂啊！等下你们好烂啊！啊！这里为什么是勒布朗？难道不应该是菲欧拉跟勒布朗换吗？然后你还可以吃40块，为什么啊？为什么是勒布朗啊？OK， 好，他换了。
like especially with Jewel Lotus, I'm pretty sure this is better.
哦，因为有法爆。
I can't take out gadget from this turn because the item is too strong. Oh, just this turn.
他有法爆，所以他不想换。而且他不想卖勒布朗，因为勒布朗可以带装的。然后接下来这个装备就正义了，这个拳套就是和正义。正义。哦，这是安妮辅助。哦，那没事了。我以为是拉克斯主 C。
Oh my God, Lulu. Pause, champ. Oh, we are in business. We are in fucking business. Like I lost a streak. There's no way I can place below 5th this game. I'm pretty sure. Oh, if I just kept my streak here as a guarantee first. Oh my! Like it's just over. I top forward. I'm pretty sure I top forward. Like there's no way I don't top forward here, right? Like surely not. If I kept Yora, I'd be so strong right now. size pick speed as well. That's what I like to see.
哦，这个好弱。
BF actually no. No way I lose this fight. Wait a second, this guy's 2 Nikos on 6? Who the fuck allowed that? Hello? Shitter Nico. I mean, it's fine. I have a lot of 1-stars. I probably level and roll next turn, guarantee my placements.
他在一个水滴。
Down for Starbreaker.
他可以拿水滴，可以拿
kind of good as well.
可以拿那个
might just be
那个破防者，破防者也不错。或者是拿那个坦装跟锁子甲。
Oh my god, he's got a tier.
哦，他拿水滴，拿喝正义了，好爽。
Dude, my spot is so much better than this guy.
哦，好爽。梆梆，噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。他敌什么？拉姆斯2星，他可以这边直接合拉姆斯2星。
Shops are not great.
他这边可以直接用 Shitter Nico 和拉姆斯2星。唢呐。
Shops are not great, man. Shops are not very good. Oh shit! I did not hit a single unit.
Wait, why did you roll? 啊，为什么他要低啊？他想要留连胜。唢呐2星，正义。
哦，这Nyla。
这尼拉是可以用的哦，这是决斗加上那个。
Fiora。
哦，他要低菲欧拉啦，他要低菲欧拉，菲欧拉对 ，OK 好，那我懂了，为什么他要一排。他要低菲欧拉，他能够出菲欧拉的话，他就可以把连胜给保住了。
哦
啊！喂。
He's playing 4 underground, man. How hard do I get fight RNG here, by the way? Like, the fight RNG is insane. It just double casts.
笑死！哦，逆命对子，我操！笑死
！Great.
这龙王跟拉克斯都可以走，可以吃20。
Great. I don't hit a single Fiora in fucking 30 gold on 7. How like how? No Fiora, no Alistar, no Duelist. Like I saw Nyla, but whatever. Man. Force Nico as Sona. This guy's 0 gold. 500 right now.
Boom. Rui 在哪 ？Rui 在第4。
Something. ASAP.
有菲欧拉了，可以。
That fucking sucks.
Estás desde la 我的心房。嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟 Estás pensando 不打温索利呀，他拿尼可了 ，What the fuck？ 他拿尼可了，或者这是什么鬼
？I don't think I roll. I don't think.
他们很低啊，他再等一下哦，好可惜啊，他没有那个，他一组
What the fuck? 40 gold? Ow! He just rolls 2 times for 3 TFs when I have 2 already.
-决斗转贝尔维斯，决斗4阶段很强啊。哎呦，多杀2只可以的，可以，2人块不错。
What the fuck? Ow, man. Fucking joke.
Think fast, think fast， 直接低2星。
What's the game's over?
艾克。啊，我要追勒布朗3吗？
Do something, man.
为什么你要看那些？你要这边要的就只是尼可，逆命，对，继续低，找4费，尼可2星可以，再低，找4费。哎呀，你真的要追3费的3星吗？福耶哥 ，nice， 好，可以，完美，已经可以停手了，可以，这个阵容不错，阵容不错。尼可要跟勒布朗换啊！啊，尼可要跟勒布朗换。可是他安妮没有2哎，他好厉害哦！他是怎么安妮没有2星的啊？我觉得刚刚留那些3费其实是失误，他勒布朗3星跟唢呐3星是不应该看的。
Hey, end him real quick. Just fucking end him. Boom. Dude, like there's no way this guy's like there's no way this guy can go first this game. He's CB3. This Alvin doesn't do shit. Oh, we're fucking chilling. We are fucking chilling. Fucking sell the Echo pair. Actually, no, there's no way. Our Canny pair didn't hit a single Fiora.
他8人口，然后上艾克就可以了。
Like fucking 20 years.
他安妮没有2星是真的有点小亏，他安妮是最主要的那个。
Dude, you know, I actually had a feeling I was hitting Think Fast. Like as the augment was appearing, I had a feeling I was hitting Think Fast. Like I was readying myself for the Think Fast. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I had a fucking feeling. I had a little feeling. Alright, we're fucking chilling, man. There's no way I can ball 4 from the spot. This spot is too good.
这是什么鬼？他有3本小黄书，咦？
Viego 2 Alistar
咦，
2.
老师，有人这边公然色，他有3本小黄书，有本小黄书的那个书封面那个封皮还是白色的，咦，有点小恶心。
Oh, and Malala's getting fucking dumpstered every turn like it's it's nothing. Oh, this. Likey. Alright, fuck, let me turn my fucking real music. Fuck this. It's over.
他要尼可啊！我来听看他在听什么东西。他在听三小。他很日眼吗？日眼不错。OK， 我有点，他拿到了一个日眼，笑死！科技枪尼可，然后日眼安妮，然后准备找尼可装备。Nice。OK，I'm not listening to that， 我没有要听那个的意思。我耳朵会坏掉，如果我听那个的话。
Some good matchmaking for Juki, but his items are pretty good and he has Lucky Glove, so he's hitting some pretty strong combinations onto his unit. Juki more than happy to trade his HP as he's ready to go to level 8 for an easy win there. Jibe takes a loss, Malala takes another loss. It's almost a certainty that Setsuko will be grabbing the third and final spots for the Monsters Attack Global Championship in just a couple of weeks.
This is just not what Malala needed to happen. First of all, Setsuko's in the first place spot for HP. That's the worst thing Malala could have seen. And then on top of that, you're on the chopping block for getting.
好，我来跟你讲一下现在什么情况，就是你先安静一下。Malala 就是这个人，他跟 Setsuko 的分数，就是他第3名的分数是平的，就是他们的那个前4位的分数是平的，前4率的分数是平的。所以 Setsuko 如果这一场可以把 Malala 打下去的话 ，Setsuko 就可以跟 Malala 拉开。所以这一场其实 Malala 跟那个 Setsuko 主要的比赛，然后如果 replay 下去的话 ，Setsuko 就前2，前2的话，前2总分的话就会进世界赛。Anyways，
And he doesn't even have any shred outside of that Ionic Spark, so if it falls, he's running out of ways to deal with the front line. And Malala might take a critical loss here. As he takes yet another L is Malala.
11滴血没了。他玩的是什么？逆命。哇，这个阵容看起来是真的尴尬。他拿到偷偷，他拿到了一个偷偷。他要上8开出6那个6 Spell Slinger， 6法师，然后逆命2星，尼可2星的话，他就可以稳血。对，这是 JQ， 这是 JQ， 那不是 Malala， 那没事。JQ 看起来没什么问题。JQ 超稳。超稳，40块，滴。不会没中吧？福爷哥不用。
We're seeing big roll downs come from everybody. Kindle Gem took not 1, not 2, but 3 Tome of Traits.
没有0，没有逆命，没有逆命，一个都没有，一张，只有对子。哦，逆命2星 ，Aatrox 2星，可以，完美，完美。
Kindle Gem. Now we're taking a look at the matchup. Kindle Gem is going up against JQ, who did roll down. Will his Identity Crisis Aatrox be able to hold off against the Identity Crisis Bel'Veth? It's a battle between the threats wearing multiple hats. Who's gonna be able to get the edge? Can JQ get the crucial victory here?
哦，6法师就是不一样。秒掉了。哎，好，你们可以安静了，我要去看 Setsuko 了。他还在听那首歌。哇 ，Ripple 好强啊 ！Ripple 好强啊！我靠！机甲盖伦，机甲机甲怪兽 ，Malala 99负99滴，他跟 Malala 第8下去了，那 Setsuko 那个前四率赢 Malala 了。哇！我竟然没有把Setsuko看死，好棒哦！我竟然没有把他看死。哇，他装备没有尼可的装备，有点小可惜。他没有尼可的装备。这个狼人的走位有一点小离谱。这狼人的走位是有一点点小离谱，然后他又给他走回去了。这狼人走到了后排，然后又走回了前排。2个盖伦互砍，肯定2星的赢吧？对吧？哦 ，Ripple 下去了 ，Ripple 好强啊，感觉 Ripple 居然下去了。哇！有人被西风给吹起来了，叠了个20的大天使。这盖伦装备有点不太要脸，这盖伦装备是真的有一点小离谱。天斗卷下去了。哎呦，硕毛给 Setsuko， 让他可以用尼可。硕毛 Setsuko 或大天使其实也不错。硕毛冲，好耶！
Start carrying Nico, making Nico items.
太他妈在听这首歌。我想听他讲话，但是我不想听他的歌。数毛尼可，然后滴下去，他55滴血，他其实可以选择上9。他要艾克2星跟菲欧拉2星，所以其实不太需要滴牌，他可以等6-1的时候选择上9。嘟嘟嘟嘟梆梆吧哒吧当吧哒吧当。嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟吧哒吧哒吧当梆梆梆梆梆梆梆。其实让逆命吹到斗篷是没有关系的，但让尼可吹到斗篷是有点亏。应该让逆命吹斗篷的，逆命不怕被吹斗篷。Boom！ 我GQ好强啊！完了，Replay 跟 GQ 前1-2。好耶！完蛋，他要上9，他得上9，然后看能不能开。他能上9能开什么啊？也没什么好开的耶，其实。然后阵容上9，如果不下掉一些牌的话，其实不是很好开其他东西。可以上个草人吧，就顶多个草人。这挑战，挑战，哎呀，看到挑战我就好想哭哦！昨天我的挑战玩的是真的他妈有够烂的。得比下去了吗？14滴血，4滴血。嘟嘟嘟。塞主口要上9，然后我不知道他上9可以干嘛。他上9他就20块可以滴耶，其实他上9只有20块可以滴。OK， 好吧，我实在是有点想听他讲话。这首歌实在是，啊，我的耳朵好痛。哦，这个不错 ，Manners 也不错。努2星，这是可以用的吗？可以，是可以用的。他2家都输 ，Romanov 跟 Defi 2家都输。
Bro，
西风吹到了唢呐。Okay.
Dude, Nunu is so bad. But whatever. I'll allow it.
还好啦，努努是有点伤害的啦，有摸到后排，可以的。
Wait, he's a fiddle fucking cooking in the back. It's fine.
带走 ，replay 9滴，分数不够了，分数是不够了。
Triforce.
好，至少这一首歌比上一首还要好一点。他要唱歌了，他要开始唱歌了。双鸟盾，8挑战双鸟盾，加1人口，摩托凯撒 ，boom。决斗前排被融掉了。 哎呦，把 replay 送下去，第4。他可以上星朵拉，然后放一个努努在场下，放个努努在场下。而且重点是他现在这波是有2滴血，他有2条命的，29滴血是2条命 ，Juju 47也3条命。Robina 如果输太多的话，他就第6，不，他就只一条命。这什么鬼啊？这是可以的吗？他是不是被 Axiomar 被那个？他被 Axiomar bail out 了，他玩 Ezo 然后中 Axiomar。哦，Nico sharded。咦
！Holy fuck is happening to my entire board? Hello？
好多东西在飞来飞去。
So box wars？ Oh
boom！ 但好像没死。
Oh, I fucking railed this guy as well. First of all, high key first of all.
费德提克
Oxford's Crest
费德提克
I don't know what do I even want
费德提克
Archangel
他大天使吗？应该费德迪克吧，费德迪克，然后费德迪克装备可以给，好问题，给谁？3组对子，救命！哎呦，都没有，都是对子，全部对子，呵呵，全部都是他妈对子。全部都他妈是对子，2个星朵拉。这轮打完我上个厕所，算了，我再憋一轮，然后等打野怪的时候我去上厕所。
And my entire board got cleared by something. A Nico, I guess. The fuck? What the fuck even happened? He's dead. Fuck it. I mean, top 2. I'll allow it. Top 2. Sure.
呵呵。哦，草人2星可以。啊，星朵拉没有，可惜。哦，他2个星朵拉同时丢福耶哥跟草人，其实这个不错啊，但是他2个星朵拉都要能够开出技能，他要是没有开出技能的话很亏，超亏，应该撑得到吧？2星手撑得到吗？他泰坦要转给谁？转给努努是不是？其实转给努努不错的，泰坦转给努努其实不错的，他不转吗？
Like, I want to save my remover for something better. Like Titans doesn't do anything on my units, man. Like, Titans Nunu doesn't do anything. Like, relax. Like, there's no way Titans Nunu is doing anything.
Really?
My fucking... Oh, you have survived?
哦，他匿名活下来了。哎呦，好像有机会。
Champ? Why does it look like... Oh, wait.
呵呵，秒掉了。他死了吗
I mean, it's fine, I guess. Second is good, except not really.
我要上厕所。
Yay! I did it! I did it! I don't know how, but I did it. Oh god, apparently I'm the first interview? Bro, I'm not trying to be the first interview, man. Like, what the fuck do I even say? I don't know. Oh, Kazanovsky, I don't know how many subs that was, but thank you for the subs. And Duff Fan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh, I did it. I don't know how. Holy fuck, I did it. Oh, Attack Fox, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh, YK Leo, thank you for the 50 gifted. Holy shit, thank you guys. Thank all of you. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for all the subs. Holy fuck. I did it. I did it! Thank you for the subs. I can't see all of them, but thank you guys. I appreciate it.
好，闭嘴。
But when somebody dominates a tournament this much, it's like, whoa, what is going on? Like, we knew this set had a lot of possibilities.
好嘞，换我也要玩。
I think this patch in particular is also really.
不玩没分了。
We're talking how many different lines can you learn in such a short duration of time
明远是在走三小路，
against
对啊。
a powerful field. That just doesn't happen that often. This is something rare to see that someone can execute lines this well. And I'm going to be honest with you. If this is the way that our lineup is going to look going into the World Championships, Wei Iverson was already there, and now we're adding Jukyu to that, and then we're adding Setsuko to that. Like, I can't... It's so hard to watch players and actually pick 3 that I would rather have at this point.
Do you guys just not watch TLC?
And they might be the front runner.
Okay.
You can't forget about replay either, though. We gotta tell Admirable.
Okay, 我真的不懂这3个人在嗨什么。There is no fucking way. Okay, there's no fucking way NA is ever beating China. There's no fucking way. No way.
Right behind him, a player that actually joined us for set 3 regionals long ago and then took an extended break from TFT.
美服是不可能打得赢
kind of
陆服
reclaimed
的
his spot as being amongst the elite. Many people also even knew about replay. I think to the masses who watch normal streams or maybe they consume YouTube content, whatnot, they might be seeing replay for some of the first time. But if you actually look at some of the power rankings going into it, this was top 6. Going into it, right behind players like Setsuko, Disop, Weijin, Robin, Kurum, and then it was replay and Ripple Overdrive. 2 players were getting a lot of hype, so it's not surprising to the knowers. My question is, are you a knower now?
Don't talk if you don't know. I hope people know
Agreed.
that so that they can talk. But now, what an amazing performance put on from all of our competitors this weekend. But let's take a look at the final scoreboard for day number 3 at the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. Because while we are sending 3 more players forward to the Monsters Attack Championships, we also have Kindlegem and Roby Van Knob that get our 2 last chance qualifier spots that will be able to compete for a spot as well. Dan, how exciting is that?
That's really exciting because I think that these are 2 players who will prove themselves with more chances that they get. We already know about the story of some of these other players.
They're just talking.
And what we talked about, but I feel like they're the 2 of the most unknown out of the top 8, Kindlegem and Roby. And the thing about these 2 players is that they beat to their own drum, and I love that about them. I think that the people at LCQ better watch out because Kindlegem had a pretty rough start to the day, and then kind of came out of nowhere to have a big late.
Can I play duelist? 我可以玩挑战吗?
Mental fortitude and resilience. And then Roby, we saw all day long, right, where he was
I'm never playing
doing
this.
Kind of crazy
That's for sure.
set of composition variations and innovating.
我也可以选择吃10块
Who gives this guy the right to try to innovate on the biggest stage of North American
246
regionals and still was in contention to get into that top 4 placements? I think
Oh, what
Roby
the
definitely
fuck? 我吉克斯2星了
but you know, my heart also goes out to the others, right? Malala, Ripple, and DK.
我可以玩吉克斯吗？这是可以玩吉克斯的局吗？新陈代谢，贸易大亨。
contending for a global championship spot.
我这边应该低一下，贸易大亨好像不错，可以追吉克斯。因为我需要开300兽。啊！哦，有，可以，有开出300兽就行。我这样多少？2、3、4、5、6、7。
And how can you evaluate it? How can you execute it? All of those things come into effect. This field got tougher and
玩
tougher
吉克斯吗？
as you cut the way. Not only because the amount of players getting cut was wider, but also it's just the players who were making it through, showing how and why they made it through. These are just massive performances that we've seen coming through this entire tournament.
这是电刀对吧？这电刀吉克斯。
In such a short duration of games.
哦，赢了，可以。
It's pretty much been done here for this tournament. This has been.
狗头2星，我有点想留，对子我有点想留，但我觉得吃了10块比较重要。
See these players who I think are well deserved in their spots, showing how they're well deserved despite the fact that you don't know these players from tons and tons of tournaments in a row. They're not big streamers unless you're paying very close attention to the competitive field, which are not things you see all the time. But it's showing through, and it's showing why, and that's something that I expect to see more of in TFT.
可以，2杠1吃到20块，一张牌开，一个装备开，正常。
You're going to start to see it more and more over and over again because they keep getting to these spots over and over. That's really the big thing to pay attention to is to take a look at all these tournaments, see who continues to make it to these spots, and basically do what Gangly does and just kind of moneyball everything to figure out.
我可以玩超音吗 ？Is that a lie？ 我可以玩超音吗？是导弹鬼吧？高百兽导弹鬼。
Looking at our
其实是可以玩超音的
for the Monsters Attack Championship, North America definitely putting forward some strong players, and we're gonna get a chance to talk to a few of them.
是不是可以玩超音啊？
Short break.
吉祥，然后斗士，吉祥斗士。我看你们这首歌是真的很难听。超音吉克斯好像是可以，对不对？那刚普朗克没留，还有刚刚那些墨菲特没有留，是有点亏。能赢吗？开大能赢吗？再 A 一下，没了，可惜。哎呦！玩得起来吗？超音6人口的时候，低李星3星，墨菲特3星。Oh baby, I need you to hold my whenever you need. 要塞上废物厂长，你确定？所以我才在思考呀，我在思考要不要用。可以，这个不错，这个不错，这个不错。我为什么3选是吗？其实我有很多装备可以选，有2个大件，我需要硕矛，要需要电刀。拿大件吧，如果拿到的话。Nice。我需要硕矛，我需要电刀。其实电刀不太需要，电刀可以用星火换。然后这个可以换巨杀，但我是肯定需要硕矛的，所以我这个大件得留着。你看2对子李信对子刚普朗克，我是那个贸易大亨。我是贸易大亨，所以其实是可以考虑的。我为什么我狗头跟塞拉斯没有2星啊？我知道这边上上墨菲特开吉祥物会比较强，但是我想要能够吃到那个百兽特战队的效果。6伤康普朗克3小。好吧，好像上 VN 好像没什么差别。刚下掉 VN 的话，我还可以吃个30块。失误了。哦，多杀1只可以。发派也在骗我，对啊，我也这种感觉。我的吉因克斯呢？我怎么就没了？就给我3张，然后就没了。Hello， 我的吉因克斯呢？我的吉因克斯呢 ？Hello。而且没有那个海克斯的吉因克斯，我其实有一点慌。没有那个加成的吉因克斯，我其实有点慌。超音吗？超音，我感觉超音是对的耶，超音是对的。你看5人口、6人口，然后就300兽3超音，然后我就第一狗头3星，吉因克斯3星，好像是可以的，对不对？然后等一下塞拉斯之后就换雷文嘛，没杀到。哦，刚刚那个路线在空中漫步。
Teamfight active.
Oh wait, one sec. Here you go. I have 4 Jinx， 我4个金克斯。
You're playing TF2.
Yes. I have 4 Jinx. It's a little bit scary. I have no Jinx. Hello? 这4块钱。
Oh, that's it.
Oh, 法爆 ，nice. Beware.
Yeah, 爆爆 or
法爆 GG. I need a tier. Fuck, that's not a tier. 啊，不应该卖的 I shouldn't sell it. Fuck. This is awkward. Do I make Locket? Oh, low-key Locket is not even that bad. Low-key Locket is not bad.法爆还是帽子啊？但是我有日轮，法爆好了。Fearless. Burn me. You tell me what have I missed? Okay, Masato, pray for augment. 简单英文我听得懂，不用那么辛苦。No, we're not going stacks on stacks.
Stack on stack.
We're not going stacks on stacks. I don't have anything. I'm just here to beware. I only have 4 Jinx. Help me. Alright. Hero Augment, please! Yes! I think I have the Jinx like carry, right? 我吉因克斯 carry 的。Nice. Nobody knows what's inside of me.我们也是希望可以出这3张任何这2张的一张对子。这是 my comp， 超音吉因克斯，然后我需要硕毛。然后上人口就是上导弹鬼。我们也可以开500兽，然后开那个2导弹鬼，但是我觉得没有必要。吉因克斯我还差4张。Bro, where are my Jinx? It gave me 3 for free and it just never appear anymore. 我的吉因克斯呢 ？Hello， 我的吉因克斯呢？开玩笑呢 ？What? Oh no! Oh no! Fuck that! Fuck! I'm contested fucking supers. Oh, that's not good. I need shit, man. I need fucking shit.
Damn, you're making me want to play TF2.
Okay, 可以再开一次大招吗？ I need Shiv, bro. I need fucking Shiv. I mean not Shiv. I need Shojin. 哦，这个不错，啊 ，There's only 1 tier， 就一个水滴啊，没了 ，fuck。那我这边和选什么？双腰带，日炎。哦，这里有一个 fucking rocket。哦，我应该再合一个鸟盾，对不对 ？fuck， 我应该再合一个鸟盾的，干。 Oh, there's a fucking locket! I missed! Oh, what the fuck am I doing?我在干嘛？这里有他妈一个 locket! What the fuck am I doing? 他真的会比我痛苦吗？怎么感觉还好？哦，好像是哎。 好像是的呢。啊，我刚刚应该拿那个鸟盾的。哦，我正在看那个。To changing you. Da 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 da. 我这墨菲特的数量有一点少，我这个李欣的数量也有一点少。救命！我金克是差2张，等一下4杠1的时候，我们第一杆追2张出来，然后我们就上人口。哦，然后有可能就要把超音给下去，开那个500兽那个。这狗头有点远了，应该追不到的。 哎，真的就是硕毛差距，我没有硕毛，开技能开得太慢了。可以再多杀2人可以。 偷 Wait, what? 我墨菲特差3张，太远了，不想追。啊 ，no！ 哦，等一下，差2张。哦，那有点想追了。我是不是要被骗了？他是不是要骗我？ 这是星火，这是硕毛，这2个装备都不可以砸。我觉得我要被骗了，我觉得我要被骗了，操！哦，入3了。I'm falling, never forget you, falling。会吗？我被骗啦！什么？等一下什么东西会不会？ I won't say it again. I'll be the one that will hold you. You'll be my only friend. Life has to end. That's that. 黄金蛋，我觉得可以更好。哦，墨菲特，然后我们可以开4级匣。Now fight, now fight. Now fight! 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 Malphite. 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 Where the fuck is my Malphite? Pretty sure I give up on this. I don't hit! Hello? What the fuck? Oh, that's not good! 他莫菲特3星了 Oh, why don't I just fucking level and I'm fine? Oh no! Did I even fucking buy this Lee Sin? Ah, fuck me. No, right? I'm never fucking 3. You know, fuck it. Malphite? I am totally fucked. What the fuck is this? Oh, I'm pretty sure I just give up. 你知道吗？ I'm giving up this. 我们上人口，然后开4级响，开4级响才对的。我上人口开4级响，然后等那家死掉之后，我们再说。反正他是玩赌露露嘛，他赌露露他装备完全不对，然后最后还拿了一免费刀钻券，他完蛋了。他肯定会比我早死的。哎。 我没有硕毛，救命！我没有硕毛。哦，这个装备超好的，棒子也不错，棒子可以开出水滴就不错。但是我需要2个装备给吉克斯。哎，哦，哦 no, that's not good. Oh no, that's not good. 我这个弓怎么办？操，我这个弓怎么办？完蛋了，这个弓怎么办？我需要开水滴出来，我要是没开水滴出来，我很亏。OK， 好，至少还有水滴。
Well, maybe she forgot if we left it. Maybe she forgot. She gave the wrong answer.
She did. That's her mistake.
Yeah.
No, I got it in here.
Well,
hey, the local business that she bought it from still got their money.
well, yeah.
他会下去，我们不急。确实，他会下去，我们不急。没事，我能够出到巨杀跟这个装备就不错了。我能够出到巨杀就没事。然后我有星火，可以的。我的吉克斯空大了，救命！这个人100滴血。Polyphia, but you don't hear it, so I just sound like a maniac to you. Yay, Nasus! Yay, Nasus! I need a Malphite. I mean, not Malphite. I need a Alistar. 然后我8人口要上艾克。亚索3. Oh shit. That can be good. Oh, I dodged his Radiant Zephyr. Wait, did I dodge the Radiant Zephyr? Okay, nice, nice, nice. 他吹到我的那个狗头了 ，nice. 魔斗凯撒没有大招，哎，怎么还开出来啊？我需要巨杀，我需要开巨杀。我星火有了，所以不用电刀。吉克斯，你开错技能了，操你个傻逼！然后他又空大。
gonna have to explain that. They're gonna know. No, they're not. It's been months. You said 2 weeks. That's not months.
我要留这个吧，我可以烧50块就留吧。
They probably think it just hasn't gone there yet. They probably haven't realized that they're fucking sent it to the wrong address.
我说在7等 D 雷文3星，雷文3星我们在上人口。
You really see it's not here. They just be like, uh oh, and then they're gonna like not. Probably not the underwear.
来，给我拒杀，给我拒杀。
Well, they're gonna say this shit.
You're horrible. You read it. What do you keep that shit?
Why not?
这弓很烂。
I could scratch off the sister part and say mom and give it to my mom.
What the fuck?
I'm not saying that to you.
我要开火炮，我不这个弓不应该先合的，操！我这边可以合大天使。
Sigma, I stole this for you.
牛，牛，牛。地心先走，我上谁啊？助战有什么？哦，有可以上助战，可以上捍卫者，导弹鬼。Bro, what the fuck is this Aatrox, man? 我没有拒杀啊！你多杀一只吗？哎，可惜。啊，露露3星哦，他装备，他从哪里拉出这一坨的？I have no 3-star and I'm playing supers. That can be good. 我没有3星，我没有3星，然后我在玩超赢，干他妈的！没有换过去，失误了。啊，可恶，我失误了。好了，至少吹到伊泽跟沃尔加特吧。他是2个吗？他2个，然后他要死了耶！他被我吉克斯一个大招 ，biu。Let's go， 带走。哦，一滴血。哦，露露4到5阶段，为什么是火炮？因为我没有其他更好的装备了。哦，我雷文差1，我是不是应该低的？哦 ，nice。为什么是火炮？因为我有这个力量圣杯可以喝，我有力量圣杯，然后配上这个。我不合电刀是因为我已经有星火了。这雷文应该不会死吧？维可斯还是亚历斯塔比较好？亚历斯塔之后可以开8等的话，可以开艾克。但是我上得了8吗？感觉不行，我需要低到雷文3星我才能上8。We don't know what is wrong tonight. Oh, Malphite, can you do this? Oh, I have no gunblade. 再秒，多秒一只 ，nice. At least we top 4，我们也前4了。Oh man. 露露下不去啊，他少了一个3星海克斯，他还可以赢。Oh, that's pretty good. This is also pretty good. Oh, 那我们还上8吗？我们还在7等 D 吗？哦，我要开鸟盾还开这个？哦，开鸟盾吧。哦，我需要上8才有这个才有用。而且我要把这个转职转给刚弗兰克。我需要3星雷文。和。OK， 好。 我锦衣克斯我不确定站这边是不是安全的，我觉得不安全，我觉得超级不安全。我可能这边要卖亚历斯塔，这样我下一个人口我才能上艾克。我可能这边要卖亚历斯塔，否则我下一回合好像上不了艾克。啊，没开出来。对，我这边，哎，前4可以。你刚刚可以拿大棒和鬼锁。鬼锁在后期就没有什么用了，他给的那个攻速还不如火炮的高。他给的攻速没有火炮来的那个效益高，就是他越到后面的那个伤害游戏越快。由于这场是有两场那个以攻速打的，跟攻速打的阵容都会打得很快。我是不是应该你到这边好了？哦，但是我雷文没有换过来 ，fuck！ 我雷文要换过来的，我雷文要跟吉尼克斯站一起的，干！这样我星火没有吃到。然后牛你在干什么？他前排好脆啊！他前排太脆了吧。牛没有，我有3张3星，27额外伤害吗？这个不用好运吗？我好运可以换谁？换身为第4吉祥物的牛狗头吗？我没有人可以换啊，我不可能换到雷文嘛，对不对？我开不了500兽，除非我想要下掉3超银，除非对啊，没有办法，这个阵容肯定是最好的。好运姐上不去，来，再给我一个 Q 孔，再给我一个空，法医有没有更好的鬼书吗？鬼书我需要减治疗吗？哦，好像需要哎，但是我减治疗给谁好啊？我觉得法医比较好。等一下我再过，我是不是应该低杆？我跟他站同边好，我跟他站同边。我要站同边。我希望我的雷文不会被他露露给秒掉。还好，看起来伤害没那么高，好像还没那么高。好吧，他前面好坦啊。怎么可以那么肉啊？他好肉啊，好你妈肉啊！他有天赐盛典跟科技枪的双重回血，所以一直刚帮前排回，被带掉了。啊，我觉得我超英不应该选的，我不知道有这一家，我刚刚没看到有这一家。6助战哦，我还出6助战。他拿他嫖的哦，我不应该给他那个爱心转的，这个选秀阶段我不应该给他爱心转的。8绝让人之风亚索，他也没有玩那个超音亚索，他就亚索这场3了，双暴击，然后配上水挑战转可以开出8的那个，他要回血，他没有回血，他要勇，他亚索没有回血。他好勇哦，他亚索没回血，被秒掉了。质量暴打，伊恩3星，菲欧拉3星，亚索3星，质量暴打。尤其决斗者质量起来的话是很可怕，因为他们 base AD 会很高。结果一开始那个7无限100滴血的，现在下去了，他上到了9人口，然后输给了我们这些赌狗。他需要1折2星，他需要1折2星。 他有一个枪手转，不知道给谁，应该给盖伦吧？枪手感觉应该给盖伦。这2星，他偷偷可以给盖伦，然后枪手转给索纳。真娜，应该是这个样子的。然后枪手给真娜，他给潘森嘛？潘森其实也行啊，其实没什么差别。EZ 2先不会赢装备贪婪，确实是的，打不赢就讲。我不应该选超音的，我普通的玩那个，我如果不选超音的话，我节奏会快更多。我刚刚可以上9人口的。然后我的装备也会正常一点。OK， 但是 Lulu shit， 他少了一个3星海克斯，你知道吗？他主要是因为我让他嫖到了一个助战转，我们不应该让他嫖到那个助战转的，但是我也不能拿。他这样开出6助战是太强。净化铁臂精神，哎呀！他是怎么在我低那么多张的情况下还可以追到3星啊？好离谱哦！我手上当时卡几张，其实好像也没卡很多。对，其实好像也没卡很多。现在5等低的，我是先上到6再低。现在几点？9点半吗？好了，现在是到这。我看完比赛就够了。我看完比赛就够了。明天一样，他差不多这个时间点。明天差不多这个时间点，我也会开。
has to offer, and we'll see you all at the Monsters Attack Championships.
OK， 好，那今天就到这。拜拜各位，拜拜各位。今天会有纳尔的教学，今天我等一下我会传纳尔的教学。今天就到这里啊，明天这个时间点大概8点9点的时候，我应该也会开。然后明天就不会看比赛，就是好好上分了，嘿嘿，81，我分好低呀。好，今天到这里，感谢大家一起过来，今天到这，晚安。